Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the Games Done Quick Hotfix. Today we are going to be celebrating the 14th anniversary of Kingdom Hearts Birth by Sleep. We're going to be having some runs with some Kingdom Hearts games, starting with some Birth by Sleep. Before we get into that, though, just a few quick reminders. The extension for prize submissions has gone until January 8th, so you've got a few more days left if you want to submit prizes for Awesome Games Done Quick 2024, which is next weekend. In 8 days, GDQ 2024 is going to start. So make sure you use exclamation AGDQ in Twitch chat, or you can use go to the website gamesdonequick.com/schedule to look at the schedule, see what all of the games are, and yeah, super excited for that. But before that, we do have Kingdom Hearts Birth by Sleep. I will hand it over to our runner, let him introduce himself.
Hey everybody, I'm Kirby Sora. I'm going to be doing a Terra crit level 1 run today, followed by an Aqua crit level 1 today. So let's get started. Just to preface the Terra run a little bit, there's a lot of brand new stuff in the Terra run. If you've seen a Terra run in a marathon event like this before, hopefully today you'll see a whole bunch of new tricks and strats and route changes. This is a very, very scary run, not necessarily marathon safe, so I'm a little bit nervous. And I'm a little bit green as a broadcaster, so bear with me. I will try to explain as much of what I'm doing as possible, but let's just get into it. So I'll start the countdown. 3, 2, 1, go. All right, so starting off the Terra run, we have to take care of some of these orbs. What I'm going to be trying to do here is knock the orbs into each other. When that happens, they'll both be destroyed. It's very, very difficult. Orbs is a very common reset point for people. It's pretty luck-based, and my allies here, my friends, Ben and Aqua, have a lot of impact on how well this will or will not go. They can make things better for me, they can make things a lot worse. So far they've been pretty friendly. I guess I should take the opportunity to talk about commands. Commands are, that was really good orbs. Commands are basically what you use in Birth by Sleep to do all of your special attacks. In other Kingdom Hearts games, those would be things like magic and combo modifiers. In this game, they're commands. So throughout the game, I'm going to be collecting commands. I'm going to be leveling them up to meld into stronger commands, all to have a very specific deck by the end of the game to deal with the very scary and random final bosses. So right now, I'm going to go into my menu real quick, and I'm going to put on EXP 0, which is going to keep me from leveling up. We want to stay at level 1 for any crit run because P0 scales our damage in a way that just makes things fast. So it's dangerous in the sense that we can die really easily, but it's fast because we can take things out real quick. So here in this first, we call these forced fights. I've gone into D-Link. Those are kind of like your summons in Kingdom Hearts games, and I'm looking for these stars. I need 2 of those to level up my D-Link form, because I need a level 2 D-Link by the boss of this world. And you'll see me also going in and out of my D-Links. I'm doing that so that I can have access to my commands right away. So you'll see that throughout the run, of going in and out of D-Links, collecting those blue orbs you see on the ground, and then going right back into them so that my commands go right off reload. So not bad. I got 1 D-Link drop, and I can grind for the other one. If it takes me too long to grind, I do have a safety save just in case. We absolutely need 2 drops, so hopefully I will be able to get those in a grind. This is, I'm going to say this over and over again, but this is a very common reset point for Terra crit, is not getting those 2 D-Link drops in the first fight. So here in this room, I'll start my grind, And I'm looking for those stars. Didn't get one. There we go. Now I want to pick this up without picking up any of the blue orbs, so that I can get my D-Link back. Now we're good to go. Here in this room, I'm going to pick up this ether chest for some money safety. We'll be buying some commands later in the game, and I want to make sure I have enough money for that. There is a backup, but it's better to get the ether. And here is our first boss. We're going to be using Aqua D-Link to take care of this guy. Pretty cool strat where, well, you'll see it. I'll explain it when it happens. But first I'm going to walk forward, go into D-Link, do some commands. I'm trying to get his health to a certain point so that he goes into phase 2 and charges at me. His hits are largely intentional. There we go, so now he's at the HP gate, so I have to build up my finisher again. Now I'm going to slide away, set some mine squares, and he's going to run into them and hopefully die. I mistimed that a little bit, and I died for it, but that's okay. In Aqua D-Link, we actually get a revival, one revival. So I can pick this right back up. And if I were a smart person, I would have healed just then, but I'm not. But it's all good. We got through it.
Better to be lucky than good. You know what they say.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is. All right, so that's our first world clear. We didn't have to load the safety save, so that's pretty nice. Now we're heading over to Dwarf Woodlands, the Snow White world. And we're going to start out this world by doing some fun movement stuff with our shot lock ability. It's going to let us kind of skip this room, if I do it right. There we go. Those who are familiar with this run probably know that we used to pick up Flame Salvo in this room, another shot lock, and use it on specifically the Zac fight, but it has some other niche uses as well. But we don't pick that up anymore because we no longer need it for Zac, and more on that later. Here I'm grabbing a command called Fishin' Faraga. It's not a very good command, but the game thinks it is, so we can sell it for a lot of money. And I'm entering into this force fight. I'll be doing a lot of the... I'll be going in and out of Aqua D-Link just like I was in the other force fight, and like I'll do in all subsequent force fights. The beginning of this is a little dangerous. These two guys here can kill me if I'm not careful. They almost did. Nice. And I see a lot of item drops. Those are those little chests that you see. Those are good because we're going to need to sell them to get some money to buy actually useful things. Now I'm headed to the boss of this world. The worlds in this game are pretty short. So I'm already headed to the boss. It's Magic Mirror. There's a very specific strat on this boss that relies on him giving me a specific RNG pattern. So hopefully we will see it. This is maybe the most common early game reset point, because if Mirror doesn't do what I want him to, I just won't be able to do the fight quickly. But we'll definitely be able to get through it today, no matter what he does, so... Here at the beginning of the fight, I'm going into Aqua D-Link as usual, and building up my finisher. And now let's see what he does. That is not the good RNG, but that's okay. And now I need to find the smiling face. knock him out of this. And I'm just going to do some extra damage to give myself a little bit of leeway when he does give me the right RNG, and that is this. I'm going to stand here, I'm going to do my finisher, and hopefully dies. Yes!
Nice.
You probably noticed he had quite a lot of health when I set that up. Unfortunately, I'm not able to put a target on him during that attack, so you can't actually see quite how much damage I'm doing, but it's a ridiculous amount of damage. It's pretty much a full bar of health. So obviously, we want to see that attack as early as possible. Quick shop where I'm selling some commands that I don't need anymore. Wow, so many items. And now I'm going to buy 2 fires, 2 thunders, 3 magnets, and 2 binds. And now we're headed to Castle of Dreams, the Cinderella world. This starts out with a forced fight. All the worlds in the Terra run start out with forced fights.
Gather.
I'm hoping to pick up all these guys with my magnets. Some of them got away.
Gather. Thunder. Gather.
Got a Wellspring Crystal. Back in the day, that would have been good, but now we don't need Wellspring Crystals anymore. They're used to craft once more, the ability once more, onto our commands. You can put abilities on commands in this game, but we no longer use once more in this particular route, so that's no longer relevant to me. Here I'm picking up a safety chest. It's got a pulsing crystal in it. We'll use that later to meld Second Chance. We do still make Second Chance. Second Chance and Once More are abilities that keep you alive when you take hits that otherwise should have killed you. So you can imagine how important they are. Here we're in Cinderella Escort. I'm just trying to take out these waves before Cinderella catches up. And I'm looking for fleeting crystals from these boots. Those are going to help me get an ability called Attack Haste, which will make my attack-based commands reload faster. And I didn't get any, but that's okay. We're guaranteed at least 2. We'd like 4. In this room, I'm gonna manipulate targets a little bit to pick all these guys up in 2 magnets. And there's a pulsing crystal, so I didn't need to go get that safety, but I already did. Cindy's already moving, so that's lucky. That doesn't always happen.
Gather. Take that. Gather.
Another chance at some fleeting crystals. No luck. Right, now we just have to wait for Cindy to catch up. And that was a very good escort. Picking up this soothing crystal for a little bit of safety. I'm pretty bad at keeping track of whether or not I've picked up soothing crystals. They come from the floods. I'd like 2. I need 1. Those are going to get me HP boosts on my abilities. Here I'm headed into the boss of this world, Symphony Master. One thing I like to think about with this boss is, so all the unversed in this game they come from Vanitas. So this boss would imply that Vanitas is a classical music fan, which I think is kind of funny. You wouldn't expect that of him if you just met him on the street. He's got depth. He's got layers. Here I'm just repeatedly trapping the instruments in magnets and building up finishers to unload on the boss. And now I just want him to quickly die. Pretty good. I'm gonna meld a Magnera, and I'm gonna put a Shimmering Crystal on that. I would normally wait to do this a little later, but the next fight, it just helps to have a Magnera, so I'm gonna get it for that. 2 fires, 2 binds. A lot of this stuff is totally useless, but I need it in my deck to level it up to make things that are not useless. Oh, and we got a trophy. Oh, us. Heck yeah! And here, just to skip some cutscenes. There's a lot of cutscenes in this game. I actually would not be surprised if the amount of time we're spending skipping cutscenes and watching cutscenes at the beginning of fights, like the one we're about to see, takes up more time than actually playing the game. But we bear with it. And I want to make sure all these floods get into my magnet before I thunder. And that's why we made the Magnera, for that exact situation.
So long. Want some?
I'm gonna wait for these guys to come to the middle, and then I'm gonna fire off a magnet. And something's alive. Oh, there we go. Okay. Pick up the Shimmering Crystal just for safety. I want to put some abilities on some things that I'm about to meld. Not because I actually want those abilities, it just makes the commands sell for a little bit more money, and I'm going to need that money much later into the run. So I want as many crystals as possible just so that I have that money. Seem to be a little short on command points. I might have to do some extra grinding in this room. Maybe not.
Gather. Thunder.
There we go, all set. So now I'm gonna do a extended menu. 3 soothing crystals, that's pretty good. And we're making a new deck, all set. Now we're headed to a pretty scary boss, Trinity Armor. If you've played KH1, he's kind of a variation on Guard Armor. It's a very, it's a very, very dangerous boss. If I die here, I won't be too upset. I will say we've, because of some route changes recently, we have a better deck here than we've ever had before. So that helps us, but it's still not exactly an optimal deck for this fight. The deck that we have is mostly because we need to level this stuff up to make better stuff later. So let's see how this goes. The strategy here is I'm trying to get into command style, which I don't think I've talked about yet. Command styles, you get those when you do certain commands of a certain type. Like I just did a bunch of fire-based commands, so I got the command style Firestorm, and it's got a finisher that, as you can see, does a lot of damage to this guy, so that's what we're trying to do. We're trying to get into that command style and firing off those finishers, each of his pieces. Oh, shoot! I didn't realize, okay, so what happened there was, what happened there was, when he does his laser attack, there's a lingering hitbox of the laser, after you kill the legs. I didn't realize that that was still active at that point. I didn't think it got that far that it would be active. So that was a little bit of a mistake and just a frustrating thing that can happen. Which is a shame because the fight was going really well.
Yeah, that's so unfortunate.
It's very unfortunate. Okay, this time it's not going to be a problem because I destroyed the legs before he got the chance to do the laser. So I don't have to worry about the laser this time. I am extremely underdamaged, however. Let's see, I do.
Thunder! Thunder!
Okay. Here, if I stand in the middle of the arena, I'm not in any danger from that laser. It can't hit me here. So I can just kind of stand here and fire off commands. I'm not in the command style that I'd like to be in because the arms kind of got away from me, as you saw. But this should work. My friends are helpful enough. Okay, we got through it. So, like I said, that's a pretty scary fight. Not gonna be too upset about that death, because that stuff happens. But now we're headed to another fight that I'm at least somewhat extremely likely to die in. This next fight is going to be against Braig. If you've played Kingdom Hearts 2, you might remember Xigbar. This is his pre-nobody form, Braig. The fight is pretty similar to the Kingdom Hearts 2 fight. What we're going to be doing is we're going to be guarding his lasers and trying to deflect them back at him, while inflicting him with a command called Ignite, which applies a status effect that does continuous damage to enemies, including bosses, as you'll see, over a short period of time. Grabbing that Fira chest there because provides a little bit of safety for money.
Gotcha now! Fire! Fire!
So unfortunately, at any time in this fight, your ignites can just whiff and not actually attach to him. That just happened to me 2 times in a row. It's a little unfortunate, but
Is it just because of like him teleporting around and stuff, or?
It's totally luck-based.
Okay.
I don't know the logic to it, but for whatever reason, he can just shake these off. There are certain points in the fight, like the attack you just saw him do, where I'm guaranteed to get an ignite. But by and large, it's luck-based. I don't even know what the percentage would be.
Okay. It's a little frustrating.
Yeah, it's extremely frustrating.
Okay.
Alrighty. Let's break down. That was a pretty decent fight. And this is about the midway point for the run. Now we're going to be headed to Disney Town to play a forced minigame. Its name is Rumble Racing. We call it Kingdom Karts because it's a blatant Mario Kart ripoff. If there's any, if there's any announcements or anything to share with people, now would be a pretty decent time. I'm just going to be doing this for like 2 minutes. There's not much to talk about.
Excellent. So a few reminders or announcements. We are going to be having Unapologetically Black and Fast coming back. It is on February 17th and 18th. UBAF is a celebration of Black speedrunning talent and Black joy. And the submissions for that are open until January 9th. You can use the command !UBAF in chat for more information. Also, just as a general reminder, if you have missed any of our Hotfix shows and you do want to watch them, they do get uploaded onto our YouTube channel, which is youtube.com/GamesDoneQuick. You can go check out our videos there. We've got shorts, we've got the full VODs, runs of every show. So if you missed any of our specials, any of our weekly shows, because we have 2 shows, sometimes 3 shows every night. On weekends, we have some longer either specials or shows, but we do have content every day that you can check out. So if you didn't know about that, well, now you know.
Awesome.
And also just the general reminder of AGDQ is next week. It is fast approaching. It is. I cannot believe it is next week. We have a lot of fun, big games, fun games. It's going to be a great time. You can check out the schedule, gamesdonequick.com/schedule. You can use !AGDQ in chat to find out about that. And in general, hey, what are y'all looking forward to in the schedule for AGDQ? I almost said SGDQ. If you know what the SGDQ schedule is already, you're a time traveler, please explain how. But yeah, the AGDQ schedule. If you're interested in anything, yeah, let us know in chat or in the comments if you're over on YouTube.
All right, and perfect timing. We are done with Rumble Racing. All right, now we're headed into Deep Space, the Stitch world. This is a very, very difficult world. It's got a challenging force fight. Not this, the thing that's going to happen after this. Although you can die here. You wouldn't think so, but you can. The boss of this world, Experiment 221, or Sparky, there is a very, very specific thing we're going to try to do. I'll talk about that a little bit more when we get there. But hopefully I can pull it off. It's one of the 2 things that I really, really want to show off today. So yeah, we'll see how that goes. But first, let's get through this force fight.
Gather! Thunder!
Here I have to pick up at least 3 floods to spawn the next wave. Okay.
Thunder. Gather. Thunder.
Alright, that went fine. Do a little bit of travel now. Here in this room, I'm going to do some cool movement tech. I'm going to go into Cinderella D-Link. I'm going to target this turret, and I'm just going to slide up the wall with a command called Enchanted Step. And remember that because we'll be doing it again a little bit later in Neverland. Or similar effects. Alright, coming up on the Sparky fight. So, Sparky has a desperation move where he combines himself with the turrets you're going to see in the middle of this arena. And it just takes a really long time, so we're hoping to skip that. In order to do that, I'm going to be trying to put him at a very specific points in his health bar, and then trying to bait him to fly up to the ceiling. I need him to do a very specific attack in order for that to work. And even if he does it, it still cannot work. So hopefully we'll be able to make this work. I'm set up HP-wise. This is not the attack I'm looking for. Nor is this. This is obviously a very frustrating part of the run for runners because we really just can't do anything until he gives us the right RNG. We need him to dash at us so we can guard it and counter it.
Fire.
And that might do it. Yeah, there we go! So you see, he's trying to combine himself with the gun right now to do a desperation move, but he gets stuck on the gun. I'm not doing any physical attacks because he can get unstuck from this, and that feels really bad when you get the DM skip and then accidentally knock him away from the gun.
Oh, that must feel so
Oh, it feels
bad.
so bad because then you have to wait like a minute for the DM to play out. And it's not even a very interesting DM. It's very easy to dodge. It just takes time. All right, so now we're headed to Olympus, the Hercules world. Gonna be doing another force fight here. Pretty similar to all of our other force fights, just Magnet Thunder stuff.
Gather. Thunder.
We'll see sometimes that I intersperse my Magnet Thunders with a hit, and that's because it actually, adding that hit between the Magnet and the Thunder, for whatever reason, we don't know why, it gives us more command points on our commands. So we need to do that a little bit to give ourselves just that extra bit of experience on our commands to get our commands leveled when we need them to be leveled. All right, moving on to 10 rounds. Here I'm going to have to clear out 10 rounds of Unversed. It's pretty easy, but hopefully I don't die, because if I do, I will have to do all the rounds again. Round 10 is a little bit scary. I'm going to be doing something pretty safe, so that I don't have to do all of these rounds again. But yeah, this is 10 rounds. With a couple of exceptions, it's just Magnet Thunder. Pretty basic stuff.
Gather. Fire.
That guy I deal with a little bit differently. Enemies take less damage from thunders if there's only one enemy in your magnet. That's another thing that I don't really know why that is, but it is the case. So for a single wave enemy like that, I have to handle it a little differently. So I just kind of ignite him and use Thunder Surge.
Gather. Thunder. Thunder.
Somebody was asking, I think I missed something. Why do you have to do all of these mini games?
Why do I have to do all of these mini games? Unfortunately, the game requires them, is the simple answer to that.
Required progression for mini games.
Yeah,
Love it.
it's just required progression. I would love if we didn't have to do the mini games. If anyone out there can find a way to make us not have to do the mini games, that would be pretty awesome. Get in touch.
I appreciate that games add mini games. Sometimes I don't want to play a mini game, you know?
Right. Especially when you're trying to go fast.
Yeah. Sometimes I just want to play the game.
So here, this is my last shop. I'm buying some stuff. I already have one Blazara, so I only need to buy more, and I need to buy a block. Unfortunately, my fleeting crystal drops have been really bad. I only have 2, so I'll pick one up for safety later, but I'm going to be limited to 3, so that's a bit unfortunate. We want 4, but it should be fine. Now I'm going into the Zack fight. Zack is a Final Fantasy character. He's got 2 phases. The first phase is pretty trivial. Doesn't mean that I won't die, but is pretty trivial. And the second phase is potentially the hardest thing we have to do in the entire run. So I'm a little nervous about that. Here I'm just switching between ignites and thunder surges to do as much damage to him as possible quickly. There we go. And I want to make sure that I end that fight on Ignite, because I need to cast an Ignite right at the beginning of this fight, and then immediately dodge a very difficult to dodge DM. I actually died here in my PB. This is a very dangerous part of the game. Here we go. That played out exactly the way you want it to. Now, if I do everything else right, I can loop him for the rest of the fight to prevent him from doing that again. Because we really don't want to see that attack again.
Fire! You're done! Come on! Fire!
Nice.
Got through it. All right, so now we're headed to the final Disney World. We're headed towards Endgame now. This is going to be Neverland. It's going to open up with what else? A forced fight. And I'm really hoping that I pick up these floods with my magnet as quickly as possible, because if any of these floods go into the ground, this is a fairly new strat, and I don't really know what to do about that yet.
Thunder!
Luckily, I got them all, so we're good to proceed.
Gather. Thunder. Take that. Want some? Ha, take that. Ha, ha, freeze. Gather.
With our last wave.
Thunder.
These apes here are the only thing in the game that we can't put into our magnets. They should have died. A little weird that they didn't, but we'll clean those up. So we have to handle them a little bit differently. We can ignite multiple enemies at the same time just by switching our target during the ignite cast. So that's a cool little glitch that we utilize in that fight to ignite 3 gorillas, even though we only have 2 ignites. Or apes, I guess they are. I'm gonna kill this ape just to make sure that my Magnera is leveled. I didn't see it level. I'm actually gonna check real quick if it did. It didn't, okay. That's alright, we can just kill another ape in this room here. There we go. There we go. That's what we want to see. I'm going to put these guys into a magnet, and then I'm going to use Enchanted Step Movement again to clone. Okay, that was a little scary.
Ooh.
That was really scary. All right, but we're up here. And the reason we came up here was to get Ars Solum from that chest. Ars Solum is a super hype ability that's going to let us do a lot of damage to Peter Pan here and also to the final boss in a couple minutes.
You won't stop me. Fire. Fire.
And here's Ars. You will see how much damage it does.
Okay. Pardon you?
Finishing off Neverland, I have to clear out these jellies, which I'm going to do with our good old friend Aqua D-Link. First, I have to restore my D-Link a little bit, so I'm just going to kill a few of these with an ability that I put on called Sonic Impact. And I'm going to start magneting. It's really fortunate that this fight happens to be here in the game because we still need to top off a few commands in terms of levels, and this gives us the chance to do that. Skipping some cutscenes, getting more trophies.
But we had a question for you.
Sure.
What is your favorite straight-to-DVD/video Disney movie?
I think it's probably Lion King 2. I love that one.
That's a good answer.
There was also a straight-to DVD Beauty and the Beast that I vaguely remember from childhood.
I'm sorry, what?
There was? Maybe I'm wrong. It was like a Christmas special or something.
What the heck? You're not wrong. I've never heard of this in my life.
It's funny because, and this is quite embarrassing, I probably shouldn't even admit this, I have seen that direct-to-DVD special, but I've never actually seen Beauty and the Beast.
No, that's fine. That's nothing.
Alright, we're all set up for final bosses now, so now we just have a bit of a boss rush. We've got, or extremely dangerous bosses that can kill me very easily. I do not expect to get through this without a death or two. So, let's see how this goes. We're starting off with Ericus, our master. What I'm going to be doing here is I'm just going to be repeatedly Thunder Surging him. And he is going to counterattack completely at random. He can counterattack whenever he wants. There's nothing I can do about it. But because I have an ability called Renewal Block on, I can heal every time he attacks me. So we just want to keep this this loop up, basically. Because I have an ability called Second Chance, I won't die if I get hit with a single attack that would normally kill me, but I will die if I get hit by a combo that would normally kill me, because I do not have an ability called Once More. This is not what we want to see. We want him to counterattack. That's unfortunate. He fell out of the loop, but we can get him right back in. Please attack me. Thank you. All right, that's a scary fight.
So I wanted to wait till you were out of the boss fight for this.
Sure.
There was a third Beauty and the Beast movie.
No, really?
There is a third one called Beauty and the Beast: Belle's Magical World that is the third in the Beauty and the Beast trilogy. I've never heard of two sequels in my life.
The Beauty and the Beast trilogy, which is how everybody recognizes it, of course.
Of course.
Here, I'm quickly gonna put Ars Solum back in my deck so we can be cool. And we've got 3 more boss fights to go. 2 of them are really pretty frightening. These twisters can catch you and make you do a forced fight, a non-required forced fight. Terra is fortunately fast enough to just get away from them. Aqua, we're going to have to do something just a little bit different. Fun fact, I have gotten caught by those twisters on world record pace before. It feels really bad because it completely ruins your run. So here in this fight, we're fighting both Vanitas and Master Xehanort at the same time. We're going to focus on Vanitas, and we're going to use Peter Pan D-Link to do that. Unfortunately, I can die very easily in this one. Master Xehanort can just decide that I should be dead by teleporting right next to me and doing a combo that I can't really do anything about. Hopefully that won't happen. Okay. And there we go. Very cool.
So,
what just
Chat
happened?
has brought up. Chat brought up that Cinderella has 2 sequels as well.
Wow. Sounds like I have a lot of direct-to-DVD Disney movies to check out later.
Yeah, right? The third Cinderella came out in 2007.
How?
Like, that is too recent for me to not know.
Or we just want to keep this boss staggered as long as we can. Okay. Wait for our commands to come back. Here we go. That was a little rough, but we got through it. Okay, the final boss, Terra Xehanort, in which the main villain of the game is going to steal my body and use it to have a very, very, very difficult boss fight. So I'm trying to do something really cool here. I'm not going to talk much during this fight because of how difficult it is. But hopefully this is going to go the way I want it to. Basically, I want to set up a quick kill so that I can skip his entire third phase. If you've played this game before, you know in his third phase, he can do really annoying things like he's got a desperation move that will take up a lot of time. He can heal himself. Just a lot of stuff that we really don't want to see. So I'm hoping to set up a stun lock that's going to allow me to take out his entire HP bar from this point to the end of the fight. So let's see, I need him to do a specific attack so I can set this up. And unfortunately, I'm completely at his mercy here. That's the attack I'm looking for. Let's not die. Fortunately, I'm not sure if I actually have him in the stun lock right now. Looks like I do, but I don't know if I do. Oh, there we go. There we go. That's
Nice.
the new stuff that we've just recently added to the Terra fight. A super combo that skips his DM, skips his healing phases, and just takes him right out. It's very, very difficult to pull off. I'm very happy that I did, and I am rewarded by my character growing a cape. Oh, time was on final hit of the final boss, by the way. Sorry.
I thought that might have I thought that might have been true, but
Yes. I'm so sorry. All right, so that's Terra Crit. Hope everybody enjoyed it. I think we're gonna take a break now, and we'll be back in 5 minutes for Aqua?
yeah, like 5-6 minutes.
We're
We're just gonna take a break so everybody. We're gonna
Alrighty.
take a break so everybody can get up, stretch, get some water, anything they need to do,
Totally.
and we'll let you get set up for Aqua Crit.
All
So
right.
we'll see you in just a few minutes, everybody.
Deals.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back to the Games Done Quick Hotfix. Today we are celebrating the 14th anniversary of Kingdom Hearts Birth by Sleep, which I think is actually technically like Monday, but forget about that. We have the second BBS run today, which is going to be Aqua Crit Level 1. I'll hand it right back over whenever you're ready, Kirby.
Alrighty, let's get this started. So this is going to be Aqua Crit. It is a much, much easier run than the Terra Crit run. Nevertheless, I'm more nervous about this one. I'm a little bit less experienced in it, and I've been trying out a new route, which I will not be doing today. So I'm a little bit nervous that I will make some routing mistakes. So I'm going to take my menus real slow. But let's get this started. I will start the countdown. 3, 2, 1, go. So just like in the Terra run, we start out with orbs as Aqua. Personally, I think Aqua's orbs is a lot more challenging, just because Aqua, as you saw just then, is pretty bad at hitting things. Her basic combo abilities are not really that good. So we're going to be using a lot of commands in this particular category, as well as a form change called Spellweaver to do a ton of damage throughout the run. So you will see all that and more as we continue. Alright, pretty lousy orbs, but we press on. One of the main differences between Terra and Aqua is that Aqua is a mage, so you're going to be seeing a lot more magic-based commands in this run versus the Terra run, although you're still going to be seeing a ton of Magnet Thunders. That is still the optimal way to deal with pretty much every mob encounter in the game. Here in this first world, it's the Castle of Dreams Cinderella world. This is mostly a movement world. We're currently on our way to an escort mission. Doing some cool movement here where if we just go into a D-Link while we're in the air, we'll drop down to the ground immediately. And here I'm going to position myself on this ledge and then do a quick blitz, and that's also going to drop me down to the ground pretty quickly. And I'm going to grab that high potion. I also grabbed a barrier surge earlier, and those are to sell so that we can get a better deck for our first few encounters. Gonna visit the shop, and like I said, I'm gonna take those real slow. Let's see, sliding dash, 2 blizzards, and sleep. And now I'm going to turn EXP 0 on so that we don't level up. The damage scaling that happens with EXP 0 on is even more relevant for the Aqua run than it is for the Terra run, and we'll see that pretty shortly on the first boss following this escort. Here we want to take out these floods. If we get really lucky, Jack will walk in a way where he won't spawn any other enemies. It did not happen. Ooh, a Wellspring Crystal. Alright, let's go, Jack. Here we are at the first boss, Chaos Carriage. What I'm going to be doing in this fight is I'm going to be trying to build my Spellweaver form, which you get when you do a bunch of magic-based commands. And then I'm going to be trying to build up that finisher, and you will see what happens next. So you want him to get knocked back there. For some reason it didn't happen. That's okay. And here's the finisher, and you will see it just absolutely shreds the boss.
That is a very impressive finisher.
Yes. That is going to be our strat for, I think, almost every boss, with the exception of maybe one in this run. I hope y'all like Spellweaver finisher, because you're going to be seeing it a lot. Headed to Dwarf Woodlands. We're gonna start out this world by picking up a poison right here, which we will use on the boss. It's got a couple other niche uses as well. I don't think I mentioned this during the Terra run, but the fastest form of movement in this game is slide dashing into enemies and then canceling the end of the slide dash animation with a cartwheel or a dodge. Handling this room a little differently than I'm used to. Shoot. I don't know what to do now. Okay. My bad, folks. That's an embarrassing place to die. Probably should have practiced this since it's something different that I don't normally do.
That's
basically, I need to build up my Spellweaver finisher so that I can unleash it on these little dudes right here and grab these ice cream ingredients. We're going to be getting some ice cream later in the run, which is going to help us get into the Spellweaver finisher even quicker. And now we're picking up Fish and Faraga, just like we did as Terra. And I have to do a menu. Praga, poison, sleep. Okay, and here we are at the Magic Mirror fight. If this goes right, we will defeat him in one cycle. We don't have to wait for a specific attack or anything like that, which we did as Terra. So hopefully, this goes well. There he goes. That's the power of Spellweaver.
That is OP.
Yes. I should note it's only OP like that because we have EXP0 on. If we were leveling up, if we didn't have the damage scaling that's applied because we have that ability on, no, that wouldn't work. We would do a lot less damage than that.
That makes a lot more sense.
Yes. That is the whole reason we play Kingdom Hearts BDS crit runs on level 1. There is no regular crit category. It's exclusively a level 1 experience, just because level 1 runs are so much faster than regular crit runs.
Somebody asked, is there a difference between the stories between the two characters? My assumption was that all three characters had independent stories, but I could be wrong, so.
They have independent stories. Their stories link somewhat. Yeah, their stories sort of are happening in tandem. It's been a very long time since I've watched the cutscenes of this game, so tough for me to give any more detail than that, but...
Valid.
Strangely, this is the room that I expected to die in. The movement in that room to get up to that platform is just, it's pretty precise. And now we're doing a fight against Maleficent's goons, and we have Prince Philip here to... I mean, he's supposed to help us. In reality, he's probably going to be more of a hindrance than a help. Unfortunately, if Philip kills any of these goons, we don't get the experience points on our commands for that. We're just completely robbed of those command points. And we need our commands to level up shortly after this fight. So hopefully Philip takes it easy and doesn't steal kills out from under me. So that we don't have to do any extra grinding later. Now I'm gonna go over to the wall and pick up these guys so they don't shoot arrows at me during the fight. And I'm basically just going from wave to wave and magnet thundering them, or magneting them. That works too. These goons, they might not look scary, but these goons are actually really, really scary enemies. They attack you very, very quickly, and you can just get a whole bunch of them on top of you at the same time, and it's just, things can get really out of control. I'm skipping the Wellspring Crystal chest there that runners would normally pick up because I was lucky enough to... Oops, I am totally in the wrong place. How's this gonna play out? That works. Okay. Ooh. Okay, that got a little hairy there, but we got through it. Now I'm going to pick up a pulsing crystal for safety. Runners would normally skip this and hope to get it as a drop from enemies, but it has a chance to completely ruin my run if I don't pick that up, so I'm going to do that. Then I'm going to take out that wave, that extra wave that you just saw, just for some extra command points. In this room, I'm going to take out a couple mobs. I got my levels, and I restored my D-Link, which is good. I'm about to go into Snow White D-Link. Snow White D-Link has an ability called Grumpy, which is also called Treasure Raid. And basically, what that does is I can use it to attack enemies, and it's going to pull from them, or it's supposed to pull from them, their drops without actually having to kill them. So I got what I needed, which was a fleeting crystal, and I am moving on. I'm going to do some melds. I'm going to meld 1 Thundara with a fleeting crystal, and 2 Magneras with fleeting crystals. And that should give me a pretty decent deck for the boss that we're about to fight. Okay, now we're headed into the Maleficent Dragon fight. This fight is a little bit luck-based. We want to kill her before she takes off in flight, but that can be a little bit inconsistent. So hopefully we get a good fight here. And we're getting behind her to do damage because you really just don't want to deal with this fight from the way that you're supposed to do it. It's much easier this way. I'm trying to get 2 Spellweavers off before she takes flight. That's fine. And hopefully she will die now. Yes, excellent.
Nice.
All right, now we're heading into Radiant Garden. This is kind of the midpoint world for each of the characters. Headed to a forced fight, but before I get there, I'm gonna do a little bit of movement to get up this ledge, and then I'm gonna do some grinding on these enemies here, because I need a little bit of command points before this fight. Another Wellspring Crystal? Wow. You want to be careful for those of those birds. They can kill you. And the way the birds work is they attack by picking up drops that come from enemies, which is sort of an interesting mechanic. So they're pretty docile unless there's drops of any kind on the ground. Here I'm fighting with Mickey. Mickey, much like Prince Philip, can absolutely screw up my CP count, so hopefully he won't. Now I just want to wait a second. Now I'm actually going to utilize the fact that these birds are attracted to health by luring them into my magnet health drops. And I think we're good on command levels. So right here, we're going to pick up a command called Mind Square. You probably saw me using that as Terra quite a bit when I was in Aqua D-Link. It's one of the most powerful commands in the game. And I'm going to meld one more Thundara with a Fleeting Crystal. Now I've got 4 Magic Hastes and a pretty lethal deck. And we're headed to the Trinity Armor fight, which you might remember from the Terra run. It's a little bit easier as Aqua. So hopefully we'll be able to get through this without too much trouble. And we'll also be using an ability that I picked up in the last world called Ice Barrage, which is a really cool ability that just kind of drops a glacier on enemies. You'll see it in just a second. I'm in Spellweaver. I'm just going to build up my gauge. There we go. I'm just going to absolutely melt his health bar. Nice. I just have to wait for this guy to attack. All right, let's not die. And the camera gets a little funky here. That's fun. And there we go. Nice and easy. Much easier than as Terra. Now we're headed right to another boss fight. It's a boss fight against Vanitas. If you've played this game before, you probably know how frustrating of a fight Vanitas can be because he can randomly break out of your attacks. But fortunately, we have some magnets, and he cannot break out of those. So hopefully Vanitas gets grabbed by this magnet right away. He did not. Unfortunate. That's okay. And now, if we do this right, we're going to keep him in magnets for the rest of the fight. This is part of the reason that we need all of those magic hastes. And at this point, I'm basically just taking his HP down far enough that a Spellweaver finisher will kill him. Because he will always fall out of the magnet after the Spellweaver. Hopefully this will do it. There we go, nice. So this is about the midway point for this run. We're going to be doing some funky routing stuff in the second half of this run, where we'll complete half of a world and then leave and come back later when we have some more tools to deal with those world's bosses. So first we're going to head to Deep Space, the Stitch world. And we're going to start out with, I think this is a really fun forced fight. Basically, you just go in a circle, magnet thundering things. And I don't know why, but there's just a certain amount of pleasure that I derive from this one. It's incredibly easy. And there we go. Now we're headed into one of those aforementioned unskippable minigames. This one is a bit of a meme, so if you know the meme, get ready, chat. Alright, so I have to take out all of these bike enemies, and as I do, Aqua is going to be saying a very specific phrase, and I am sure that phrase is all over chat right now. This is, by the way, an extremely dangerous fight. I could very easily die here, which I just did.
Unfortunate.
Very unfortunate, but not unexpected at all. This is a very, very scary fight where you just have very, very little control. I did misplay it, but nevertheless, very, very dangerous. It's going to take this as slow as possible, actually, while still having it count as being a speed run. I'm brave enough to get a little closer now. Oof. Okay. I jumped because I thought something was coming for me. Oh man. Hope I'm not stuck here for a little while.
It's all good. This looks like a very tough mini game.
Yeah, it's just honestly the controls aren't super super well deployed. So yeah, it's just a little bit. I mean, this is the run killer for Aqua, for sure. I have had so many runs where I've gotten to this on extremely good PB pace, and I just regularly lose runs to this fight. It's a nasty one.
Yeah, these controls do not look fun in the slightest.
Nope.
Like, I can tell just by the way you're moving. Like, I've played games that control like this. Like, I know what's going on. This does not look good.
No, part of it is just that I'm bad, but like the controls are not pleasant, for sure. Alright, looks like, maybe I shouldn't say this quite yet, but looks like we're about to get through this. Just have to pick out these last two guys. Not particularly threatening to me, since they're alone. Okay, we made it through. Sorry, folks. We did it, though. And right after that,
Clearly,
incredibly... Sorry, go ahead.
I was gonna say, clearly you just wanted to hear more of the voice lines.
Clearly, I just wanted more Gotcha Take That. And now we move from one extremely scary fight to another extremely scary fight. These guys can just kind of decide that you should be dead. But we're all good. Now we're headed into a force fight. This one's pretty similar to the Terra force fight in this world, but it's, like a lot of things, a lot easier as Aqua, so... And there we go. Now I'm actually going to exit the world and then immediately re-enter it from another save point. This is where we just were. And now, because we've completed this force fight, there's going to be some of these ingredient guys. I don't actually know what they're called. And I'm just going to grind off them for a couple seconds, get some ingredients for my ice cream later in the run. More on that very soon. Now we're going to leave Deep Space, even though we're not done with it. We're going into Olympus. Here in this force fight, I'm just going to be magnet thundering as usual. I'm going to hope to catch these mobs before they even spawn, so that they just spawn right into my magnet. And then here I'm going to put a magnet in the middle, and I'm going to get as many things into it as possible, and do my Spellweaver finisher, and we're good. Headed into this room here to get our last set of ice cream ingredients. And now we have to do 10 rounds, which you might remember from the Terra run, as Aqua. I always forget that there's not a cutscene that starts out Aqua's 10 rounds, because there is one that starts for Terra's. I remembered today. Oh me. This guy we're going to trap in a magnet and then set some mines, and he's just going to die. Then everything else we're just going to be magnet thundering. Since there's not a lot going on here, I guess this would be a good time for me to do some shout-outs. I want to shout out my friend Texas Grandma, who is a really great runner of this game. She's got really great times in all three categories, and she has been incredibly helpful in finding strats and rerouting, and just has been and has just a ton of contributions to particularly the Terra run. So thank you, Texas Grandma, and thank you also to Pessimist, who, as many of you probably know, is the god of BBS. He has the vast majority of BBS crit world records, and he is just insanely knowledgeable in this game and has been incredibly helpful as we've been trying some new things. So thank you, Grandma and Pass, and thank you to all of the BBS runners out there. You all rule. Okay, now I'm going to make a quick visit to the shop. And I'm going to sell these Thundaras. I'm going to sell Mind Square. We don't need it anymore. And I'm going to sell Ice Barrage. Now I'm going to buy an Asuna, 3 Ignites, Cure, and Barrier. And I'm going to leave the world. Alright, so we have our ice cream. We're gonna meld some stuff. Meld Barrier and Asuna for Renewal Barrier with a Pulsing Crystal. That makes second chance. And 2 Magneras with a Wellspring Crystal. That makes once more. So I have Ice Cream now. What Ice Cream is going to do is it's going to automatically put me into Spellweaver. So all of that time that it's taken me to get into Spellweaver and build up my finisher to do all of that damage, I'm just going to be able to do that with two items now. So it's going to make the end of this game a little bit more consistent for us. Right now, I'm locked into a 3-minute minigame, so if there are any announcements to make, now would be a great time.
So, yeah, just a few of them. Just a general reminder, we are a week out from AGDQ 2024. It starts, I guess technically we're a week and a day out, but starts on the 14th. You can check out the schedule over at gamesdonequick.com/schedule, and let us know what you're interested in seeing on the schedule, what you're going to be tuning into. You can let us know in chat, in the comments over on YouTube when this is up. Besides that, we do kind of mention it when I said comments, but all of our VODs do go up on YouTube, so if you missed any of our other shows that you want to go watch, you can go check them out over on YouTube after they're done. Actually, a big one for AGDQ, prize submissions are closing. We extended them until the 8th, so you have until 11:59 p.m. PST on the 8th to submit your prizes if you want anything in. So if you're crafty and you want to make something, or you just have something you think would be good, you can submit that until the 8th. And also, we are going to be having UBAF Unapologetically Black and Fast on February 17th and 18th. UBAF is a celebration of Black speedrunning talent and Black joy in speedrunning, so you can use the band UBAF in chat for more information. And also, just a general reminder, we are able to put on these hotfix shows, this daily content, a lot because of your support. So if you enjoy watching any of this content, any of our anniversary specials, our daily content like our speedrun tutorials or our trivia game shows, anything like that, it does really help us if you subscribe. So, Prime gaming sub, gift subs, anything that you can do, it does really help us.
Very cool. All right, we've got 45 more seconds of Fruit Ball here, this mini game that we're locked into doing.
So then my next question is, chat, what's your favorite movie that you don't think we've heard of that's a direct-to-DVD sequel? Because apparently there's a bunch of them.
Well, I guess it would have to be that Beauty and the Beast prequel that we were talking about earlier. Right. Beyond that, yeah, I don't know if I ever had access. You know what I really, really liked as a kid? This is gonna age me a little bit, I think, but they had these Well, they were VHSs, but they had these VHSs that were just like collections of the Disney songs from all of the movies. I don't know if people remember those, but I loved them as a kid.
It's possible that I was like, those were around when I was a kid. I just never heard of them. But that does sound cool.
Yeah, basically just, compilations of all the best songs from all your favorite animated Disney movies, so what's not to love?
Look, I'm just happy that we haven't had to explain what a VHS is in chat yet. That's all I'm happy about. Nobody's been like, what's a VHS?
What's a VHS?
No. Please, no. I'm not that old yet.
Alright, so finally
Wait,
we are
Tarzan
taking
2.
on the boss of the Deep Space World, Gantu. And now you will see Ice Cream in action. Oops. So I'm going to poison him before we do this. Accidentally fired off a magnet. Deal. And he's down. So that's the power of Ice Cream.
That's very strong.
Yes.
So answers from chat I'm seeing. Fox and the Hound 2, I actually have not heard of that. Lion King 1.5, I think everybody's heard of.
Everybody
but a very
knows Lion
good
King
movie.
1.5.
Yeah. That was actually going to be my answer for best correct DVD sequel earlier. Where's another one that I had not heard of? Tarzan 2. I did not know there was a Tarzan 2.
Okay, this just got a little bit dangerous. That's okay. Play it a little safe. Alright. Nothing to worry about.
I believe. Okay. So Disney sing-alongs, I do remember those, I just never had any.
Yes, that's what they were.
Apparently
Disney sing-alongs, exactly.
Apparently there's a bunch of Lilo and Stitch sequels that I've never heard. I know there was a TV show, I didn't know there was
an animated
like,
show,
movies.
yeah.
Wait, is there a second sequel? Okay. People are saying there's more than one sequel. I might have known of a second sequel.
Oh, don't get away, Hades. You want to be attacking both Hades and the Ice Titan at the same time. Oops. Okay, that's fine.
All yours, Frosty.
Why couldn't you have gone there the first time, Hades? Oh! Oh! I'm so sorry,
no.
folks. I'm so sorry, folks. I forgot to put something really important on. I do not have renewal barrier on, which gives me second chance, which is the reason that I died both times. I knew that I would make a menuing mistake. I apologize, but we're all good.
I mean,
We're moving on. Nothing
it's
to...
understandable since you're
Yeah,
switching
yeah.
between
Everybody
routes.
makes mistakes sometimes.
All yours, Frosty.
So somebody earlier was telling me in chat that there were Lilo and Stitch sequels. I actually did at one point remember that there was one. I've seen the first sequel, but I have to bring up a problem I have with this naming scheme. They have Lilo and Stitch, and then Lilo and Stitch 2, Stitch has a glitch. But Lilo and Stitch is the third movie. There is a movie before Lilo and Stitch 2. Why? Don't do this. If you're gonna skip putting a number on the second movie, don't put it on the third.
All right, finally, we are headed into our final Disney World. We're gonna do some cool movement stuff. Cool-ish, I guess. Movement stuff with sliding dash in this world, which we'll see momentarily. All right, and now that we've walked around in a circle, we are headed to the boss of this world. And before I do this boss, I need to do a quick menu. Night and Cure, and that'll help keep me alive. Which we like. We like to stay.
Staying alive, I hear, is very good.
It's very popular these days.
Yeah, I hear it's the hot new trend. So chat, since you are asking me what I'm talking about, I'm looking at a Wikipedia page. Wikipedia tells me that it's Lilo and Stitch, Stitch the movie, then Lilo and Stitch 2, Stitch has a glitch, and then Leroy and Stitch. So if Wikipedia is wrong, that's on Wikipedia, not me. I'm just telling you what I'm reading here.
There we go. Alrighty. I need us down. 2 fights to go. We're almost done.
And somebody in reference to me complaining about number number conventions was like, can you really complain about this while playing Kingdom Hearts? And my response to that is, at least Kingdom Hearts 2, I think, came before most of the side games, I think.
It did not actually. Kingdom Hearts Chain of Memories came out before Kingdom Hearts 2, so Kingdom Hearts 2 is in fact the third Kingdom Hearts game.
Alright, I can no longer complain. Either, yep, alright. I see your point, and I will concede. I'm sorry, there's an Atlantis 2, a sequel to Atlantis the Lost Kingdom?
I love Atlantis. I will have to check that out. Unless it's bad. Is it bad?
It is apparently just 3 episodes from a TV show that they canceled put together.
Oh, okay.
So I will. I'll let you answer. I'll let you. It could be great, but it was canceled, so it's like,
So I did mention earlier about these twisters. As Aqua, we have to get like right near them so that we bait the nearest one to start chasing us, because otherwise the one behind us is going to catch us. So that's how Aqua can get away from those. Here we're headed into our final 2 fights. We're going to start out with Bragg, who you might remember from the Terra run. We've got a much better way of dealing with him as Aqua. And then we'll head into the boss. So here we're going to go into Peter Pan D-Link. This is the one fight where we're not going to use Spellweaver Finisher to deal with him. But we've got to charge up our gauge first, and we do that by guarding his bullets in the air. I've got my finisher. Now I'm just waiting for him to do a specific attack. There we go. And now he's going to go into the middle, and I'm going to do this.
That's the end of that.
I've got one more fight. This one is really, really scary. So what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to put enough hits on him to bait out a specific attack. I will point out this attack right here, so I can do my Spellweaver Finisher freely without him teleporting away. Now I want him to do it again. I'm just gonna ignite him to basically add to the hit counter. There it is, okay. Now he should go to the middle. Yeah. Okay, good. Just heal just to be sure. But I think he's done. Time.
nice, GG.
Alright. Thanks all.
Thank you
So that's
so
it for
much
me.
for
Make sure to stay tuned for KH1 and KH2. I know the runs are going to be awesome.
Yeah, and thank you so much for coming on and showcasing these 2 runs and helping us celebrate the 14th anniversary of this game. You did a phenomenal job on both runs, and yeah, I really appreciate you being here. Everybody make sure if you liked these runs to go follow Kirby. Very good speedrunner, and absolutely, you did a phenomenal job. So,
Thanks so much. Until the next time.
we are going to take a quick break, everybody, while we get ready for Kingdom Hearts 1. So, see you in just a few minutes here. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the Games Done Quick Hotfix. This is our Kingdom Hearts Birth by Sleep anniversary special. We're celebrating the 14th anniversary of Birth by Sleep. We just saw 2 runs of Birth by Sleep, and now we are going to follow it up with a run of Kingdom Hearts Final Mix. I've got Violin here. How are you doing, Violin?
Doing great. How are you?
I'm doing good. Excited to watch some Kingdom Hearts.
Absolutely. Hey, everybody. I'm Violin, and this is Kingdom Hearts Final Mix. I am playing on the JP version because it is slightly faster due to the text. And this is the beginner any % category. And let's get started in 3, 2, 1, go. And my friend Game Man of Color will be... Oh, there he is. He's joining us for commentary. How's it going? I'm not sharing the game. So I'm choosing the staff. Let me screen share the game real quick. I'm a professional at this. I promise. There you go. Oh, okay. Yeah, so I chose the staff in order to get a +1 MP stat, and gave up the shield because this is beginner. We don't need the defense. So +1 MP, very important. We're going to be using a lot of magic throughout this run and summons. And on beginner mode, we get 8 power-ups and 8 defense-ups at the start of the game, as soon as I can open the menu. So we don't need sword for the extra strength. We're always going to be at the damage ceiling, so picking sword won't help us in any way. Just going through some tutorial stuff, skipping some cutscenes. Cutscenes in this game are very weird. You can sometimes you can skip them immediately. Sometimes you have to wait an arbitrary amount of time. This chest doesn't have anything in it. Just you know, something you just have to do for the tutorial. But there's a potion here. On beginner, we don't really need potions, so I will be discarding it as soon as I can, just to free up some inventory space. You're also seeing me do a lot of air combos. So air combos are a lot faster than ground combos, and landing after an air combo finisher basically gets rid of the end lag that comes with the air finisher. If you do a finisher on the ground, you have to wait until the whole animation is done before you can move again. So that is very slow. For these questions, you want to select all of the top options to be in the morning EXP route, which basically means we'll be around level 47 by the time we finish the run. Got really bad RNG on these shadows already. This is a very reset-heavy point for me. Just because of how random shadows can be. That was actually not too bad.
The pivot in place on the save point.
Yeah.
That was awesome.
And now I can open the menu and use the 8 power-ups. Oh yeah, go ahead.
Hi everybody, I'm Game Man of Color 313. I run a couple of different games throughout the Kingdom Hearts series, mostly 1, 2, and 3.
Only a couple.
So it's kind of cool that I'll be able to hang out with Violin while he gives you all the ins and outs of beginner.
Oh my goodness.
Lord.
Yeah, so because of the 8 power-ups, it only takes 4 combos to defeat Darkseid, and I got rid of the potion right there. I did say we also have 8 defense-ups, but we've actually started to not use them anymore. Which means we take more damage, but we end up saving like 5 seconds to menuing. So, pretty cool.
Yeah.
There's also 4 AP ups we'll be selling later, as well as the 8 defense ups, because we'll need to upgrade our gummy ship.
Yeah, over the course of the run, the gummy ship, which is our main method of traversing between worlds, we'll get a couple of different parts added onto it to give us temporary boosts. We'll be modifying the weight of the gummy by like taking off certain pieces. So be on the lookout for when we finally manage to hit the world map. As for right now, though, what we're doing is a little bit of a collect-a-thon. So this is day 1 of the Destiny Islands, and we need a log, cloth, some rope, and we need that to basically build a raft so that we can leave the islands and sail off to other worlds with our friends. This is one of them. Her name's Kyrie, and as a reward for handing out all of the stuff off to her, she gives us a high potion. I don't remember. Do you sell the high potions when you
Yes.
go for the... Okay.
Mm. And now we have more stuff to collect, and you want to hold left here at the very start after skipping the cutscene. And fun fact, you can lock onto the fish. A lot of people don't know that, but it helps a lot.
Yeah, the
And,
fish are incredibly tiny, so the fact that the lock-on works onto them is just a little bit of an extra
Yeah.
boon to figure out where they are and get through that section as quickly as possible. So now that we picked up the fish, we're going into the back here, into the secret place. We're going to get this mushroom. There's going to be a cutscene that Violin will skip. It's really tiny, though, so it's very easy to miss the trigger. All right, now we're coming up on a little bit more of an interesting platforming challenge coming up here. So once we get this seagull egg that's right next to the seaside shack, we're going to hop down, go into the door that was behind Kairi on day 1, and we're going to be challenging Riku, one of our other friends, for basically the right to name our raft. And okay, we're doing...
How do I do lowercase? Oh no. Just because it's the
There you go.
Just because it's the anniversary Birth by Sleep, can't forget about that.
Absolutely. So basically the goal during this race segment is we are supposed to go all the way back to that star tree, and we're going to touch it and then come all the way back here. Violin is going to use one of the kind of difficult things to navigate in this race if you've ever played this game for the first time. So he's going to be going to this zip line and hanging on to it. And then what's important is that when Violin gets a ledge grab, he doesn't move the analog stick, because if you do, then Sora will sort of flip up, as he does with pretty much every ledge grab when you use the analog stick, and you'll sort of like prematurely leap off of the zip line. But now that we've made it all the way back, you know, we're basically leaving Riku in our dust, so we will definitely win the race, which means the gummy ship, which eventually inherits the name that we chose for the raft, will definitely get to stay BBS.
Let's go.
We also get a pretty stone for our troubles. That's going to be some additional money that we can sell later off.
We actually don't have to sell the pretty stone because of the defense ups. So, but if you do use the defense ups, you can sell the pretty stone instead and get enough money.
I'm a baby. I still use the defense ups. So that's why I figured, you know, might as well mention it here. So now that we've basically come to the second half of day 2, Violin is smacking this tree for the coconuts, which has the highest drop rate, but it's really not working out right now.
That's my typical luck.
Yeah, that's a usual reset point if Shadows 2 doesn't get you already.
Yeah.
All right, so for this day, we had to pick up a couple of mushrooms, had to pick up those coconuts, seagull egg, and now we're getting the last piece, which is the fresh water. Kairi handed us a drinking bottle that we kind of needed to fill it up. And so now that we've got everything, we're going to go back to her, hand over all our stuff again, and this will conclude day 2 of the Destiny Islands, and then there will be basically a bunch of cutscenes, and then we'll have our first true encounter with Heartless that we actually like really need to start busting out some skill for.
Yeah, so we have like 6 cutscenes in a row here or something.
Nice. It's always tricky to skip that cutscene before the door closes.
Yeah.
Bye, Sora's mom.
Do we know that it's Sora's mom, though?
She calls Sora down to dinner. It's gotta be his mom.
Could be his sister. Could be his aunt.
That's true. We don't know the full extent of Sora's extended family or the contingent that is female.
We just know Sora has a dad because of Birth by Sleep.
Oh, that's right. I totally forgot that Sora's dad is the one that brings Riku and Sora over when Terra bequeaths the Keyblade to Riku.
Mm-hmm.
All right. So now we're going back into the secret place. And once we get all the way back into the room, Violin's going to be jettisoned onto like a floating island. Basically, what's happening right now is that the world is attempting to be swallowed up by all these Heartless. Chief among them, the dark side. So Violin is going to do basically as many air combos as he can really quickly to end the fight. Don't get... Ooh, nice tech point. If you get swung around behind his hand, there's a potential that the orbs that come out of Darkseid's chest can hit you and then, interrupt your combo string. But Violin has played other categories where you actually need to parry those for extra damage. So he knew exactly how to adapt for that one.
And then we have Traverse Town. Our goal here right now is to kill 5 shadows in order to spawn the next boss, which is Leon. Alternatively, you can just walk around and trigger all of the Donald and Goofy scenes. But that's slow.
Yeah, and the shadows basically only take 1 hit to die. So this is way faster to just engage them right here. He's going to wait to see what attacks they do, group them up. All right, that's 3. So you've got 2 more to take on in this room. That's 1, and that's 2. Now we'll go into the accessory shop. We'll talk to Sid. He'll be very concerned that this child is basically just wandering around this town by himself. And then once we get out of this conversation, we'll talk to Leon. And then ideally what will happen is we'll get the fireball. I guess that's a good question.
You want him
Which
to
is
jump.
better on beginner? You want the jump on beginner? Gotcha. Yeah, depending on the category that you run, you potentially want Leon to do the fireball attack. He'll do one of 2 attacks. He'll either jump towards Sora or he'll stand in place and charge shot a fireball. Beginner, it makes sense why the jump is faster because then Leon is coming closer to you and your combos are the fastest way of ending the fight.
Yeah, the fireball is faster on Proud and level 1 because the strat is to death abuse there. And the fireball just kills you quicker.
Yeah, even without all the defense ups, it still takes us a while to, take enough damage to die at this point of the game. All right, so now that we have gotten through that cutscene with Yuffie and Leon from Final Fantasy, Violin is going to kill 3 soldiers. All right, and that's the 3rd. He killed 1 in the earlier alleyway. And so now his experience should be all set up. And now we're going to have our first encounter with our party members, Donald and Goofy. Donald is pretty strong at this point. His fire one-shots the soldier Heartless that we're going to be taking on here. So hopefully we get a pretty fast fight between Sora's swings and Donald's fires.
Aw, man.
Oop.
That was decent.
Yeah, that was pretty solid. All right, so now we're up on the guard armor. A fun fact about the guard armor is that you can't actually finish the boss fight until all of the limbs are destroyed. So you're going to see Violin taking out these legs here as quickly as he can, and then once they're demolished, he's going to take out the arms.
Uh-oh. Oh, no.
Oh.
Uh-oh. Oh, that's bad. Okay. He did an extra stagger there that normally isn't supposed to happen. So, probably lost like 7 seconds there.
Yeah, guard armor is really an execution-heavy fight. But you may have noticed that Violin chose not to attack when it was just the torso flipping up into the air and coming back down. That's because for as long as it takes for him to sort of flip and come back down, the guard armor is actually invincible. You can't deal any more damage, so you kind of have to wait it out no matter what. All right, so we've been given 500 money from the Final Fantasy crew over here. We're also going to get access to our first magic spell from Donald. It's going to be fire. We also get the ability dodge roll, and that's going to be our primary mode of movement.
We also got an elixir from beating Leon and the Blue Trinity.
Yes.
Which,
although I guess with recent item routes, the Blue Trinity matters way less this time. So Violin's doing a very quick menu here, but basically he has taken the ether off of Goofy and attached it onto Sora. We've also equipped the Brave Warrior. And is this the point where we put the EXP necklace onto Goofy, or is that much later?
No, that's going to be later.
Okay.
So,
All right, so now we're going into the gummy ship menu, and what we're going to be doing is we're going to be unequipping everything and only putting back on the Thunder G gummy, which is a gun, the Fire G gummy, which is an engine that propels you forward in the mission, and the Cure G gummy, which is the cockpit. So basically, we are at the bare essentials for a gummy ship, which actually puts it into the lowest weight class, which means this is actually faster than the base high wind model that the game gives you. And so you may think that it's a little bit unwieldy to sort of go into the menu and adjust the gummies, but honestly, at this point in the mission, we've already made back the time that we lost going into the menu.
yeah, any armor you put onto your ship slows it down a bit, so. But yeah, on beginner, you can just stay in the top right here and make it all the way to Wonderland without dying.
Yeah, the gummy mission sections of beginner are perfect breaks. A lot of runners really love them with, for going to the bathroom and what have you, which is actually, I think, part of the reason why the gummy skip category is much less popular on Cage 1 compared to Cage 2.
Right. But yeah, if we have any announcements that need to happen or something, this would be a good time, I think.
Yeah, so just as a general reminder, AGDQ 2024 is starting next week on the 14th. So if you are interested, obviously check it out. It's going to be a big deal. You can check out the schedule at gamesdonequick.com/schedule. You can use !AGDQ in chat to learn more. And prizes for AGDQ 2024, you can submit them until the 8th at 11:59 p.m. PST. So if you want to submit a prize, be sure to get it in before then.
Cool.
And
Alright,
so that
we are now in our...
that cutscene that I watched with the rabbit walking, I could not skip on PC for some reason. It's just a thing on the PC port.
Yeah, it was a very strange oversight because on console, every single iteration of Kingdom Hearts Final Mix HD allows you to skip that cutscene. Nobody knows why when it got ported to the PC, you couldn't anymore.
Yeah.
But so we're in our first Disney World. This is Wonderland. Basically, what has happened in the story is that the Queen of Hearts has accused Alice of trying to steal her heart. We're going to get evidence to clear her name, which is what Violin just picked up from that box there. That's the footprints, I think. And
I think it's the claw marks.
Oh, it's the claw marks. Gotcha.
I think so.
There are 4 different kinds of evidence that you can pick up, but we can pick up just one and continue with the trial. Violin is going to try and spot the box that falls the fastest, and that should contain the soldier.
Yeah, I have no idea. So
I also think it's that one. So let's see.
what?
Oh no! There's Donald and Goofy. All right, so we have no party helping us going into this next fight, the Crank Tower. This is going to be interesting.
I knew they were guilty the whole time.
All right, so Violin is going to turn backwards, and he's going to do deliberately slower combos onto the Crank Tower cranks. The reason is, it turns out that they only take damage when they can spin, and hitting them while they're spinning doesn't allow them to, keep spinning afterwards. So you have to let each spin cycle end and then attack. And that probably went about as well as you could. You may have noticed that Violin had to sort of scramble once all of the side cranks were destroyed. That's because for whatever reason, once all of those are destroyed, you can't actually lock on to the capstone of the tower until you hit it. Which is why sometimes if fights get really screwy, you have to sort of position a card soldier that's beyond, between you, the orientation has to be such so that the tower is between you and a card soldier, and Sora will try to swing in the direction of the card soldier, but will end up hitting through the Crank Tower. It's a really funky fight.
Yeah.
And so right now, what Violin is doing is he's lighting these 2 lanterns so that he can get into the Trickmaster fight. The floor is lava, though. We don't want to touch it, so he's going to land here. Excellent. Yeah,
but
basically, as soon as you land, you want to mash out that triangle so that you can get the gate to open and come through here.
Yeah, all of the red floor in that room spawns enemies, so you don't want to do that because you can't examine things when the command menu's red. And
All right, so now this is the Trickmaster. Violin's going to do as many air combos as he can, and then only stick to 1-2s when the Trickmaster writes itself fully back up. The reason is, it's very unlikely that your finisher will connect, and also there's the possibility that you could accidentally clank.
that was good.
Yeah, that was pretty textbook. Yeah, Trickmaster on beginner is absurdly fast.
Yeah. It's not easy, though.
Yeah, that's true. Like, it's one of those things that goes by quickly, but, like, you definitely see the skill between, like, a novice runner and a more seasoned runner by their discipline on, like, when they choose to launch the finishers of their air combos versus when they don't.
And we also get the Blizzard spell right there from the Cheshire Cat. And we're going to be using that a lot in Deep Jungle.
Yeah, Blizzard is sort of our first AoE spell. Fire is homing, but it's only single target. Blizzard trades an ability to home in on targets for just having like a spray shotgun type of hitbox. It's going to be especially useful because now in the next world, which is going to be Deep Jungle, modeled off of the Tarzan movie, there are going to be monkey-themed Heartless called Power Wilds. They're extremely agile. They show up in groups all the time to try to ruin our day. The Blizzard spell is the best way that we can tackle them outside of like our usual physical attacks.
Yeah. Yeah, this gummy mission, you can also just hang out at the top here and just fire your gun the whole time and you'll make it to the end, no problem. Another cool...
I guess one thing that we can mention is that technically by being on beginner, you take the least amount of damage in the gummy missions compared to higher difficulties. Which is part of what makes this like really easy for new runners.
Right, and on Proud Mode, there are instances where you can get one-shotted by certain enemies in gummy missions.
It's so lame, dude, whenever it happens.
Like, there's an enemy on the way to Agrabah that can come in from behind and one-shot you. It's amazing.
Amazing's one way to put it. When we land on Deep Jungle, the first enemy that we're going to be encountering is Sabor. And the good news is she doesn't take that long to defeat. But we basically are going to have to adapt to whatever attacks that she does straight out of the gate. Meanwhile, we just have to look at this argument going on between Donald and Sora, which inevitably yields a crash landing. All right, so here's a touchdown. Don't jump, don't jump. Oh.
A little bit slow RNG, but that's okay.
Yeah, you kind of just have to roll with whatever Sabor throws at you.
All right, now we get Tarzan as our party member, and we're not gonna use him at all. So
yeah, it's really funny how in this category he's totally superfluous.
I'm gonna touch that
Like,
save point because we are going to save warp back to that point later, and then you can quit out of that slider minigame just to get here faster, and then collect all of these slides while optimizing our movement by like doing those clanks. You can start moving backwards while collecting the slides. Whenever you collect an item, you lose control of the game until you mash through the text box that pops up. So it's good to be already in motion while that's happening.
All right, so once we are done looking at all of the slides from the projector, Violin is going to be save warping back into the save point that he touched down earlier. And trying to think. We basically have to go trigger another cutscene in the vines area. And in order to do that, we have to sort of like hop up here. We'll roll through this middle zone. And then we'll have to go all the way to the back towards the lower opening. And now we have a really cool thing that's coming up here. This, or at least it was cool when I first started learning how to speedrun Kingdom Hearts 1. Basically, if you go back up to these vines, walk all the way back up again, and now you're basically one room away from the treehouse, which is where the next cutscene is.
Yeah. A lot of the first half of this world is just triggering cutscenes. A lot of backtracking.
And so now we're jumping into the jungle slider minigame again, quitting out of it because doing so automatically brings us down into the camp area. And now we're going to go back into the tent. And now we're going to be having our proper encounters with Heartless. So as soon as we leave the tent, we're going to have our first Power Wilds fight. Violin is going to try and spray as many of them with blizzards as possible. And they were actually grouped up pretty nicely there. And there's
Except
always one hiding behind the boxes.
All right, I'm going to go back in and save warp again. Yeah, all of these
Right, and
Power
so-
Wild fights have their own specific, like small optimizations. Certain like positioning you want to do.
Yeah, the goal is always to hit as many of them with blizzards as possible. You usually don't want to launch off a blizzard if it's just one.
Yeah, sometimes Sora can do a finisher there, and it completely misses for no reason, so that's fun.
Yeah. One other thing that's kind of like totally random to this section in particular is that the load times as to, you know, what happens after you oh my god, there's 4 of them grouped up at once. That was awesome.
Okay.
What can happen in the cutscenes where you see the gorillas handing you a gummy piece is that the load times before that cutscene plays is totally random. And so it always stinks on console where you have an RTA timer whenever you just get like an absurdly long load out of nowhere. But luckily on PC, because we use a load remover in the timer, that issue is usually kind of sidestepped.
I think it has to do with your party members picking up money or something like that.
That makes sense. That does kind of affect like later things. I noticed on level 1 with like the first Archbehemoth, that's something that usually gets affected. So this is the last Power Wilds fight.
I was waiting at the load zone there to bait the enemies into like grouping up near me so I can get more of them with Blizzard. I did get a bit unlucky with Donald pushing one out of the way. And then I had you get a level up there that increases your magic by 1, so now I have 4, but I ended up getting it later than usual.
Alright, so now we have Sabor 2. This will be our last encounter with Sabor. As you can see at the start of the fight, you basically just want to chuck out as many fires as you can.
Interesting.
And that was a you know, outside of the jump, that was a pretty solid fight.
Yeah.
Okay, so now there are basically only 2.5 major battles that we have to do. The first one is going to be Sora and the gang taking on this black fruit that's back towards the treetop area. And basically, you only have to hit it with a certain amount of physical hits. It doesn't matter what strength you are, it doesn't matter what level you're at. But to reach there quickly, Violin touched that little bud for the minigame and then quit out of it, similar to the jungle slider, so that we could pop back up here. All right, so you basically just only focus on the black fruit, and then once Violin has done 5 combos or so, then this basically ends. Oh, the Power Wild was green.
You might be wondering why I didn't save warp here. It's because there are like vines blocking the low zone by the save point, so you have to climb up the vine instead.
Yeah, there are a couple of moments throughout the game where you're sort of locked in your ability to progress. All right, so we're going to be jumping off of the side of the treehouse here so that we can land into the area where we have to encounter Clayton. The first half of the fight's pretty simple. We basically just corral him into a corner and beat on him with air combos. Easy. All right, so now Violin is going to attempt animation skip, where basically he's going to knock the stealth sneak down right as he tries to... Yeah, there we go. So if you knock him off of a platform as he's trying to, go invisible... turn visible, you can skip the long animation of him turning visible and he'll already be available. Then you do 2 combos on him in the air, knock off Clayton from the stealth sneak's back, and, basically just wail on him like Violin did, and now the fight's over. We get Cure as a reward for beating this fight, so that's going to be neat. But, Violin, even though you just beat the stealth sneak and Clayton, the true boss of the world is about to come up here.
Yeah.
So this is Waterfall Cavern. Basically, this is a platforming test, and there's one major point where things can really go wrong, and it's this jump right here. But Violin nailed it because he's a pro, and so now we go into this zone, trigger the cutscene. We're going to be booted out of the world, but only after we get 2 things. One of them is the Red Trinity, and the other is the Jungle King keychain, which is an upgrade to our Keyblade. At this point, it's an upgrade in 2 regards. One of them is added reach, so it's a really long Keyblade, so you can hit enemies from farther away. And the other upgrade is strength. The Jungle King, to my knowledge, is a 5 strength keychain, as opposed to the Kingdom Key, which is our default, which only has a +3 to strength. So it's generally pretty good.
And Red Trinity is going to be used in 3 different areas to progress the story, so very important. And we also got the Navi G piece to progress the story as well.
Oh yeah, so you need 2 Navi G pieces in order to unlock the next world, which is going to be Agrippa. We're going to be heading back to Traverse Town so that Sid can install those Navi G pieces onto the gummy ship so that we can progress. We're also going to be doing a couple of other things for the story. We're going to be re-encountering Riku. We're going to be getting our first summon. And I guess we can touch on that. Summons are kind of like our spells in that they require MP to use, but each summon has its own unique properties that can, be advantageous in battle. Simba has an AoE roar, and basically, like, when we go into Agrippa, we won't be using it like other categories do, but that would be the first instance of its use in other categories. I believe in beginner, the only time we really bust out Simba is in End of the World.
Simba? We use Simba for Neverland as well.
Oh, that's right. Yeah. The boat fight. Gotcha.
Yep. But yeah, we have a lot of downtime here, 2 long gummy missions in a row, so we want to talk about... If you guys want to talk about anything, it's up to you.
I guess just my generic, does anybody have any other direct-to-DVD Disney movies that we might not know of? Because I've learned about a lot of them today. I've learned about so many.
Maybe it's just nostalgia talking. I'm kind of a sucker for The Little Mermaid 2.
Really?
Yeah. I mean, granted, I was a very wee baby when I first saw it. I must have been like 5 or 6.
I only vaguely remember that movie.
It's a very heavy retread of the first one because the villain is basically Ursula again. And so, like, the other thing is that, like, Melody, Ariel's daughter, basically plays Ariel's role from the first movie. I guess what makes it cool is that, like, Ariel, you get to see her as, like, older and more mature. So there's a little bit of, like, a character difference that's kind of cool to see. I don't know. That's why I appreciated it.
All I know about The Little Mermaid 2 is that there's a PS1 video game that I played where you just go from point A to point B and you beat it in like 30 minutes.
Interesting. There's apparently a Little Mermaid 3?
There is.
No, there's no way.
It is a prequel. It's called The Little Mermaid Ariel's Beginning.
What? When was this released?
2008.
What? Wow, that flew way under my radar.
Yeah, I'm learning a lot about Disney movies today, if I'm being honest.
Oh man. All right, so what's going on now is that in order to basically start Traverse Town 2 proper, Violin has to go into the waterway, which is going to be his first real use of Red Trinity. If we were playing on English, then there would be a cool glitch that we could do to sort of like clip through that. But on Japanese, there's no real way to use that. So Violin has to take out the yellow operas, despawn the Heartless that show up earlier in the alleyway, and then he can access the Red Trinity in a blue menu. He's talking to Leon now, in part to learn about what locking keyholes does to worlds, and partially also to receive our first summon gem, which is the Earthshine, which contains the Simba summon. In order to exchange summon gems for summons, we have to go to Merlin's house and talk to the fairy godmother, which we will be doing in a little bit. But first, we have to walk out of this waterway. Or I guess now we're swimming in it. And the fastest way to get back to Merlin's house is to cut through the districts. So now we're going back into the second one. We're going to be rolling past all of these Heartless here, ignoring all of them. And then once we get into the next arena, we're going to be turning left and we're going to be shooting fire at a door. And that should unlock it, open it for us. Hope that the air soldier... Always the air soldier looking for blood, dude. A little bit of platforming here with these floating stones in the river.
That dodge roll is a bit risky. Oh, let me in. Oh, I forgot I have the mod installed here. So enjoy this upgraded Merlin's Mystical House theme.
The beat is pretty solid. Like I remember the first day in stream where you brought this on and I was like, who made this? And how do we get them to make more? How do we let them keep cooking?
It's so good. We just have to sit here and watch Merlin dance for like 20 seconds.
Listen, man, when you got moves that good, you got to show them off to the world. And I think it's our responsibility that we watch. It's just, this is an education, honestly. I'm going to bust Merlin's moves out at a dance party, just watch.
This mod is 100% legal. We do allow cosmetic mods in the speedrun. As long as they don't change the gameplay.
The only like gameplay affecting mods that we really allow, the biggest one that was voted on by the community, I guess like 2 years ago now, is a mod that guarantees that Hook's ship, when we eventually try to get to Neverland, always appears 100% of the time.
Yeah.
We'll touch more on that later. Right now, Violin is going to basically sell everything except elixirs and the White Fang accessory that we got for defeating Sabor 2.
I'm not going to sell the White Fang.
Yeah, definitely do not sell that.
Yeah.
If you're a new runner, like definitely don't sell it.
That will kill my run if I do that.
Yeah. The reason that we want the White Fang is because it's the only other strength boosting accessory that we have aside from the Brave Warrior. So that's why when you're here, keep the elixir and keep the White Fang. Everything else can go. All right, so now that we've talked to Sid, he's given us an old book, which is actually basically how we can access the 100-acre wood. And so we're going to give that to him so that he can find it a nice home in his house. And we're also going to talk to the fairy godmother finally so that we can actually have Simba proper. However, we won't be able to save warp immediately out of this because we will have to speak to Riku and encounter his cutscene. So the game actually won't let us save warp. We have to go back into the district.
Yeah, if you try to go on the save point, Merlin is like, "What the heck are you doing? You're going the
You're
wrong
supposed
way."
to be going fast.
Yeah, so right there, I put on Jungle King, I put on White Fang over EXP Necklace, and then I transferred the EXP Necklace to Goofy. As long as one of your party members has EXP Necklace on, it'll always work. As long as they're in your party, and Goofy is always in our party, no matter what.
He's simply too good. He's the best dog.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so now that we're recouping with the Final Fantasy crew, all of the gang are basically going to tell us about the history of how they came to Traverse Town, and that the big bad for all the Disney villains is Maleficent, so we got to watch out for her. Riku did apparently not get a chance to hear that because he's already palling around with her, and so that's why that's going to set the stage for Riku being sort of our antagonist later on. Sid is going to move from this house back into the first district, so
Yeah, almost immediately.
Yeah.
Like he's already there right
scary.
now.
Yeah, like there's a hidden elevator or a transporter somewhere in the world that allows him to get here already.
Teach us your strats, Sid.
Yeah, that's my conspiracy theory.
Like, how is he here already?
Sid is basically now going to be a gummy part vendor. So you're going to see Violin buying a Fyra G and a Haste G. We have a Fire G. A Fyra G is basically a faster version of our engine. And the Haste Gummy is an accelerator that basically lets us to press square and just turbo speed for a couple of seconds. Once you use it, it has to recharge before you use it again. The recharge time is something on the order of like 7 seconds, so it's usually not that long. The reason that Violin warped to Wonderland is because it turns out that in order to access Agrippa, you have to go through a warp hole, and the warp hole is actually closer to Wonderland than it is to Traverse Town.
Yeah, even though the map says otherwise, it looks like the warp hole is further away from Wonderland. But Tetsuya Nomura is a bad cartographer, so you can blame him.
So now you can see that the Haste Gummy is off on the far right, and right next to it is the Fyra G. And so basically, as soon as Violin spots that the meter has gone all the way back up, he floors it and guns through the world.
And you can just hold square and circle here and make it all the way to the end. I like beginner mode.
Beginner is nice. It's weird because there's a lot of moments where you're basically trying to blast through your inputs as quickly as possible. And then you have nice chill moments where you're like, all right, I can give my hands a rest. Although I will say, this world in particular, not going to be a whole lot of hand resting.
Oh, yeah.
Agrippa is kind of notorious for being a boss rush. There are 4 major bosses in total that we'll have to encounter. And at least one major mob fight that's like a huge source of RNG. But Violin's a pro. He's known the strats for years. He'll be able to clean up the fights pretty easily, I bet.
Yeah, this is like the second longest world in the entire game, right under Hollow Bastion.
All right, so as soon as we touch down, we're basically going to get into the next load zone, and then we're going to hang left, and we're going to meet up with Jasmine for the first time. Jasmine is basically going to, sort of give us our first introduction to Aladdin by name, and then she is going to... Well, she's going to get out of this arena. We're going to move into Aladdin's house. We're going to be touching a save point so that we can save warp back into it. And then Aladdin is a master thief or something because he has one of the best items you could possibly have, a Mega Elixir. It restores your party's full HP and MP. And he just has it sitting in this treasure chest over here. So now we're going to roll off of this platform and we're going to go off here. And Aladdin and Abu are basically being attacked by Heartless in the middle of the desert. We are going to, stop them from being in danger. Violin is going to group up as many of these bandits as he can, blasting the group with Blizzard. And that guy's being a little bit annoying because he's got his guard stance up. All right.
Thank you. That wasn't too bad, actually.
Yeah, that could have been really screwy, but I mean, they
Not only
were
Goofy
nice
helped
in
a
that.
lot.
Yeah, whenever your party members are helping, that's usually a pretty good sign.
Mm-hmm.
Aladdin tries to join up with our party, but we're like, no, dude, we ain't got time for that. We're gonna roll off into this room over here. We're gonna touch the save point, warp out, warp back into Aladdin's house, and Violin. He's going to try and avoid, if he can. It's totally RNG whether or not it happens. But basically, in the next room that we have to go into, there is a heartless that can spawn. They're called black fungi.
And I got it.
Unfortunately, he got it.
You jinxed me.
So there are two major places in the run where black fungi can spawn. It's going to be, this is the first one. You know whether or not you get it right off the bat, because if you enter the arena and the red menu shows up, then that means, oh, I gotta walk back out and despawn them and get it another try. The reason that we have to despawn the black fungi by just, reloading the area is because it's way too variable as to whether or not you can defeat the black fungi quickly enough.
Yeah, and they're weak to gravity, and we don't have gravity at the moment.
Yeah, we won't get that for a while. So this is the first major boss of the world. This is Hot Centipede, and so Violin is gonna just wail on it with as many air combos as possible. And then he should die once he gets planted here.
That was good.
Yeah, easy.
And then you
Yeah,
want to be
I will
here
say-
at the end of the fight, because once the fight is over, it becomes 3 separate rooms again. And this room puts you closest to the low zone here.
Yeah.
We also got Ray of Light from that fight, which increases our MP, and we'll be putting that on in Halloween Town.
Yeah, beginner definitely has the nicest pot centipede. Basically just wail on him, let him break through the first arena, and then you dodge roll to the next. This is the Cave of Wonders Guardian. People in the community like calling this one Tiger Head. Basically, what you want to do is you just want to get behind his eye, smack it, and then when you notice that he's about to plant his nose into the sand, you get ready, and now you have a lot of air combos that you toss off. And then after this one, there we go.
Nice.
Yeah, Tiger Head is also pretty nice. And honestly, like, I feel as if beginner is the nicest for Agrabah out of any of the categories.
Oh, yeah. By far.
So once we get into the room after this one, Violin is going to, he has to target this pillar that's off onto the side, and he has to knock it down so that we can open the treasure room. The easiest way to do that is with a fire, and because Violin is not immune from flexing at all, he does a 180 no scope fire shot to knock down the pillar. Anything can really knock it down, but the fire is definitely the coolest.
Yeah, and there's an elixir here, but we're just gonna skip it. We get it like on other difficulties, but we don't need it here.
Yeah.
And this strat is pretty cool. I'll have Dan explain.
All right. So Jafar is a really slippery fight. The way that we make it not slippery is we manipulate his actions. So what we're going to do here is we're going to do 2 swings, and then we're going to cast a blizzard that's going to make him put up a magic shield. We're going to interrupt him from trying to fly away from us after he, puts the shield up fully. And then afterwards, you basically just wail on him. It's way faster to do sets of 1-2s rather than, full air combos, because at this point, your damage is basically capped. So all of your hits basically deal the same amount of damage. And, just doing 1-2s lower to the ground is way faster than, getting high enough to launch off full air combos with your finishers.
And now we have Genie Jafar. We actually got a Blizzard upgrade from Jafar right there, which is going to let our Blizzard reach Genie Jafar. It gets more distance. So I'm going to try to cast 10 Blizzards here. And then hit Yago a bunch of times. and command my party members to do some extra damage, hopefully.
And then Iago should basically fly backwards at this point. Yep, there he is.
Good.
Easy.
I was also swapping lock-ons there so I can parry Jafar's boulder and to position myself behind Iago while he's flying away. Because if you don't do that, Sora will oftentimes miss his attacks. And that just prevents that from happening. Here, you want to get hit by as many boulders as possible to die as soon as possible. And that basically just progresses the game faster because you don't get punished for dying here.
Yeah, on beginner, dying to the carpet escape segment saves something on the order of like 10 seconds. So you definitely want to, deliberately get bopped as often as you can.
Yeah.
You also want to see if you can avoid as many like HP orbs as you can.
And some of them are unavoidable.
Yeah, like that first one that Violin picked up. But yeah, now we're out of the escape segment. We're going to get a couple of things. One of them is another upgrade to our Keyblade. It's going to be the 3 Wishes Keyblade. This one is only like 1 point stronger than the Jungle King, but it's still very much worth it. We're also going to get the Genie Summon. Unfortunately, we are not going to be seeing it.
Thank goodness.
And we also... and we also get the Green Trinity, which is going to be necessary for progressing in Neverland at the very least.
Yeah, the reason I don't like Genie is because we use him a lot in level 1, and he is very random and can lose you minutes of time.
Yeah, we basically use
like
him on level 1 because we have to, but I have personally put in work into the strats on level 1 to like eliminate Genie from as many strats
As much as possible,
as we can.
I will say though, in the Kingdom Hearts 2 run coming up, you will be seeing Genie a lot, and he is really good in that game. I love.
He got
KH2
such
Genie.
a glow. He got such a glow up in the sequel. It's unreal.
Yeah, he went from being the worst summon to the best summon. It's awesome.
So the next world that we're going to be popping into is going to be Monstro from the movie Pinocchio. There basically is only one fight in that entire world. It's sort of just repeated again. It's going to be the Parasite Cage. You're going to see as Violin goes through the world and encounters those bosses that he's basically going to try and keep up a stagger loop with his air combos as often as he can. Whether or not the party members interfere with that is going to be a whole other story. But otherwise, most of Monstro is pretty much just movement. And contains some of like the most technically subtle forms of platforming throughout this entire game.
And there's going to be a pretty cool movement skip coming up too.
Yeah, so once you see the gummy ships sort of fade from the periphery, that's when you get this forced cutscene of Monstro swallowing the gummy ship whole. If you want a sense of scale as to how teeny tiny Sora is compared to this giant whale. One other thing that we're going to get while we're in Monstro, and Violin is going to basically equip it as soon as we encounter it, is going to be High Jump, which is going to be our first shared ability. It basically does what it says on the tin. It makes you jump higher. And because Monstro is sort of built around that ability, you'll see that like we basically only go in the progression where we tackle the bosses and go through as quickly as we can, instead of trying to like jump up to the higher platforms, because we actually just physically cannot.
Yeah.
So first what we're going to do here is we're going to swim towards Geppetto's boat in the back here. And then we're going to be going through Monstro's chambers. This is going to be the first one. And then we're going to roll all the way to the back here to try and find Pinocchio. All right. Chamber 3 skip. Here we go. Violin's going to point that camera and swing, jump.
Nice.
There you go. As long as you land that ledge grab, you basically get the skip going through an unnecessary chamber, and you can just keep going through the world. right, so now once we go through here, that's going to be chamber 4. We're going to get a cutscene. This is also where you can have access to a save point.
And then coming up is Parasite Cage. The strat here is just to do quick air combos to keep Parasite Cage staggered. But your party members can randomly allow him to break out. So hopefully that doesn't happen.
And one weird quirk of this fight is that your party members technically have an extra, +1, because now Riku is fighting alongside us for this. This is the only fight where he really does that, but
he's just running laps right now around the arena.
Honestly, that's kind of good. Like, Riku can
Goofy?
contribute to damage, but
Goofy?
we kind of prefer if he does nothing, because that makes it likelier that we'll be able to keep up the stagger loop. Ooh, one other thing that we get from Monstro as a reward for defeating the Parasite Cage 1 is an ability called Cheer that gets added onto Goofy. Cheer basically extends the length that you can have a summon active for. It's sort of like an invisible MP bar for Sora. We'll make use of that later when we really kind of need Simba. But for right now, we're going to just hold off from using any summons in particular. Violin doing a quick menu to equip the high jump on there so that he can get up here. And then I hope it's a blue truffle spawn.
Nope.
Aw.
There's a chance I get hit here. Nope. All right. There's an air soldier that can come in and just hit you for no reason.
Yeah, dude. On higher difficulties, I always get bopped by it. All right, so Parasite Cage 2. At the very start, Violin holds his analog stick and guns it straight for the Parasite Cage so that he can get a quick stagger. That, sort of gets funky if you ever drop the loop, but Violin knows how to pick it up again. And then he'll get knocked over. And now Violin does 1-2s. The reason being is that a finisher can actually sort of like force the Parasite Cage to go upright way earlier than you expect. And the goal of getting that fight done quickly is just doing as much as you can to control the actions of the Parasite Cage. But now we're done. And as a reward for that, we get, honestly, one of the most busted utility spells throughout this entire game. It's the Stop spell. For 2 MP, basically it immobilizes a target, and then you can deal damage to that enemy while it's stopped in place. And then once the stop wears off, all the damage that you dealt during that time gets applied at the end. It's going to be essential for fights like Dragon Maleficent later on. It's absurdly good.
Yeah.
It's even better on higher difficulties somehow. All right,
it's going to force us back to Agrabah. We're just going to quit out and warp back to Monstro. We have to go to Monstro for 2 reasons. One, because we have to go back to Monstro in order to get to the next world, Halloween Town. And the second reason is the summoning gem called Water Gleam. It gives us access to Dumbo later, which we'll be using 3 times in Hollow Bastion for some cool movement. And it saves us a lot of time.
Listen, if you know about Dumbo Skip, you know about Dumbo Skip.
Yeah.
But for those that don't, we'll definitely have a chance to showcase it. And if you ever wanted to know where it was, here it is. All right, now that we've picked it up, we're going to beeline it back towards Geppetto's boat so that we can touch the save point, get on out of here, hoof our way to Halloween Town. And Violin mentioned earlier, after beating the pot centipede, that we got the Ray of Light accessory, which gives us an extra +1 MP. We're going to be equipping that in Halloween Town because the way that we deal with most of the mobs is going to be with magic spam. Violin also said that in Agrabah, as a reward for beating Jafar, we got an upgrade to our Blizzard spell, Blizzara.
Yeah.
That is the spell that we're going to be using for most of the grouped up mob fights. It's going to be especially useful for the first trio of bosses, Shock and Barrel.
Yeah. By the way, there's a mini game coming up. If you guys in chat can put 3 numbers in the chat, 1 through 7, you can. If you get the number right, you can earn some bragging rights. So yeah, feel free. 3 numbers, 1 through 7. You can trigger this cutscene over here by jumping against the wall. Shout outs to Majoris for the 1 second time save. And then there's a power up right here. Also, I don't think we mentioned how magic works in this game, but the more MP bars you have, the stronger your spells are. So, when I put on Ray of Light, my Blizzard spells will be even stronger, and I'll be able to use more of them. Which ends up, we end up needing less Blizzard casts to deal with the enemies overall.
Yeah, if you've ever seen an accessory, like a Keyblade for Sora, mention that it boosts magic and summon power whenever it gives you an increase to your maximum MP, that's usually why, is because the damage calculations directly reference your maximum MP. So it's not just that you can cast more spells, your spells are actually stronger.
Yeah, KH1 is the only Kingdom Hearts game that does that, if I recall correctly.
Yeah, pretty much every other game handles spells with like a fixed damage.
Yeah, there's like
sometimes...
other games have a separate MP stat and a separate magic stat.
All right, so over here, Violin, he went through that absurdly fast, but basically what happened is that after you defeat the shadows, you want to jump to quick spawn the next set of Heartless, and then once you beat the Search Ghosts, you want to jump and quickly turn backwards, and that'll quick spawn the White Knights. Violin made that look absurdly easy. But now that we've gotten the Forget-Me-Not, or saving Sally from the Heartless, we turn that into Dr. Finkelstein so that he can, keep progressing on making an artificial heart so that they can have a big Halloween Heartless extravaganza. He still needs one more part though, and that's going to be the Jack-in-the-Box. And the only way that we really get through that is by doing the minigame that Violin mentioned earlier.
Oh, quick, Dan, what's your guess?
216.
Mine is 147.
All right, this is going to be a very tricky skip coming up. Okay, good. Thank you, Donald.
Thank you.
Goofy. Okay, so the reason that we were a little bit concerned is that you can't open that coffin on a red menu. And so we have to defeat the Heartless. Okay, 3, 1. Okay, weird. Yeah, so in order to get into this area, you have to open the coffin, and the fastest way to do that is clearing the Heartless, and sort of like Wonderland, where we tried to get to the trigger before Heartless would totally spawn in and change the menu to red. That's basically what we did by like hopping on the gravestones and then like quickly dodge rolling over.
Oh, someone actually got it. Someone actually got it in the chat.
Wait, somebody did?
Yeah.
Yo,
Congrats.
let's go. Dude, nobody... during SGDQ, when we were in the practice room before our showcase, the fact that like Mist and I both managed to get a guess correctly, that's one of the greatest shames that we were not recording those.
Yeah.
Just calls into the blind. So you may have noticed that Violin threw an ether, but only after he chucked a couple of spells. The reason is he wanted to have as big of an orange bar as he could before he threw the ether so that he can maximize the number of spells that he casts, because it turns out... okay, so unlike Agrabah, where if you get an early red menu, that tells you that you got the spawn of the black fungi. In here, if you get the blue menu, that means that they spawned in. So the reason that you want to have as big of an orange bar as you can is because your fire and your blizzard spells actually don't go off of the blue meter, at least not as intuitively as you might think. They actually decrease by taking off a bit of the orange charge meter. So it's actually... you get a lot more spells than your MP bar would otherwise suggest.
Yeah.
And the reason that you want to max out on those is not only just so that you can clear those gargoyles and white knights that Violin did in the Curly Hill area, it's also because we're going to be casting blizzards off on Lock, Shock, and Barrel at the top here, which we're getting to very quickly by basically taking the route that has been dubbed Community Climb. A bunch of different people worked on figuring out the fastest way of getting up the manor.
I hit an enemy there to get just one more MP cast too. I'm pretty low on MP.
It's totally worth it. The reason that we do blizzards here, even though our physical hits are stronger, is because like we were using with the Power Wilds, the Blizzard spell just like cuts through as many enemies on the field at the same time. And it's not too bad on damage. Like with 6 MP, you're dealing 10 HP per Blizzard as long as it hits. So that's why all of these, kids with very low HP bars, they get melted in, in seconds.
Mm-hmm.
We're going to smack this lever so that we can open the torture room so that we can fight Oogie. And Violin swapped out the Ray of Light because now we need to make sure that we have our strength all the way back up again so that we can deal max damage on Oogie. Oogie Boogie is a very tricky fight. Basically what happens is that at the start of the fight, we're going to be knocked down onto the lower platform and we're going to high jump and cast a Blizzard to shoot these gargoyles so that they can come down here so that we're not waiting too long when we get blasted onto the lower platform. Once the gargoyles are done, these little panels are going to light up and that gives us access to Oogie. We're going to hope that we never see Donald or Goofy tag Oogie. Good. After 10 hits, Oogie knocks you back down into the platform, but that's after any 10, including your party members, and that's why you want it to be only Sora, because otherwise if it's Donald or Goofy,
that's not a bad number to get though on the dice.
Yeah, you kind of just hope that you don't get the gunner men at the one side of the arena, or the buzzsaw, or the triple scythe spin.
Yeah.
So yeah, basically in 2 rounds of 10 hits, you should be able to take out Oogie Boogie. If you ever get unlucky and Donald and Goofy are with you on the platform, you want to try and deliberately manipulate them so that they are either kept under the lip of the arena, or they're all the way in the back and they have to take a second to get to where you are and Oogie as well. So now that we've beaten that, we're going to be taking on the manor. We're going to be going from the bottom up, so Violin's going to drop down here, and then we're going to be taking out every single shadow orb as it shows up. They only take 5 hits to die, so that's 3, that's 2. We're moving on to the next one. And then here's 1, 2, 3, 4. The reason that took 4 and not 5 is because we deliberately timed the combos so that our Hurricane Blast, which is the finisher that you saw at the end of the air combo, parries the fireball that comes from the Shadow Glob and deals more damage. All right. Here's the second to last one. Doing that finisher there to knock away the gargoyle. And now here's the last one. Oh, no fireball. But otherwise, a pretty solid Oogie Manor.
Yeah, that last one can also shoot some fireballs, and there's a chance you can parry it. Sometimes it just doesn't do anything.
Yeah, sometimes you just get unlucky.
And we got gravity.
Yeah, one thing that is not left to chance is getting the gravity spell as a reward for beating the Oogie Manor fight. Gravity is kind of different than your other spells. Things like Fire, Blizzard, and even Thunder are spells that have fixed damage calculations, but Gravity deals damage according to the current HP of your target, and also your max MP as well. But basically, the more health that your enemy has, the greater chunk is taken out of its HP when the gravity lands on it. And throw your shades on and blast some brain power if you got it, Chad.
Yeah,
so you may notice that up on the top of the screen, there's a little thing that says Hook Ship 100%. That is part of the mod that the community has allowed to be legal. That basically guarantees that when we go into Neverland, Hook's ship will appear. Before that, on console, it was a roughly 70% chance to encounter it. And if you miss it, it's a time loss on the order of 45 seconds plus 15 seconds of each additional miss afterwards.
Yeah.
So we just, as soon as the mod was available, the community voted, and democracy wins, which is why we now have this.
And it's made running this game way more enjoyable, honestly.
Yeah, it's way nicer, having a run that could potentially PB and you're not sweating oh, well, I hope I get lucky tonight.
Yeah. An hour and a half into the run, too.
Yeah.
Yeah, like we're about halfway through the run, and like having your runs, theoretically die here is so rough.
But yeah, we can pause the timer for our break coming up right now. And now.
Awesome.
Yeah.
So during these longer runs, we like to take a break every hour or so, just so everybody can get up, stretch, get some water. So we're going to take a quick break, everybody, and then we'll be back with the rest of Kingdom Hearts 1. Hello, everybody. Welcome back to the Games Done Quick Hotfix. This is our Kingdom Hearts Birth by Sleep 14th Anniversary Special. We are celebrating with a bunch of Kingdom Hearts games. We're in the middle of a Kingdom Hearts 1 run. I will hand it right back over whenever y'all are ready.
Alrighty. 3, 2, 1, go. Alright, so here is Captain Hook's pirate ship. Neverland is probably one of the more technical worlds in the speedrun, especially with the first boss fight coming up.
Yeah, our first boss fight is going to be Anti-Sora, and we're hoping that he performs an action that basically allows us to corner him and prevent Donald and Goofy from interfering with basically our main strat, which is going to be stop loops. However, there are any number of actions that Anti-Sora can do, so we have to basically adapt to whatever he does. Violin is going to... he didn't get the swag jump.
Yeah, you can actually make it onto that platform, but the Pirate Heartless was in the way.
Violin shot a Blizzara there onto those barrel spiders, and the reason is if Sora is doing magic cast animation, that takes precedence over a ledge grab. So that way, it saves a little bit of time dropping into the lower deck.
Oop.
Oh, funky cutscene skit.
Yeah. Okay. All right, he's a Green Trinity. We need to do this in order to get to Anti-Sora to progress the story. And then I'm going to shortcut stop right here. And wish me luck.
Oh, I'm wishing you everything and more, dude. All right, let's see what we get here.
You got this.
Okay, not bad, not bad. All right, we do 5 hits on there at the start, so that we can basically corral Anti-Sora, and then we're gonna be, jumping over those swings, casting stop whenever possible. Basically, after about 5 or 6 hits, Anti-Sora will break out of the stop. It's just, raw mechanics of how stop works. It only lasts for the amount of seconds equal to your max MP plus 2. Since we've got 6 right now, that's basically like 8 seconds, and then modified down from like stop resistance. But that was a pretty solid fight. One thing that Violin did there was he sort of rolled into the door to get a faster cutscene fade out. We don't really know why that exists. We just know that it does. So we always go for it, even though it's totally random as to whether or not you get it. Violin's also doing a menu here, and there's a lot of things that I'll try to cover. Basically, one of them is we got an upgraded keychain from defeating all the bosses in Halloween Town. That's the pumpkin head. So we put it on so that we have stronger attacks. Another one is that we got the Raven's Claw accessory, which is a +2 to our strength. We got that immediately from beating Anti-Sora. We also we also took off some abilities for Peter Pan. We basically only want... Peter Pan already comes up with a couple of ethers, and we want him to throw those on Sora because we're going to be burning through a lot of MP doing stop loops on Hook. If he uses any of his other combat abilities, like his version of Arrow, his version of Stop, or this really cool drilling move called Hummingbird, that's going to take MP away from him, and so he's going to end up throwing them likelier on himself than us. There's also some abilities that we throw on for Donald and Goofy as well, but we'll cover those in a little bit. Right now, basically,
most important one being Cheer on Goofy.
Otherwise, we wouldn't have Simba lasting for as long as he does here.
Yeah, and then Peter Pan also comes with a Cheer by default, which is why we want him in his party. In our party.
In our party. It's his party too. So what we're doing here is we're going to be stop looping after every full combo or after every 5 hits. And then we're kind of pressing triangle to rally our party members to not just throw items, but also attack Hook for some extra damage. Hopefully we get through all of this. Basically, after about 7 or 8 loops, Hook is guaranteed to die because you've just racked up enough damage. And there we go. We're done with Neverland.
Okay.
For the most part. I mean, at least the combat. Oh, okay. I think now we can actually cover what happened with Donald. Donald gets like MP Haste, MP Rage, and Second Wind, right?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, MP Haste increases the rate at which your physical attacks recover MP. MP Rage gives you MP whenever you take damage. And Second Wind is an ability that basically lets party members recover quickly from having been KO'd. So we put that on Donald because we want as much of his magic as we can, because we want Donald to be a DPS machine. Violin knocking the clocked hand 3 times so that he can seal the keyhole. We're actually going to get a couple of rewards at this point in the game. One of them is going to be Ars Arcanum. It's a really powerful move. For 3 MP, we basically get to do like an uninterruptible 7-string combo minimum, and then we get up to 6 additional presses afterwards. We get the Fairy Harp Keyblade, which is not only stronger than the Pumpkin Head, it also is our first Keyblade that gives us +1 MP. We're going to be equipping Guard onto Sora because now he's leveled up where now he can access that ability. And we're also going to be equipping the shared ability Glide because we're going to be doing very specific movement to make sure that we can, when we go to the opposite armor... Wait, oh, you deleted the cockpit!
It's okay.
Oh, nice recovery. So we also picked up something at the clock tower, which is the Flare G gummy piece. It's even faster than our Fyra. So now we have basically there is technically one other gummy engine that is faster, but we don't bother with it at all right now. It's sort of slower to get any holy G's that would be available. Now that we've touched down in Traverse Town, because we have to in order to progress to Hollow Bastion, we're going to talk to the Fairy Godmother so that we can exchange the Water Gleam for Dumbo, and then we're going to save warp back into the accessory shop so that we can go into the next district and basically like go to the bell tower, which has a red trinity that we need to access so that we can ring the bell 3 times, get to the opposite armor fight. In front of that bell tower trinity mark are going to be these elemental heartless. They're red nocturnes, blue rhapsodies, yellow operas, and green requiems. What we're going to do to try and clear through them as much as we can, as quickly as we can, is we're going to shoot a fire so that when we launch an Ars Arcanum here, we basically have as much MP as we need for opposite armor. The Ars Arcanum should clear through just about everything. Like, obviously, there are going to be heartless that sort of, flutter around, and they may not all get within the range of your Keyblade swings.
Yeah, I don't know if you saw there, but the red nocturne actually shot me out of my Ars.
The good news is they are supremely weak. They all die to 1 Keyblade swing. So cleanup is usually not that much of an issue. So now we're going to be ringing this bell 1 more time, and then we're going to be dropping down. And before opposite armor starts properly, it's going to give us a sort of a rehash of the guard armor phase. The way that you can end the phase quickly is by just depleting the HP of any individual limb. Since the arms are the lowest, you're going to see Violin do a full air combo after backing up a little bit for appropriate distance. And so yeah, now the guard armor phase is over. The opposite armor phase is going to start up, and what Violin is going to do is he's going to guard this initial attack. He's going to lock onto the leg, and then he's going to launch the Ars Arcanum. That's pretty good. All right, now he's going to deal an air combo onto that, and then we're going to see... Ooh, you got the good RNG. Let's go. Excellent. You want opposite armor to basically do an attack immediately after you've done the full combo onto one of the other limbs. The reason that we want to see attacks from opposite armor is because opposite armor has a unique property. I'll touch on that, though, before noting that you can actually skip the cutscene as soon as the frame in camera starts shifting. Most people don't know that, but it's a cool thing that you learn when you first start running the game.
It's very strange.
It's sort of the only fight and cutscene that happens in. We don't see it anywhere else, but it's cool. So the reason that we were looking for attacks from opposite armor is because opposite armor has a unique property where immediately after an attack where it's been parried or during an attack, opposite armor actually takes double damage. And that basically jumps us from doing 20 HP per swing, which is capped damage on opposite armor, to 40 HP per swing, which is why the 7 hits of ours are able to wipe out the entire HP of a limb. As a we've sort of like glossed over a couple of other things in Sid's conversation, but basically he's installed the Navi G pieces that we've gotten from Neverland. And so now we have access to the next world in the progression, which is going to be Hollow Bastion. You have to normal drive to it from Neverland though, which is why we're warping to Neverland outright. And so now we're going to be heading straight to Hollow Bastion.
Yeah. Oh,
And now, because
one thing,
we have the Flare G on.
Yeah, one thing I wanted to
Flare
talk
G
about
is-
with the gummy ship is you might be wondering, why am I not putting on the Flare G and the Fire G, like both of them at the same time? Is because the speed of your gummy ship is taken only from your strongest engine. So you only need one engine at all times. Like putting on multiple will not increase the speed at all.
As much as we wish it were otherwise.
Yeah. It does in Kingdom Hearts 3, I believe, though. So, pretty interesting.
Yeah. And another interesting thing about the gummy ships is that we're going to have enemies spawn in behind us, and they basically spawn according to Sora's position in the map. On higher difficulties, we would deliberately sort of move away from the center so that we don't get hit by them. But it's beginner, and so you basically take no damage, if at all.
Well, they actually don't fly into you unless you're moving. So as long as you stay still, they will pass you without hitting you. So on like Proud and level 1, I stay in the top right corner, and they always fly by me.
All right, so now we've touched down in Hollow Bastion, and what we're going to do is you may think that you have to get exactly all the way up to the platform that Riku is accosting Beast. You actually don't have to. You just have to get close enough to it. So you'll see that Violin will sort of like roll towards the platform, but he won't actually get on it. And obviously, if you played this game before, you'll know that Riku is going to steal our Keyblade away from us and just hand us a crappy wooden sword. We're still going to make use of it because having the sword doesn't prevent our ability to use magic. And since we've got a ton of it from leveling up and additional accessories, we're going to be making pretty good use of it alongside our new party member, Beast. Beast is going to accompany us in this little puzzle that we're going to do. We have to open the castle gates in order to progress the story. And in order to do that, we have to go down into the waterway in order to trigger a switch that opens the gates. So we're going to be rolling off of the side here, and then we're going to be going straight for this bubble, ignoring all these dark ball enemies. And I remember I remember this thing that Violin told, and Bandit Yoshi, my co-commentator for SGDQ, told us about when we met up, which is that when the gates move after being contacted by the switch, the water animation doesn't quite line up with the gates moving.
Yeah. Once you see it, you'll never unsee it.
My mind has been opened. My third eye is no longer blind. All right, so now that we open these switches up, there's going to be a bubble off on the side here. We're going to jump into it, and that's going to get us to the switch that opens the gates. There's going to be a Defender Heartless that guards it, but the good news is the Defender has a lot of HP, and so the Gravity spell is actually going to be very useful against it. What we're going to do is we're going to get close enough to it where we can cast a Gravity, and then we're going to use a Triangle to rally Beast to attack it. And you know, Sora's gravity will already take a chunk out of it, but then Beast should be able to handle the other one. And there you have it.
Whoops.
You want to make sure, this is a really technical thing, but I didn't really get it until I started running the game. You want to make sure that you're far enough from the defender that when you press triangle to rally Beast, you don't accidentally do an Ars Arcanum, because you technically still have that equipped.
Or you want to be in the air when you're commanding Beast.
Yeah, either distance or being in the air will work, because otherwise if you're too close, you'll launch Rs, and while you have the wooden sword, you actually deal no physical damage to Heartless at all.
Yeah. You used to
Alright, so
do
now we're-
damage in the older versions of KH1, but in Final Mix they changed that.
Yeah, it used to be like chip damage at most, but now it's just flat out null. Once we come back up here, we're going to be rolling past the dark balls again, and we're going to be going all the way towards the back of this section. We're going to wait until they despawn. If Beast doesn't get stuck there, then the dark balls despawn faster, and you get a quicker blue menu.
Yeah.
And now the castle gates are open. We're going to be rolling back towards it. And Riku, one of the fights of all time.
One of the fights of all time. This fight is just... it's one of the fights in the game that's just never consistent. He just tends to do whatever he wants. You know, ideally you'd want to trap him in a corner or something and have Goofy trap him with Tornado. So, yeah, we'll see what happens.
The central mechanic that makes Riku so tricky is that Riku basically will retaliate after any 3 swings from Sora. And so what you're hoping is that while you're attacking him, Donald and Goofy can assist in parrying him, and then while Riku's parried... the ledge grabs!
What is happening?
Oh, you also... Okay, good R's on the landing. The reason that we want to see Goofy Tornadoes is because Tornado has a higher likelihood of parrying Riku, but obviously it takes a little bit of a wind-up animation for Goofy to do the Tornado, and if Riku hits him at all during that, he gets interrupted, and so he can't. So there's a lot of randomness and chaos that makes that fight very tricky, but you know, the good news is Riku doesn't have that much HP, so the fight is usually pretty over quickly.
All right, there's a cool trick in this game coming up that I'm going to try to show off. If I miss it, I'm going to lose 20 seconds.
No, you're going for the liquid glide?
I'm going to go for it because it looks really cool if you get it. It saves a few seconds. So.
I'm praying for you, dude. I'm praying for it. So we're doing this little library puzzle. Basically, we will have to open this area by touching this switch. And so now we have access to the upper section of the arena that we fought Riku in. We're going to be casting fire on all of these candles that are around the room, smacking these 2 urns. Our goal here is basically we want to free up all 4 of the emblem pieces that are required to open the door that you can kind of see right there. So we've got 1 free. Lighting all the candles gets us another 1. Pushing this red trinity gets us 3. And... the trick that Violin is going to go for, which is called Liquid Glide, is he's going to try to glide over to the emblem piece in the little like burning section in the center during a forced cutscene of one of the emblem pieces appearing.
No. I didn't get my glide out. It's over. It's okay. We're good.
It's objectively one of the coolest things because you see Sora just sort of like hover into frame.
Yeah.
But it's really frame perfect to try and get.
It's just one of those tricks we never go for in runs because of how risky it is.
But the good news is now we have all 4 of the emblem pieces acquired. We don't need to come back up here, so we grab this one first. Then the second one is immediately below us. Then there's this third one, and then do that little cool skateboard trick to get over to the last one. And so now we have all 4. We're going to touch the door. We have to put each individual emblem piece in one by one. And then once we have skipped a cutscene and gone past the lift stop area that this door is guarding. Violin is going to basically, hopefully, get no Wyvern Heartless following him when he attempts to despawn them by getting as far away from them as possible. The reason is we want to try and get a blue menu for two purposes. One of them is we want to get a Haste 2 gummy, which is a faster gummy than our current accelerator. Ignore the blue squares on the ground, that's totally fine. And the other reason is that obviously with a blue menu, you can interact with things, including the elevator controls. Oh, nice. There's two ways that I know of that allow you to basically get the quick blue menu. One of them is what you saw Violin do, where he
Okay.
where he cast a stop and shot a couple of other spells to defeat the Wyvern. The other is you call Donald and Goofy to that Wyvern that Violin was targeting, and then you hope that your party members distract the Wyverns so that you can just do every other piece of movement that you need to. Goofy W in chat. So we're on this elevator section, and there are going to be 3 wizards that appear. We have to defeat all of them in order to touch the central control to move into the second half. You can see that Violin is calling the party members to the one in the back so that Sora can just take care of those first 2 and ignore everything else. And then this is a really cool route change that's somewhat recent. So at the end of this section, it is a blue trinity, and you can definitely go up and interact with it, and you get cottages and Megalixir. But Violin has noticed that you actually don't need to get it. You can actually make up for it with chest pickups later on. So we're going to be skipping that. But for a new runner, you can totally still grab that and have it be fine.
Yeah, also to explain the blue squares that you see, that's just a graphical bug with the NVIDIA 30 series graphics cards. Because I guess they didn't test the game with higher end graphics cards or something.
So this is a really cool piece of movement. This is Dumbo skip. So we spawn in enemies, we summon Dumbo, we raise him to max height, dismiss him, and that should put Sora at the perfect height to get a ledge grab. So that way we skip having to go the long way around towards the castle chapel, where we now will have to encounter Maleficent. Maleficent is, well, in theory, a very simple fight. Basically, what we're going to do at the start is we're going to jump and glide onto Maleficent's platform. And then we're going to do a hit into an R's. And now we're going to just keep hitting Maleficent until we refill enough MP where we can launch a second R's. And we usually wait until Maleficent's final HP bar shows up to do it. And then now we're halfway. Launch it. Later. All right. So Donald with the bonk off on the side. All right, so now that we have beaten Maleficent, she's now going to try and retreat. We're not going to let her, but unfortunately, Riku is going to give her the power of darkness to its fullest. So she's now transformed into a dragon. Dragon Maleficent is super vicious. She's going to try and swing her head wildly if she's allowed to move freely. This is why stop is going to be very useful. Basically, what Violin is going to do is he's going to do a loop of stops into full combo and 2 hits. And so basically, as long as we can keep this up and make sure that we don't drop any inputs, we should be able to beat this fight, like, wickedly quick. The reason that you saw Violin let her break out of the loop intentionally is because you can't loop her infinitely. So what you want to do is break her out for a little bit and then promptly resume the loop. But that went about as well as you could expect.
Yeah. There's a chance if you stop her at just the right time, Donald will just spam a bunch of gravities, and that will make the fight one combo shorter. But it has to be incredibly precise.
Yeah, Dragon Maleficent with current strats is basically like one of the hardest skill checks. Like all of your inputs more or less need to land.
Speaking of skill checks.
Yeah, right. So we're coming up on Riku Ansem. Riku got really salty that he lost the first fight, so he let Ansem, the Seeker of Darkness, possess him to give himself an extra boost to beat Sora on the rematch. We're going to try and level the playing field. So what Violin is going to do is he's going to swing at Riku Ansem at the start, launch off an Ars Arcanum, and then he's going to swing again. You get the sag. As soon as you get the second stagger, you launch the second Rs, and now Riku's going to power up his hand, which signals that he's going into phase 2. We're going to try and interrupt him, and basically, Riku attempts to retaliate after every 4 hits, but you have just enough time to land a 5th hit, and basically, as long as you can keep up the loop, you see that Violin can take out Riku Ansem with absurd ease. Violin also does this really cheeky thing where he drops the loop intentionally once he determines that it's safe to use an Ars Arcanum, because it's technically faster to do so, but you could also just end it with the normal looping, and you can still get within a few seconds of what you could get if you launched the Rs off at the time that Violin did.
Yeah, usually when he's like less than a health bar from dying, it's safe to pop an Rs there.
So now we've been turned into a shadow because we freed our heart to let our friend Kairi basically exit her coma. We're going to be dropping down
Kingdom
all
Hearts.
the way... Kingdom Hearts things. We're going to be reuniting with Donald, Goofy, and Kairi by stepping into this arena here. And this is a very silly thing that every runner tries to go for, but you pretty much have to, otherwise you get laughed at. We're going to be trying to skip the cutscene before Donald has a chance to bop us in the cutscene. A real run is bonkless, and a real run sees it every time. So let's see.
Bonkless.
There you go. Bonkless.
Easy.
So now we have finished Hollow Bastion 1. We're going to be sent all the way back to Traverse Town. And basically what happened is that now there's too much darkness emerging from the... Darkless. There's too much darkness emerging from the Hollow Bastion keyhole. So enemies are stronger in the sense that their strength stat is increased. They have more HP. And so now they've actually become strong enough where they block off our usual gummy path to Hollow Bastion. In order to enter into Hollow Bastion again, what we have to do is we have to get a secret Navi gummy piece that Sid hid in the waterway.
Question. Do I show off the cutscene glitch?
I think you should. It's funny if you manage to get it.
There's a really funny glitch here that can happen if you dodge roll into the text box cutscene here. I should be able to get it first try.
I remember seeing you guys in the SGDQ practice room figuring out the setup.
Yeah.
Yep, there you go. Yeah, if Kairi has her foot stomped on by Sora, you know that you've gotten it.
So now Sora's going to do a bunch of silly things. I'm not going to be touching the controller at all. I'm going to... Yeah, see?
Normally we would be skipping this, but we figured we'd showcase it for you because it's just too funny. I should point out, Sora just did Sliding Dash, an ability that he does not have.
Yeah, we don't have that.
Kairi just talking to air with Sora turning his back on her.
This is the best part right here.
and then he's just swinging like a madman in the dark. Oh god, it's so good.
And that was Blitz, which we also
also
don't
an
have.
ability that we don't have. So now that we've gotten the Navi gummy piece, we also get the final upgrade that we'll be making use of for our Keyblade. Kairi is going to give, well, normally she'd give Sora the Oathkeeper keychain, but you're going to see that the actors in the cutscene are going to be very weird.
And it's back to
This
normal
one's
now
okay
because it's
because-
a different model.
Yeah, that's the, you know, the sort of like higher fidelity face model. Now we've swapped back to the low poly
I
guy.
like how his mouth is still moving when he's in combat stance. All right, so now she's going to hand off the charm that allows us to use the Oathkeeper keychain. But yeah, it sort of popped out of frame, so it's just hanging in midair. So the Oathkeeper is a lot like the Fairy Harp in the sense that it's stronger, but it's also a +1 MP Keyblade. When we get back into Hollow Bastion 2, there will be a point where we equip it, and that will be the last Keyblade that we make use of for the entire game. All right, so now we're going to touch the save point, warp out. We're going to warp back in to the accessory shop, and then we'll talk to Sid. He'll install the new Navi Gummy piece, and we should have access to a new warp hole, which will take us on an alternate path to Hollow Bastion. And he's clearly a wicked mechanic because he just popped out of frame for a second, and now he's like, all right, your ship's all fixed up, it's new. Sid is arguably the true speedrunner of the Kingdom Hearts Absolutely.
run. Okay, so we're gonna be hanging, you know, bottom left to touch the new warp hole, but before that, Violin doing one last gummy upgrade to slap on the Haste 2 gummy, and much like he explained with engines, the Haste gummy also basically only works off of the highest priority haste you have on. So it doesn't matter really that you have the Haste and Haste 2 equipped. It'll work off of the Haste 2 anyhow.
Yeah, we're going much faster than before. And interesting thing about this gummy mission is about halfway through, you can actually quit out and warp straight to Hollow Bastion.
Shout out to Spike Vegeta figuring that out by dying at that point.
Yeah. Actually, on the original PS2 version, you want to die halfway through because it's not possible to quit out. The quitting out option was only added in FM. So
yeah, there's a specific zone that we know where we can do it. We're not there yet, but we will get there once we clear through this section. You can usually tell by like what color the background changes to. So right now we're going to pass through these rings, ignore these ships. There's going to be these walls. We're going to go through them. And then once you see the background color change is usually a good sign for when we can do the quit. There you have it.
and there's
Now
Hollow
we can-
Bastion.
Yep. Now we don't have to do the rest of the mission. We can just warp straight in.
All right, so here, because of the new item route change, I have to make this really quick cycle. So I'm going to be focusing up here. I'm going to swap Beast into my party in place of Donald, though. Because Beast does a lot of AoE damage. And
Yeah,
he has
if
some
manages. Yes. Yes. If he manages to, he also has a couple of critical plus abilities. So hopefully, you know, Beast lands those crits, and he's able to basically use his AoE roar attack to defeat a lot of the Heartless on an upcoming mob battle. So the reason that Violin wanted to make a cycle is because it's faster if you can get this Mega Elixir chest as long as you don't skip the cycle. And it looks like he made it because both of the platforms are rising. So now he can just make it all the way up. So Dumbo skip Dumbo skip was showcased earlier, but here's another point where we use it. We roll forward to spawn in enemies because you can't summon enemies unless, or you can't summon anything unless enemies appear. So we deliberately spawn in a wizard or sometimes red nocturnes, but you hope that they don't show up. And then you do the same thing where you rise all the way to max height, and then you get a ledge grab, and now you just glide all the way off into this segment and should be able to touch it and move on up.
I didn't get the quick despawn, unfortunately.
Yeah, sometimes the enemies can sort of drift towards Sora, and if they drift far enough, it takes a while for them to despawn.
All right, so I'm going to position Beast on this triangle right here. And then hopefully what he's supposed to do is do a jump attack towards the wizard and then do a roar, which should get rid of all of the Heartless, so long as he's not interrupted.
Yeah, if any of the Heartless decide to attack him out of
Like
it,
that.
then yeah. Like
That was still
for
good.
example.
That was still pretty good.
Yeah, the fact that he's still roared, is already good. That means, everything on screen gets wiped out. Violin also queuing up Dumbo, Beast W.
Beast W.
Because, we've done the second Dumbo skip. Now we're going to be doing the third Dumbo skip, which is basically the same as the first one. And then I guess we can explain a little bit about the menu that you did just now. Not only
So I customized gravity on triangle over stop. We're going to be using that spell a lot. I put on Leaf Bracer onto Sora. I took off Beast's top ability, which is the Ferocious Lunge, and I put on Critical Plus. I equipped Goofy's bottom 3 abilities, the most important one being MP Gift, where Goofy sacrifices 2 MP to give Sora or anyone 3 MP. And I also put Leaf Bracer and
cheer on Donald, right?
Cheer on Donald, yeah. And then I put Oathkeeper over Berry Harp.
Yeah, that is definitely one of the more involved menus in your end game. It just always will be. All right, so the boss that we're about to fight is the Behemoth. It's very tricky, but basically what you want to be doing is you want to be firing off Ars Arcanums during specific animations that you notice from the Behemoth. And you're also hoping that Beast's Ethers and Goofy's MP gifts are replenishing Sora's MP, because if we're going to be checking out a lot of Ars Arcanums, we're going to be running through MP like crazy. So Behemoth staggers here. We do another Rs, and then Violin unleashes all the triangle presses, and then he's basically going to roll around him to get back up. And then we'll see what he does.
Good pattern.
Okay, good. Good pattern. Oh, he didn't stagger. He's
not supposed
do
to.
the orbit. Yeah, he's gonna do
That's
the orb
normal.
attack. I frame through it with the Rs.
Perfect RNG. Yeah, that's as good as the
Nice.
fight can go.
Woo!
I wish I got that in PB.
All right, and so now that we've done that, there's going to be a text box cutscene coming up, and we just have to mash through that.
And we just got
then-
the Omega Arts from that as well, which increases our strength by a little bit.
Yeah, it's going to be the final strength boosting accessory that we really get over the course of the run. And then Violin.
And say it with me. Well, this is going to be kind of weird with the delay, but we'll try. We cannot skip this cutscene because this cutscene is an unskippable cutscene that we cannot skip
because it is unskippable.
And shout outs to Biscuit047.
Dude, I still can't believe that Mist and I, just without any planning whatsoever, said the Bizkit047 shout out at the same time. So yeah, it doesn't matter if you're on console or if you're on PC. This cutscene, for whatever reason, is totally unskippable. You have to just watch it.
Yep.
But like Violin said, we've got the Omega Arts and we are going to be equipping that when we exit this cutscene. One other thing that we're going to get is the final upgrade to our magic. The Princesses of Heart as a reward for freeing them, but also as a sort of gift to make sure that we face the next challenges with a little bit more of an even playing field, because we are going to be fighting some of the hardest enemies in the entire game. We get our final upgrade to fire magic, so now it is Firaga. We're going to be seeing a lot of it for specific strats coming up. But basically, as soon as we get the Firaga and we're done with this cutscene, we're going to menu, then we're going to touch the save point, exit the world, and then we'll be heading to the final true level of Kingdom Hearts Final Mix, which is End of the World.
End of the run.
End of the run, yeah. So this is going to be the last gummy mission that we take part in. There are going to be some ships called Omega ships. They're big, they're pyramidal, they're white. We basically try to position the ship in such a manner so that none of the Omega ships appear in the one tunnel that we have to go through in order to progress.
Yeah, they do a lot of damage to you even on beginner, so definitely want to avoid them.
The good news is they don't really have much in the way of offense. Like, they have lasers, but they're pretty easy to dodge. The real trick comes from the fact that they're pretty sizable, and if you touch them, like, contact with their ships deals damage. So there we go. Went through the central tunnel. The rest of this is smooth sailing. Now we're going to touch down in the End of the World, and we're going to be coming across a few forced fights. So the first one, which is just horribly RNG laden, is going to be a forced encounter with Invisible Heartless. They have 300 HP apiece, which is basically one full HP bar. We're going to be using gravity to chunk out as much of their health as possible. So Violin is going to spread out the gravities here, and then hopefully... All right, good. They're going towards the center. You don't want to see their DM, which is when they sort of plant their sword in the ground and they become untargetable, and they just basically spawn a ring of darkness around any one of your party members. They can't be damaged at all when they do this, so if we see it, it's just a straight time loss. But I will say, that was a really solid fight.
Yeah. If you don't see them DM, it's usually a good fight.
So now we're coming up on the Angel Stars. Similar to the Invisibles, we're going to be spreading gravities around. And then once we do that, we're basically just going to combo them. Yeah. And there you have it. Pretty much done.
A Gale.
Oh, and a Gale drop. Okay.
Yeah, we're actually
Not bad,
doing
not bad.
a Platinum Trophy speedrun.
Cool. All right. So because Violin did not pick up the Blue Trinity and Hollow Bastion, he's going to have to pick up this chest, which contains a cottage. And that's something that we use basically immediately so that we can refill the entire party's HP and MP. We want to do that because we want to have Goofy give as many MP gifts as possible so that we can basically defeat the Arch Behemoth, which is sort of like a rehash of the Behemoth fight, as quickly as we can. We're going to be casting gravities on this guy because unlike the first Behemoth, which had higher gravity resistance, this guy basically has no real gravity resistance. So all of these gravities are chunking him for such huge damage.
I used too many gravities there, so I'm going to have to combo him normally.
You should be able to do this, though.
Yeah, that was fine.
Easy.
Also, before Behemoth, I also menued in a Mega Elixir, which I'll be using for the fight before Final Rest.
Oh, yeah, the Linked Worlds. Ooh, boy. That's going to
Worlds.
be a doozy and a half. But for now, we've got a couple of easy things to take care of. So when we cross through the next loading zone, we're going to come across a couple of portals that take us to facsimiles of worlds we've already encountered. Any world that has not been sealed, in the sense that like the keyhole has not been sealed, we will have to go in there and deal with the mob fight inherent to that portal. So because we never sealed the Olympus Coliseum because we never actually went into that world, we're going to have to take care of that. And this is going to be one of the best uses of Simba. So what we're going to do is as soon as the menu comes up, we pop Simba. And because of the MP that we have on Sora and the cheers that Donald and Goofy individually have, we have hit the threshold where now basically a full charge of Simba's blue meter allows us to one-shot all of the Heartless that you see on screen. So we stagger them all by doing a 2 charge right there, and now we're going to load the blue meter all the way up. Bam! That's wave 1. We're charging it all the way up again. We're going to clear through wave 2. And then we've got one last wave to take care of. Simba should auto-dismiss on his own. There you go. Because his orange MP meter is gone, that means he's no longer able to stay out any longer. All right, so we beat the Olympus Coliseum one. There are going to be 3 other major portals that we jump into. One of them is going to be Atlantica, and this is where Firaga is really going to come in handy. So what we're going to do is we're going to cast Firaga on each of these Sheltering Zone Heartless. And then when the last one is defeated, 2 Aqua tanks are going to spawn in. We're going to cast a Gravity on each of them, and then we're going to clean up the fight with Firagas. Easy. Oh.
I knew there was one missing.
You want to wait until the screen color flashes before you enter that loading zone. Otherwise, the game won't count that fight as being complete.
Yeah, and you have to repeat the whole fight if that happens.
So this is one of the other portals that we are forced to go through. Luckily, it's peaceful and actually advantageous. So that's the 100 Acre Wood portal. It gives us a Mega Elixir chest, gives us a save point. Very good. Now we're in the Hollow Bastion one, and we're going to be gravitying on these invisibles as well. All right. Wait, oh, that guy had full health. What the heck?
Oh my goodness. That one also has full health. Very unlucky.
Wow. They just really hung back in the cut there. Yeah, it's a very tiny hallway, so even though there are only 4 invisibles in this fight, it can get very chaotic very quickly. All right, and yeah, a couple of gravities, a couple of hits, a couple of spells, takes care of the other ones hanging out in the back pretty quickly. Now we're coming up on Chernabog, and we're basically going to be doing as many air combos as we can without finishers if we can, muster. And then hopefully we don't get any crazy attacks from Chernabog so that our party members can also contribute to this damage. All right, looking pretty good so far. All right, he's gonna nod his head sort of back and forth here. You usually know if you have a good Chernabog fight if you can get the last bar to appear without any yellow. And so, yeah, this is turning out to be a really good fight for Violin. Yeah. All right, so as soon as Violin ends this fight, he's going to glide all the way down to the base of the volcano. And the reason is the loading zone will automatically transition him to the next stage if he's directly standing on it. So we skip this cutscene, we get the ability Super Glide, which is our last shared ability, and now, there we go, automatic transfer into the next arena. We enter the menu so that we can equip the Super Glide, and now we're going to be going into the Linked Worlds battle, which is basically just a series of different mob gauntlets.
A series of unfortunate events.
The first one that we're going to come across is the last Archbehemoth in the entire run. We're going to do like we did earlier, and we're going to cast a lot of gravities, and then we're going to launch into an Ars Arcanum. As soon as he pops his head back up, there we go. Goofy throws us an MP gift, which we need so that we can do another one.
Ugh.
Whoop. That was kind of funky. All right, we'll take out the Behemoth right here, and then we're going to throw the Mega Elixir. All right, and we're going to position ourselves so that we're off to the side of where the Dark Ball wave is going to spawn in. With our current MP, which is 9, we can basically defeat any individual Dark Ball in 2 Firaga casts. So you're going to see Violin shoot twice, move on to another Dark Ball with a target switch, and then none of the... Wow, I was hoping that none of those guys would do the funky teleport move.
That's okay.
Now that those guys are done, Violin is going to use Triangle to corral the party members over to the far side of the arena where the door is. He's going to get ready to stop them so that he can immobilize as many of them as possible. Spread out some gravities. And then we should be good. All of them should die.
Nice.
All right, bust out. Now we can just bust out Simba, and we have just enough MP where Simba should be able to clear all of the remaining waves. The reason that Violin did a stop on those invisibles is because, like we said earlier, we're trying to avoid any instance of a DM, and sometimes it's faster if you can just spam gravities and spread out the damage, but it really depends on what the invisibles feel like doing. So the stop is, trade off some potential high-risk speed for a little bit more consistency. All right, and you're going to see with this tiny sliver that Simba has left, they're going to clear out the remaining wave, and that's the Linked Worlds fight.
And then hitting this door actually makes this cutscene load in faster for some reason.
It's super weird, but you have to do it. All right, so there's one final item that we pick up, and it's going to be the Mega Elixir in this chest over here. We're going to touch the save point. Violin does a menu here. We're going to be equipping an additional air combo plus on Sora, I believe an MP haste, and then on Goofy, what we're going to be doing...
we give him a ray of light.
We give him the Ray of Light so that he has a +1 MP, so that he has even more MP for more MP gifts. And then after we beat the next boss, we're going to be equipping the Tornado ability back onto Goofy. The reason that we want Goofy to throw us MP gifts, much like before, is because we want to be doing as many Ars Arcanums as possible on Ansem 1 here. Ars Arcanum actually will cut through whenever he has the Guardian protecting him, so we can still keep up the damage. And then this is probably one of the trickiest things throughout Endgame, is trying to corral Ansem into this one corner of the arena. But, even though he flew pretty far out, Violin is an expert at how he should position Sora to make sure that Ansem kind of shuttles back into this corner. You want to count how many hits you deal onto Ansem whenever you have an appropriate window. You usually can't deal more than 7. Sometimes you have to drop your combo and go into the Rs after 6, but 7, you definitely want to drop it. All right. Roll through this after a certain amount of HP.
Oh, hello?
Where is he going?
Can you attack me?
What? Why is he so passive?
Okay.
Okay, we take those, I guess.
That was so bizarre.
So we're going to equip the Tornado on Goofy, and we're going to be loading up all of our elixirs and mega elixirs that we have in our inventory so that we can basically get through all of the remaining fights. We've got Dark Side coming up here, and basically all you need to do is just air combo him. You won't see Violin do too many finishers because it's just slower than doing, your standard 4-hit air combo. We've got 2 air combo pluses equipped, which is why we're basically just melting through the HP bar here. And there you have it. Okay, so now that Darkside 3 is done, we are coming up on Ansem 2. Got to see what attack he's doing. Guard or parry whenever he's doing the charge attack. Same idea, you want to count your hits and then wait to see what happens. All right, good stuff. All right, now Violin is going to hold off on using an Ars Arcanum until that yellow bar is just about to peek out of here. All right, so after this, Violin is going to stagger him 3 times. 1, 2, 1. There's the Ars Arcanum. Good, and now that's the first of ideally 2 DM skips that we get from Ansem 2. All right, so after this, he's going to try and go for it again. Nice.
Cool. That's a little scary because when he's by the wall, he can randomly not stagger and DM immediately.
All right, so Ansem 3. There is a lot of skill in terms of making sure that you time your air hits to make sure that you're landing all the necessary damage on Ansem 3. But honestly, I kind of get if you're one of the people in chat in the audience looking at this and thinking, man, he's just kind of going caveman mode. He kind of is. We are just sort of smacking Ansem 3 as our primary mode of damage. Throwing up an arrow there because arrow decreases the amount of damage we take in half. It's really essential because we're basically going to be smacked by lasers as Ansem is in his second phase now. It's incredibly crucial that we throw up the arrow because, as we've mentioned at the start of the run, we do not have any defense ups. So if we don't have the arrow shield up, we are only going to take a handful of hits before we die. Violin did a really cool thing there where he basically rolled into the cutscene trigger so that it basically skipped on its own. He didn't have to skip it manually. All right, and now we took care of the Shadow Core with a couple of Ars Arcanums. Really simple. He throws an elixir there because we want to have full MP going into the artillery fight, and the reason is we're going to be chucking off a couple of Ars Arcanums. So what we're going to be doing is we're going to be hovering to the back, landing, quick Ars Arcanum. That takes care of the first big artillery, and now we're going to be taking care of the smaller row off to the side. Now we're going to be full comboing the last big artillery. If Sora doesn't clank. All right, and now we take care of the last one. All right. We're going to be throwing another item for MP recovery here. Dark Ball Core, this is a crazy fight that Violin learns how to do. He basically throws out a gravity, throws out an Ars Arcanum in the middle, and then he cleans everything up with Fyraga shots. There's a couple of different ways of how, you can choose to go about this. Blizzara used to be part of the strat. You can also just hang back into the, the rear of the arena and chuck out nothing but Fyragas and wait for Dark Balls to sort of come at you and chomp you. Mm-hmm. There's a couple different things, but the gravity into the Ars Arcanum and clean up with Fyraga is what Violin does. We're going to be throwing an arrow onto Goofy here, and then we're going to be seeing, hopefully, a lot of tornadoes from Goofy, and we're going to be smacking and avoiding the lasers that drop down. Leaf Bracer is equipped onto Sora, which means that we're totally invincible as long as we're throwing out a heal, which is why Violin's sort of healed, even though he's basically at full health. All right, so now Face is in the second phase, and he's going to be screaming intermittently throughout the laser shots that drop from above. And this should be the end of it. Nice. All right. We throw more MP recovery items, and now we're coming into the Invisible Core. This is the last time we're going to see the Invisibles. What we're going to hope for is that all the Invisibles charge at us and that Goofy does not interrupt any of them. All right. This could be funky.
I think I got the Oh wait. No. I'm surprised.
Hey, and a free elixir drop. Let's go. All right, we're going to be coming up on time pretty soon. We only have one more fight before the final boss, and it's going to be the central core of the World of Chaos. We're basically going to chuck a couple of gravities on it and then do some Keyblade swings. And then right before the cutscene fades in, Violin is going to throw a Mega Elixir to restore all of the HP and MP of the party. And there you have it. Sweet. All right, Ansem 4. This is the final boss fight, so time is going to be coming up when his HP is totally brought down to 0. What we're going to do is we're going to rally Donald and Goofy towards Ansem, and then we're going to dodge these lasers, get right behind him, and we're going to smack him as often as we can. Unfortunately, Goofy got interrupted from a tornado there, so the damage might be a little bit tighter. But ideally, what we're going to do is we're going to get a couple of stray swings during this DM. All right, as long as we're seeing the green HP bar poke out, we should be able to skip one attack from Ansem out of this DM. We're going to get dragged towards the Dark Orb, throw a Mega Elixir, we're going to rally the boys again, and it's time to delete this fool. All right, and that is...
Time.
GG.
GG's.
All right. Let's see what the
Alrighty.
timer is. So yeah, that's Kingdom Hearts 1 final mix on beginner.
Looks like 208.25.
Hey, not bad, not bad.
My RTA PB is a 203.45, I think, something like that. We did show
geez.
off an unskippable cutscene, so that lost some time, and then
Yeah.
got a little unlucky in some areas. Got double black fungus and some other things, but overall, pretty solid showcase. I hope you guys enjoyed. I've been Violin. You can check me out on twitch.tv/violin. I'm currently going for the world's first 147 in the game, and I'm only 4 seconds away. So it's been quite a journey.
Yeah, you
And,
won't want to miss Violin going on a tear through beginner.
Yeah. Also, there are some other runners pushing towards 147 as well. Specifically, Bandit Yoshi and Miss Master One. They're both very talented runners. And joining me has been Game Man of Color 313. He's done a lot of research, a lot of strat hunting for KH1, specifically the Proud and Level 1 categories. He's done a lot of work towards that. And yeah, do you want to say anything, Gabe, before we go?
Thank you to GDQ Hotfix for having me. It's been, a pleasure getting to be in a GDQ event with Violin again. And I hope you're not sick of me, because I will also be commentating for Podgy713 on the Kingdom Hearts 2 Final Mix Beginner Run coming up in just a little bit. So please stick around for that, because it's going to be a really awesome showcase.
Absolutely.
Yeah, thank you both so much. Y'all did a fantastic job. You knocked it out of the park. And,
Thank you.
Yeah, that's a really good time for a marathon, considering all of the extra stuff you did. So, very, very good job. Happy to have you both on. With that said, we do have Kingdom Hearts 2, so we are going to take a quick break while we get ready for that, and we'll be back in just a few minutes with Kingdom Hearts 2. See you in just a few. Hello, everybody. Welcome back to the Games Done Quick Hotfix. Today, we are celebrating the 14th anniversary of Kingdom Hearts Birth by Sleep. We have seen some runs of Birth by Sleep. We've seen a run of the first Kingdom Hearts game, and now we're going to be watching the second Kingdom Hearts game. I will hand it over to the runner commentaries, let everybody introduce themselves.
Wait, that is me. Yep. Okay. Hi. I'm sorry. I'm Podgy. Sorry, my bad. I am running beginner any percent today on PC modded. That means for the basics of it, basically we are skipping gummy missions to make it a little bit faster and a little bit more of a faster run in general. And here are my commentators. Go ahead, guys.
Hi, I'm Game Man of Color 313. I was here for the 1FM beginner race, and Podgy has been nice enough to also let me on for his commentary for his run. And so I hope that I can show out, help chat learn as much about 2FM as hopefully I was able to with 1FM. Somebody who's going to be helping me do that is my man AA Dewey over here.
Yeah, hi, my name's AA Dewey. I'm mainly known for the KH2 Rando, but over the past couple of years, been dipping over to more of the speedrunning scene. So we'll see how Podgy can make that look very impressive. This category has gotten so insanely optimized.
Yep. All right. Let's go. On my mark. 3, 2, 1, go.
Good luck.
All right.
Thank you.
Good luck. Yeah. All right, so we are basically going to be wasting no time in explaining what's going on here. There are going to be a couple of cutscene skips, and these are basically tutorial sections for the game, teaching you how to move and interact with NPCs as Roxas, the first character that we will get to control. Once you learn how to lock onto things, we are going to be picking up the Struggle Bat, which gives us an automatic +1 to strength. We're going to be increasing our strength whenever possible. And then we're going to have Cypher as our first true enemy that we can fight. And we're going to be doing a specific combo string to manipulate the RNG of the first nobody enemy that we encounter, called a Dusk. And the reason that we are manipulating the RNG is so that we can do a sequence of 10 attacks to transition into the next section. There are basically two major ways that speedrunners can progress past this point. and one of them is to die, which we can't do on beginner because we just don't take enough damage. So the other way is to deal 10 hits to the Dusk.
Yeah, there's a number of fights throughout this game that will follow that same sequence, whether either finishing with time to hits or its death abuses. So, of course, we will usually be opting to just use hits here on this Dusk, and then another Dusk coming up later in the Sandlot. But what's really interesting about seeing this tutorial here is you kind of getting used to a character that, while it does teach you the same mechanics, handles so much differently from Sora. Oh, yeah. So a lot of people find this tutorial very janky. But once you can optimize this much, and Podgy is definitely known for one of the people that have really optimized this segment, so no pressure here today. But there's actually a lot of depth, especially right here, seeing in this mail delivery. This has been optimized a lot over the past, like...
Dewey's like number 3 for mail delivery.
I think I'm 4th now. Someone got record. I don't know. I was really bored one day, and I think I'm off of record by 2 frames or 3 frames.
The reason that we do the mail delivery minigame is because we have to do one of the minigames, and that's the shortest one. The reason that we have to do the minigames is because now in this part of the story, we have to like raise a little bit of money so that we have something to spend.
We want to go to the beach.
We want to go to the beach, and
who wants your money to get that?
Little do any of the characters know, we get our money pouch robbed, but we still tried it. Like every other character is trying to raise as much money for like pretzels and watermelon and stuff.
Oh yeah, they wanted pretzels. Yeah.
Yeah, and wouldn't you? I think like whenever I'm at the beach, think about pretzels.
It's okay. This is still kind of lenient.
This works.
Yeah, I messed up a hit, so I just have to do a little bit of difference on Serenity fight, but it's no big deal.
Yeah, you should actually get the crit RNG here.
No, it won't be crit. It'll be the upside down walk.
So the Podgy picked sword, and that is pretty bog standard when it comes to the beginner category. Oh, yep. Just like you said, the upside down walk.
Yep.
You can time it, but I messed it up. It's fine.
Yeah, we're saying down?
So basically, we picked the sword route because that gives us a couple of key abilities that whenever we need them in early games. One of them is experience boost. We're going to be using that to hopefully get a couple of key thresholds that we're trying to see. Podgy has done this run so often that he basically gets it almost every single time. But we'll announce them. We'll announce them as we get closer to them. I'm trying to think what else was prudent. Oh, the Sandlot Dusk that we encountered. Similar idea. We had to deal 10 hits on it. Ideally, if you have done the RNG manip correctly throughout the first couple encounters with the Dusk at the mansion gates, you should know.
Hey, let's go, Roxas. Good for you.
You should know the specific pattern that the Dusk does, so you have to do a specific combo sequence. Podgy was looking to do like 2 combos and a hit and then an air combo after a reversal reaction command, which, speaking of reaction commands, this is the first boss fight that we're encountering that uses them. They're basically going to be presses of triangle that do specific actions in combat unique to the enemy that you're targeting. So those are the only RCs that we're really going to take advantage of throughout the fight. Podgy is ideally going to hit the Twilight Thorn, which is the boss that we're facing now, in such a manner that after this break raid, we shouldn't need to use any of the reversal reaction commands to dodge like vine attacks and potentially attacks from the enemies that spawn in here called creepers. So let's see how we do it.
Definitely, you don't want to have to use those RCs because
my bad.
It'd be really difficult.
Okay, we're gonna have to do the slow attack, but it's fine.
That's
Ideally, you want to see 4 air combos and 1 spare hit. All right, we're gonna back up here. Combo, hit, reversals, air combo.
Yeah, right in.
That's the old strat. I developed some stuff based on recognizing how fast we can actually do combos, but I missed a hit during the I missed doing an extra hit when Twilight Thorn was down, so I was 1 hit short of doing the fast strat. Okay.
Yeah.
No big deal.
Dewey, do you want to explain Sandlots a little bit here?
Yeah, of course. We're shooting the struggle tournament right now. That
Mm-hmm.
we get to do a little bit of light sparring and win these fights here. So the way that you can win these, you either need to let the time run out and have more, or having more orbs than your opponent here. This is Hainer here, very difficult fight to deal with. But if you get all 200 orbs, which is all the orbs of both you and your opponent, that will also end the fight immediately. So that is always what we're going to be opting to go for. Or actually, not quite always, but we'll get there in a moment.
Oh yeah, the one exception.
39 is a very good fight there.
That's pretty solid.
And going into VV here, we're going to be seeing some things of... We're going to be trying to set up the perfect way that we can always hit what's called as revenge value, which is a really complicated thing, but basically means that you'll do a certain amount of attacks and which will guarantee the enemy to retaliate. Though it's always usually in a consistent way. So right here, you'll see that Paji immediately just blocks and dodges that retaliation set up there, which is going to set us up for a really quick fight over here.
I will say the VV struggle fight is arguably one of the hardest things about beginner.
I think it's one of... I used to hate it more than Hainer.
I'll tell you guys, it's one of those, as soon as you get it, you'll never forget.
That's true. Like when I figured out the proper spacing for it, I really stopped messing it up. So there are 3 dusks that we have to fight here. Once we take care of these guys...
I got robbed. Fine.
It's a really quick fight, nonetheless. Now that we've done that, we're going to be fighting Axel, who's supposed to be Roxas's best friend, but Roxas doesn't remember. So what we're going to be doing is jumping off to the side, comboing Axel 3 times, and then after the 3rd combo finisher, you see that retaliation. We're going to stagger him, 1 more combo, he's dead. Well, not dead, but the fight's over.
Dead for now. for all intents and purposes.
Spoilers.
And then this is the struggle fight that we actually opt not to win. Dewey, can you explain a little bit more why?
Yeah, of course. So in like lore, Setzer is not exactly the most honest of fighters here, and offers Roxas a medal if he decides to let him win, so he can keep a street cred or whatever it is you get for winning this. And if you win, you just get a champion's belt, which is just an armor piece that gives you some resistances to certain armors, which resistances are very nice, but we don't need that, and strength is king in this. Almost in every situation, we're going to try routing all of our equipment to just boost our strength as much as we can.
Yeah.
So, and also, conveniently, it's not that slow to even die here, and especially if you on higher difficulties, it gets easier and easier every time.
Yeah, beginner takes the longest because you take half damage compared to standard, whereas in like crit and proud, you take twice the damage you would the standard.
Yeah, on crit and level 1, you can basically end that fight in like 9 to 10 seconds.
Yep.
The death is just that
8.5 if you're good.
That's true. All right, so Paji is going to menu the medal so that he gets that instant increase to strength. One thing that we didn't touch on earlier is that Paji also menued in the config section to turn off summon animations. That's going to matter way later when we actually get summons as part of our combat kit, but basically if we didn't do that, then every time we would bring out a summon for the first time, we'd have to see a long hand animation. And we don't want to do that because it doesn't save any time.
Yeah, I also flipped the camera back to the correct orientation. Like in KH2...
Oh, why did you say correct?
In the original... Hey, listen, in the original KH2, the camera does what I'm doing right now, and in Final Mix, they flipped it. So now I have to fix it.
Well, technically it wasn't Final Mix that switched it. It was the PS4 port.
Oh, it was?
That flipped it because I used to deal with a lot of PS2 stuff, and it was the same as the correct way anyway.
I disagree on whether or not it's quote-unquote correct, but it is one of those things that, like, if you're accustomed to the old way, you do have to adjust it. Yeah. Oh, by the way, we beat VV clones.
Yeah, that was pretty good, actually. We got hit once, but it was a very, like, we had to wait anyways, so we didn't lose time to getting hit.
Yeah, we're going to be approaching the Shadow Roxas fight right here, which should be pretty quick on beginner here. We're just going to try to do an air combo, get him to the wall instead of another air combo to keep him in the corner, so that he should never be able to actually attack us.
With the metal on, it takes... Yeah, with the metal on, 4 air combos, fight's over.
It only takes 2 more hits without the metal. Like, there are people that run no menu on Roxas. I don't, only because I don't want to run with the wrong camera for 15 minutes.
I was gonna say, doesn't it also only save time if you don't make any mistakes?
Yeah, you have
and then you lose time after that.
Exactly. If you get hit in VV clones or something and you get thrown in the air, you don't have aerial recovery and you lose all that time anyways. But like at this level, anyways, you can work around it. But
Yeah.
if you want more consistent runs, and plus I technically do have the fastest like Roxas segment, E and I run metal and menu, so it's like it's meaningless at this point.
And this right here is the hardest part of the entire Roxas World section right here, Simulated Twilight Town, because sometimes you just crash and it's done. And that is in every single version of Kingdom Hearts 2.
Yeah, there is there's a random reaction command that can pop up for like a couple of frames, and if you accidentally click it because you're mashing or something, the game's just goes kaput.
Yep. It has been a thing since the original PS2 release. And
So
there are a couple
something that
crashes
we
were-
are going to do now is, we at this point in the story, Roxas and his friends have been doing a sort of independent study for their summer school project, and their project in particular was to investigate the 7 wonders of Twilight Town, which are just like weird local phenomena. It turns out there is actually an 8th wonder, and we're going to investigate it. The 8th wonder is a spotting of a woman in a window of the abandoned mansion that we were at earlier. So we're going to go check that out, progress the story a little bit more, and then we're going to come up on the final day of Roxas's story. And once we clear that, we should get control of our primary character, Sora.
Yeah, for those that don't know, that there will be a test later in this run, so if you do not know the lore, that is the only way you can continue a beginner run. So there actually is a test about halfway through the run, so I'm not going to tell you when, though. Keep on your toes.
It's a pop quiz.
Pop quiz. So now we're in the 8th day?
5th day.
5th day. I can't count very well. Counting is very difficult.
There we go.
But what's very nice here is we get to actually just deal with the alleyway fight right here, because Axel's trying his best just to stop us one last time from finding out the truth that this is basically the Truman Show.
No, he wants us to know the truth, and Diz doesn't want us to know the truth, but now he's telling us to go to the mansion because it's time to know that it's the Truman Show. Lore reasons.
Yeah, so you're right. And this is probably why I haven't PB'd. It's because I don't know the lore well enough.
Pop quiz is
I
now.
did the pop quiz halfway through the run. That's why I haven't PB'd in a little bit. Actually, just PB'd yesterday, but still.
GG's.
I can improve.
Yeah.
It wasn't a good run. But we're going to be
no worries.
approaching... We're finally getting our chance to step into the mansion for the first time and get to see more of these nobodies here. And we're approaching the end of this little tutorial section, so we get to play as an actual good character coming up. I will say, Roxas is
the beat
one of, if
that
not
you guys
my
are
favorite
starting on this
lore
hotfix.
characters. Yeah, let me just clarify. I love Roxas as a character. I don't like playing him as a character.
That's fair. That's fair. And I do feel the same way.
But
Also, another little like teaser. You haven't seen it yet because I don't do anything for Roxas, but because this is PC modded, the main thing is about like the speed of like gummy skip and stuff like that. But we do allow some cosmetic, like minor cosmetic mods. So my Sora, after we go to Yen Sid, is going to look a little different. Just a little stay tuned moment.
All right,
Man,
so
that's
now
a
we're in the
very fun
basement fight. We have 4 dusks in front of us, but once we defeat 3 of them, 2 assassin nobodies are going to spawn on opposite sides of the arena. As soon as we defeat enough dusks to where we only have 1, we're going to be, positioning ourselves to where the assassins spawn in, and
Aw,
we only need.
that's fine.
It only takes. Oh, he gave you the freebie. It
Yeah,
only
he gave me
takes
the
4
freebie,
hits.
and this guy was mean anyways, so it doesn't matter.
yeah, if you lose any time.
Yeah.
So, we're going to be approaching the Axel 2 fight again. I was wrong. He's not dead. For now. What's really nice here is this is going to be one of those situations where I'm saying we're trying to really just manipulate a boss to retaliate exactly what we want. So we're doing just those 2 finishers and the air combo, then he'll jump into the wall and we'll do a reaction command that does a lot of damage. And we'll be able to just set up that same combo we just did, and that'll be a quick fight after this air combo.
One cool thing about dual wield Roxas that a couple of people didn't know about when running the game for the first time is that if you press square as dual wield Roxas, he'll automatically whip out his finisher.
That's true, which we'll see.
That is what we
again.
did, actually. On the second ground
Yes.
combo, that was just an immediate square input.
Yeah, it's pretty essential to the strat. It's basically also a preview of something that we get later on called Valor Form, specifically with an ability called Over the Horizon, but we'll touch more on that later. Right now, Podgy did a quick menu. He set his party members to party attack, which means that they will target enemies other than the one that Sora is targeting.
Usually.
He removed, usually, asterisk.
Yeah, when they want to.
He also removed the potions off of both Donald and Goofy and took Donald's ether. Ethers are going to be really useful for specific sections of the run, so we want as many from party members for free as we can steal. And right now, we are coming up on the Station Plaza fight. Basically, there are a couple of different ways that you can end this. This is another situation where it's either you land a certain number of hits or you die. But we're on beginner. We're not really going to be opting to die yet. The fight ends when you've dealt about 100 hits to enemies, and Podgy is basically going to be taking care of the first 3 waves as quickly as he can. Once he does, the remaining waves are going to be all creepers, and then we're basically going to be opting not to.
That was amazing.
We're going to be opting not to do finishers until we hit level 6, at which point any 3 hits, whether they're finishers or not, will defeat a creeper
Podgy did a
regardless.
finisher.
I do it
Well,
when I
the
know
other-
it's going to kill, and any hit will kill.
Yeah.
I've heard that before.
I do 1, 1, 2, 3.
You're trying to make Dan sound like a liar, and that's okay.
No, it's okay. There's a couple of little bits of improvisation that, like depending on the situation, it's okay to do in certain situations. We're hoping that. Oh, awesome!
Yeah, that was very good.
EXP wasn't too high. The reason that we didn't want to see the EXP climb up too high is we obviously want to hit level 6 so that we get a strength increase, but we don't want to go so high because there's a risk later on that we're a little bit over leveled and our defense goes up and then we don't take as much damage, which we specifically try to do to get an experience boost on, but we'll explain more of that later. Right now, at the base of the tower, we're encountering the Shadow Heartless. That was pretty good.
That was really nice. The shadows are not shadowing today.
They shadowed a little bit, but like it's a
They're
marathon.
shadowing less. They're shadowing the shadows, which is not shadowing you.
Yeah, that's
There's a move that the shadows can do, which is them sort of sliding into the plane of the floor and becoming 2-dimensional. And when they do that, you cannot hit them or damage them in any way. It's really annoying. It only loses you time, so we hope not to see it at all.
And there's a really annoying thing that they can do that we call zero framing, where they will come up just to instantly the same frame that they come up, come back down, so you cannot hit them. Which is what just happened to Clutch. It's really frustrating. So this isn't a terrible fight. We actually found that very recently. There's a new tech that if you kill a specific 2 shadows in the second wave, that it'll spawn the last 2 shadows. So you can usually get Donald to help you out, because Donald is actually kind of carrying those fights. If Donald
His
decides to
thunder
actually hit
is
him with
able to like
thunders.
one-shot the Heartless for the most part.
In beginner, they can one shot.
All right,
Man.
so here is going to be a really cool instance of deliberately manipulating Heartless to get a reaction command. We're going to be smacking a soldier 3 times so that we get the Cyclone reaction command. And if we're lucky, this will
that guy was mean. It's fine. He was mean. That's not my fault.
If we were lucky, that would have cleaved through all 3 of those soldiers that you saw on screen while Donald and Goofy were engaging the one in the back.
I might have walked too far to the left, actually, now that I'm thinking
It looked
about
a little
it.
left.
Yeah, that's fine.
So, just pointing out something, a little preview, like Podgy mentioned about a certain visual mod that he has that changes the way that Sora looks. Podgy also has a mod that is reverting a lot of the Heartless that were changed their color scheme in Final Mix back to how they were in original KH2 English. So some of them just are a little more colorful, a little more nice, and Podgy likes to keep them there, and I like them too.
I like more of the ones than I don't, and there's Sora with my pink.
We're pink now.
We're pink now. Get over it.
Absolutely.
It's your favorite gummy
So now that we've gotten a couple of things. Basically, we have access to our first drive form now, and we're going to use it as soon as we touch down in this new world, Hollow Bastion. If you were here for the 1FM run, you might have seen this. And if you were here for the BBS run, you might have seen this when this place was called Radiant Garden. So Valor Form is really cool. Basically, drive forms in this game absorb one of your party members in order to get a different move set and different abilities, and potentially, as in the case with Valor Form, the ability to wield a second Keyblade. So the fact that we have another Keyblade means we get the strength not just from our default Keyblade, but also the secondary one, which is why we're basically able to cut through all of those nobodies like butter.
That was nice.
And also just to point out that even in Valor form, we are continuing to slay.
Oh yeah.
Moving on to the fight in the Bailey, which is, I would argue, like top 3 worst fights of the speedrun. Not because you're likely to die, but because there is the true villain of the speedrun, and that is Leon. I call him Leo. We really want to see him only hit one of these dusks, or none of them if we're lucky. And we're basically trying to get him to come to the door as quick as possible to not only help us to take out some of the dusks that are there, but in the next wave, we're going to spawn some samurai and creepers, and we do not want him to interfere with those samurai because we want to get an RC called Dual Stance, which not only will instantly kill the samurai, it also does splash damage.
Yes!
Come on, Leo, come on! It also does splash damage that can hopefully kill all these creepers that are coming up soon.
Good boy. Oh my god.
All right,
Okay,
come on,
there.
come on. Line up, come on.
Get a double?
It won't be a double.
That'll kill. It's too close, right?
That's okay. I just have to take care of the creepers now myself. That's fine.
The reason that we want to take out the creepers first is because
the freebie.
defeating them
Another
causes
it's okay.
the final
thought about
dusk
it.
wave to spawn. And we basically want as many of the dusks to spawn in as possible because Leon has a huge friggin' sword, and so he does a lot of wide arc attacks that will cut through a lot of them at once. And that was not a bad Bailey.
Yeah, not surprisingly, Leon did a very good job. If he's fireballing at all, that's like really bad, but he was always stepping up to the plate. He was making up for earlier in my warm-up.
Oh, he's making up for a lot. That's why I like doing the randomizer, so I can play with boss right now, and I can finally fight him and give him peace of my mind.
That's right. That's our first instance of skipping gummies, by the way.
Yes.
Yeah, we just skipped our first auto scroller. Dipping a bit into why we're doing that is just to bring the flow forward. It was 23 minutes of 24 minutes of straight up auto scrollers that are not sped up at all. And while it was nice to have a bathroom break or two, it just it feels so much nicer to be able to just optimize the game further and not have to worry about as many things that are just straight up time losses that you have to wait through. So,
Dude,
those shadows
Ping
are
is
being
mean.
so
shadows are
mean.
shadowing now.
Okay, that's fine.
Good lineup.
Ping
Good
got
lineup
it,
on the last 2 guys, though.
They were zero
Okay,
frame.
so-
To me.
Podgy is going to stay in Valor form up until the point where he can see that he gets the level up. Valor as a form levels up whenever you hit certain thresholds for hits dealt to enemies, and when you level up a drive form, you on the next time that you use it, increase the duration by which you can use it. So you may have noticed that when we pop into drive, the meter started at 3. Now that we've leveled it up, it'll start at 4. So now we have even more time to use Valor.
Yeah, and also a really interesting thing about running the beginner category compared to I also run a critical mode, and of course Podgy does as well, and game of course. But critical mode also gains drive faster in the beginner, so we have to play things a little bit different just to make sure that we have enough drive to end. We really want to end the 3rd mission in Valor form so that we can have some really nice movement going towards the mountain climb fight coming up. So this is a really cool thing where you let Donald thunder and attack one of these Nightwalkers, making them dive, and then you take Donald out of your party, making the Nightwalker instead target you, which you can use a guard to get some iframes and just set up some really good fires to get some really good drive and kills as well.
So because Podgy hadn't hit level 10 yet, one full combo did not defeat a Nightwalker, so you have to like hit once and then go into a full combo.
Yep.
But
now we've hit level 10.
So I'm so used to having level 10 so much earlier.
Ah, that's right. Yeah, because our plaza was so good that we're a little bit lower on experience than a lot of other people might be at. But that's expected for me at this point.
Yeah. Also, a little newer strat over the past few months. I want to say it was the Wabi that found this.
Someone in Japan decided to do this.
We call it JP strats. So it is really nice where you just get rid of some of the tents that could be in the way for the shadows here and the Nightwalkers coming up, which will let the second Nightwalker we're going to approach in a moment get a lot further towards us, which will make it so we don't have to close as much distance and we can immediately just go back and forth between that one and this Nightwalker getting a very good missions right here.
Yeah, not too bad.
The reason that we want to end Mission 3 in Valor form is because in Valor form, your movement speed is actually faster than base Sora. And so that's going to let us go through the next section, Mountain Climb, a lot faster than you would if you were just in base Sora form.
A little bit of
So
tech
we're going to
here.
be taking advantage of an ability called Over the Horizon. Basically, if you press square while on the ground, Sora will do a move that transitions him from ground to air. And Valor Form also has an ability called Omega Finale, which means that mid-combo, if you press square, you will do the finisher of what either your ground or your air combo, depending on if you're in the ground or in the air. So basically, at the start of that fight, you saw that Podgy went like into the air and then speared through all of the enemies at the first gate. That finisher that he did was Sonic Strike. He knew that that was going to happen. That's the default finisher when you're in Valor form, unless you're surrounded by a bunch of enemies on all sides. So we're going to be taking advantage of Over the Horizon and Omega Finale in Valor form elsewhere in the Land of Dragons. Right now we're in the cave. And you take out the first Assault Rider, and we're going to be casting fires with no finishers on these shadows just to, clear out as many as we can.
Once they let me attack.
That's the other thing.
Okay,
we're trying to
this is
stay as close to the center as we can so that hopefully...
There it is.
There we go.
Yeah, no fear. Also, what's really nice is we just picked up our first AP boost, and we're about to use it as well. Something you're probably, once again, not used to if you're seeing ever critical mode or level 1 speedruns, because you start with an extra 50 AP in those. We need to manage our ability points just to make sure that we can always quit the abilities we want, which right now we just hooked our experience boost, which is a very important ability that we're going to be seeing a lot of use from right here. When you're below 50% HP, you will be gaining double experience, and that is also why the XP routing is so interesting, where we're actually saying we didn't want too much XP here, because we want to stay level 10 here during the beginning of this so we can damage down quicker, because level 11 has a defense increase, so it would take us a lot longer to get to that damage we need.
Podgy flips the camera up in first person mode so that he can bring these rapid thrusters down.
They're mean. It's fine.
They were mean in the sense that they attacked him when they were supposed to, but they didn't bring him to the HP threshold yet.
Yeah, I'm waiting for them to do
now
more.
They're not attacking.
All right, there we go.
There we go.
That was a little frustrating that both the Bolt Tower and the Rapid Thrusters attacked at the same time, so you couldn't get the... What's really nice about using this attack to the speed trap to actually get down is you get hit multiple times, which is very convenient.
I'm a little in a bad spot now, but...
Basically, what Podgy is going to try to do now is spawn kill these Bolt Tower Heartless. They're locked in position, so as long as he takes out the one in the back, it'll keep spawning in that position.
And the full reversal. Not quite the RC we want to see, but it does do a significant amount of splash damage. So still getting some decent exposure.
All right.
Wow, they're rude.
That's actually not great.
I didn't get...
We
Yeah,
can make this work.
When rapid thrusters don't damage you down well enough at the beginning, it can mess up your positioning, and I had to wait. But it's fine. I have backups that I can do.
Yeah.
Ideally, you hit level 12 by the end of the summit experience grind. With level 12 comes an increase to your magic. And unfortunately, he didn't receive it just because the enemies were a little bit awkward in their behavior. But like Haji said, he doesn't strictly need it to show up at the end of that fight, because in the Imperial Square fight, we're going to be encountering Heartless anyway. And so we should be able to get it if...
Good damage boost.
Yeah, we'll get our level up right here, and that's fine. It's more about hitting level 14 by the end of Olympus Coliseum, which, I can judge based on how things go in Olympus. That was a good start.
Nice.
Mulan
Whenever
being
you see
helpful.
Mulan using the fire move, that's always going to be great.
Aw, I didn't get the target switch. That's fine.
Yeah. Target switching is really frustrating that in this game I feel like you have weirdly the most control with your target switching, yet I feel like it works the least often.
Yep.
Yeah.
So we're actually going to approaching the Shan Yu boss fight here, and basically we're going to try to immediately go for 2 air combos, instantly go into those finishes with that Omega finale that Valor has, and setting up a perfect combo to do 2 of those quick combos and 1 full combo just to immediately hit the HP gate that Shan Yu has to get to the final phase. And
Well, no, we
Mulan
hit it
was
if he
getting
turns
those kills.
purple. He's turning purple.
That's
And
fine.
the bird is burning.
It's fine.
We're going to guard this, get the reaction command, and then we should just clean this up with a few combos.
Yep. Aw.
Yeah,
That's
got a couple of blizzards, so this should be very easy to finish right here. And
Nice.
that's a good fight.
Yep.
Every RPG has the RPG jerk bird, and this that is Hayabusa.
Yes, the bird's name is Hayabusa. The bird has a name.
The bird does in fact have a name.
On the quiz will be Maleficent's bird's name. Study up.
And Stan, do you want to explain why we're choosing to go to Olympus Coliseum here?
Yes. Okay. So the reason that we are not going into Beast's Castle, despite the fact that it's a lower battle level world, is because Beast's Castle is basically just a boss rush. So we opt to go for Olympus Coliseum because we'll get a couple of things from here. One of them, notably, is the Hero's Crest Keyblade, which has an ability called Air Combo Boost, which increases the damage on your finisher based off of how long your air combo is. It also has a higher strength than the Kingdom Key that we have right now. You jump up from 3 to 4 strength. So having a stronger Keyblade with a really good ability is one reason. Another reason is that because we're in a higher battle level world, the enemies hit us for harder damage. So this means that we're able to trip that experience boost threshold a lot quicker than we would if we were in Beast's Castle, where we basically would just be trying to defeat the bosses as quickly as we can, and we wouldn't really have time to like defeat or encounter enemies, like lower mob enemies, without like wasting a bunch of time.
Yep.
And so ideally,
explained.
by the end of Olympus Coliseum, we will hit level 14, which gives us another increase to our strength, which will allow us to do some cool stuff with Hydra and the first boss in Beast's Castle. But we'll know whether or not we can get level 14 when we encounter a boss fight much later in Olympus Coliseum. Right now, what we're doing is encountering Hades, and we're going to be escaping the underworld. There are going to be 3 platforms that have waves of Heartless that we try to deal with. The way that we deal with stuff on wave 1 is we kind of let Orin go buck wild with stuff, and we try to see if the enemies will... There's a couple of shadows, so we hope that they don't, go into the plane of the floor. But luckily, that went by pretty...
The bats were a little bit rough, but that's okay. I'm gonna do your tech, Dewey.
Yo, I was about to comment on why is
I forgot
Goofy a duck?
I forgot to not do the tech. Oh wow.
Never mind. So can you explain to me why is Goofy a duck that is casting spells? It's a little strange. So I've been pioneering a little bit of change here to allow you to use Goofy
All right,
instead
we're
of
fine.
Donald here, just because Donald doesn't really do much because a number of these enemies are immune to Thunder, which is Donald's only spell that he has access to right now. Also, Goofy is very good at keeping Hades at bay and hopefully blocking his fireballs for you. So that's just a nice thing you can do with Goofy, but it's a bit of immune, but I prefer it.
You may notice that Podgy was deliberately going into the air to hit the Hookbat Heartless. The reason is, if Sora attacks a Hookbat,
Very good.
then they will close in on Sora and present you with the Bat Cry reaction command. It's this invulnerable attack that
we need
swipes
experience.
wildly. It swipes wildly around Sora, so it's very good for damaging a huge circle of enemies.
Yeah. Also,
that was
a
also-
very clean slide dash to get the back of the large body. Large bodies cannot be attacked from the front side. You have to hit them from the back to actually do any damage. So that was very clean managed from Haji's spacing there, being able to do a slide dash there.
That was also the first instance of Haji using a limit attack. So limits are attacks that drain all of your available MP, and they require a specific party member. So the one that is tied to Orin is a move called Bushido, and we're going to be using that again here when we fight Cerberus. We don't really have many tools to fight Cerberus here. We basically just have our raw, combat. So we're going to be going into him with melee combos as often as we can, and hoping that we don't get smacked by rocks in the process.
I got Dwayne again!
Got Dwayne again.
Bro,
okay, at least we got
RNG
that.
is crazy.
This is fine.
Okay. This is good damage. Yeah. So what Podgy's trying to do here is, one, praying that Cerberus stays in a decent spot, which this should be fine.
He's being a butt.
Yeah, so wanting to get Cerberus' health down as much as possible to use a Bushido, once again, that same limit that James brought up. Getting to use it here during this desperation move, which I guess we can bring up in a moment of what those are, just to get some really good damage and staying invulnerable during that limit, and setting up you can either go for that reaction command if your damage is a little low, but
I don't need it.
Podgy did a lot of damage, he wants to save a little time and not be as flashy.
Oh, I took it anyways.
They caught him anyhow. All right,
That was
look at
my
the swag
finish,
kill.
though, it's fine.
Yeah, it's a swag finish.
It's a marathon. We gotta show off the swag.
And Dan, do you want to go into a bit of what desperation moves are?
Yeah, so desperation moves, or DMs for short, are moves that bosses can perform that are usually like a decent chunk into their health bar. So like once you remove a certain amount of health from a boss is usually when they will perform a DM. In the case of Cerberus, it was about half his HP. When bosses perform DMs, they are usually in a state where they cannot be damaged and they cannot be staggered. So there's really no way to like cleanly pick up any combat on them whatsoever. In the case of Cerberus, it's pretty easy because he's technically still able to be damaged. But for other boss fights, specifically humanoid boss fights, spoilers with the Organization 13, the DMs will be much more punishing.
Yeah.
So we will try to avoid them as often as we can.
And yeah, this is a really good finisher.
Yeah, it worked out.
Now we're in what we call urns. Just a little test that Phil's doing for us. We can do some training to be better heroes. I think he still calls us junior
Yeah, we are
heroes.
still junior heroes until the end of the game.
Yeah, not until we
Get our
do
pictures
a
in the
visit of
stars.
the game that we're not even doing.
Yeah. Oh no, I think it's in the end credits that we get put in the
Is it in
stars.
the end credits?
Oh.
I thought it was after OC2.
Oh, it might be after OC2. Crap, now I'm
Yeah,
failing.
That's a visit we're not doing.
Yeah, no, after OC2, you see Sora, Donald, and Goofy in the constellations,
That's
and
right.
that's sort of the god's way of, saying, you're certified heroes now.
Yeah, finally the gods acknowledge us after saving the world multiple times.
The gods acknowledge us.
All right, so we're going into Valor form for more movement. The reason that we couldn't do this when we were in the Underworld is because there's a unique property of the Underworld in the first section of Olympus Coliseum where your drives are locked, so you can't access drive forms or summons. We don't have any summons, so that's kind of a moot point, but in any case, we won't be able to access drive forms again until we get the Olympus Stone, which actually we will get as a reward for beating the next forced fight against an Organization 13 member Demix and his water clones. Podgy deliberately smacking that ghost so that he can get a damage boost for a little bit more distance.
I also menued a little bit earlier than I normally would because we didn't have good summit experience, so I'm gonna kill these two goats. So I already got the
Goats.
ghosts. My bad. You know what I was.
How did goats end up down here? What did they do?
They're ghosts of goats. Didn't you know?
Used in pagan
They're
ritual.
not looking too great.
They aren't looking great, man. It's fine. Yeah, now we are at like the tippy tip of what I consider acceptable
I
experience.
thought you needed to kill dogs as well.
I'll be
We'll see.
fine.
Basically, so Podgy equipped an ability. It's a new combo modifier. It's called Aerial Dive. And basically, if there's an enemy that you're targeting on the ground, Aerial Dive will do a 4-hit move that launches you into the air. We
Yeah,
will
it's our first gap. Well, second gap.
We'll probably see a little bit more of that in a little bit. But right now, what Podgy's trying to do is he's trying to hit these water clones once so that he can trigger their wild dance reaction command and try to hit as many of the grouped enemies as close to Demix as he can so that he sort of spawn kills the clones. Although they're being really mean.
This isn't bad. That was a 45. That's okay.
Yeah, 45 is what you expect. Is the average.
Yeah, ideally on beginner, you want to see something in the upper 40s.
Yeah.
Yeah. But also, like Podgy said before, he did a menu a little earlier. The menu that he did right after getting that power boost from that big chest, which boosted his strength by 1. He normally would have done that menu right here, along with his AP boost, but it's fine. He can just put that AP boost on the next time he does an AP boost menu, because there are a number of them.
Yep.
All right, so what we're going to try to do here is we are going to, after we tank enough damage from Pete, we're going to clear
Donald
out...
stole all my marbles.
What the heck? What the?
It's
Also,
fine.
that marble didn't even do damage to you. What the heck?
All right. Once we've cleared out, or once we've taken enough damage to hit the experience point threshold, or experience boost threshold, we're going to clear out all of these hook bats, and then we're going to do combos on Pete to trigger him to do his forced revenge on the ground, and that should spawn in another wave of Heartless. This time it's going to be soldiers. We're going to cast a fire on them close to Meg so that it triggers their cyclone reaction command. The reaction command is hit-based, and, you know, fire deals 3 hits, so it's perfect. We're going to trigger Pete to do a forced revenge again, but this time we don't kill everything before we do it. We leave one soldier alive, because apparently if you kill the soldier mid-retaliation, it forces these hook waves to spawn in faster. And if you can manipulate it the way the Podgy did, you can usually get level 14 before you have to fight Pete for real. So what we're going to do here is we're going to go into Valor form, and then in Valor form we're going to use the Hookbat RC, and then it should end... Oh, I guess all of them died.
Everything died. I mean, that's honestly kind of nice.
It's not it's not ideal, but I have enough drive where I can still do what I want to do for Hydra.
You're also really going Valor hits now because of that.
Yeah, exactly.
We got Trinity Limit as a reward for beating that fight. We're going to be equipping it immediately in order for the strat to work. Trinity Limit is the first limit that, and I guess sort of the only limit that Sora himself can equip. It changes depending on who's in the party. If you have Sora, Donald, and Goofy in the party, you will do what we call Group Trinity, which has 3 different components that you can launch off before you eventually hit the finisher. But if you have any configuration of a party which is not Sora, Donald, and Goofy, then you will do what we call Solo Trinity, which is basically the break section of Group Trinity entirely alone with Sora.
Yeah, which does sound like it might not be as useful. It's definitely not as flashy or extravagant, but it definitely has some places. We'll actually be seeing at the end of the next Worldy's Castle.
Exactly.
Being used very
Let's go,
effectively.
boys.
Easy.
Also, very good setup right there. It's a little tricky when you don't have as much Valor form to work with to take out that first head. And we're seeing that Group Trinity right here. We're hoping between like 90 and 108 or 110.
This might be 80.
We're hoping to get.
We basically want to see what's left of this first HP bar to go away.
Yeah.
Okay,
That's
great. Let's see.
good. That's pretty good damage. Not the
All
greatest
right.
head pattern to work
Solid
with,
head
though.
pattern.
Yeah, this is about head pattern.
Okay, this is fine. Oh, that hit. That's,
Back and forth.
Yep, we're good.
We'll get it.
Yep, we're good.
It'll while that head pattern is not very good when it comes to doing damage, it is a very long head pattern. So even if you get hit by orbs, which is entirely RNG whether or not you get hit, with some positioning. So you really just want to hope that you don't get hit by any.
Yeah, exactly.
And we're actually going to get pulled really quickly back to Hollow Bastion for a quick little visit. And
Sora even says it. Isn't the ship moving on its own?
Hey, wait a minute.
We're going to be encountering the 100 Acre Wood for the first time. We're not going to really interact with it ever again, but we do have to touch down and say hi to Winnie the Pooh for a quick second. We're going to be forcibly ejected from the book, though, because we will have to deal with Heartless that are trying to, like, rip and claw the book away from us. We will end the fight pretty quickly by basically, like, taking advantage of the Cyclone reaction command from the Soldier Heartless again, and then we'll be cleaning up the remainder of the Heartless with Trinity. So there's a Cyclone.
I got 3. Beautiful.
Yeah, 3 kills is all you need. And then Group Trinity. you aim the major drive. You aim it towards enemies so that the finisher has enough time to like suck enemies into it so that it kills everything.
Yeah, if you...
Oh, and this is also where we equip the Hero's Crest keyblade.
Yeah, I forgot to do that beforehand. There we go.
I didn't even notice.
Oh,
that you
I had a little
That's
like...
why you gotta have me on commentary, boys.
I had an alarm in the back of my head like, hey, you didn't do this. And I'm like, did I not? And then the fight started.
Yeah. So we're actually going to be doing, this is another fight that we've mentioned a couple times, that you can either hit a hit count or you can take enough damage. Or I think you might be able to do 3 kills as well. But either way, we're just going to do hit count right here. I'm just using the group training right here, which ends it very quickly. And we'll be just using Valor Form movement right here. Now, we're approaching a fight that's called Thresholder, which you do have to handle a little differently. One, you handle it very differently on beginner than any other category. And you have to handle it a little differently depending on if you got the experience you need, because of course we really want to be level 14 here, but sometimes the game will not be very nice to you as much.
Yeah, so
do you
on
want to
level...
explain the one cycle?
Yeah, so on level 14, you have to intentionally whiff 1 hit so that you don't accidentally trigger the HP gate of the Possessor Heartless once you release it from the Thresholder door. And we've gotten a pretty good setup on beginner at this point where we should reliably get it, barring any interference from the Gargoyle Heartless. If they like snipe us with an axe throw, or
Like
if the one with the sword does a Superman fly attack at us, it's gonna be real tough.
I elect to kill the sword gargoyle, and we'll see if I can do it here to show it off. And it improves our chances by like 50%. So yeah.
All right, so Paji
OG
is gonna
Thresholder, by the way.
We're gonna run right up. We're gonna do 3 hits into the finisher. That's all you need. And then here we go. Well,
Thank you,
3
Donald.
presses
Thank you,
of the
Donald.
attack button.
Over the horizon. Okay, yeah, Donald keeping that one staggered. And also, that would have normally, doing that finisher would have just put the Possessor back into the door. You do the same thing, you break the door again, and then you can finally kill the boss with 2 different phases. But doing this with beginner, with just how much damage you do, you're able to just do it all in one cycle, which saves it.
This is the only category where there's not only like a known setup for one cycling, but that it's actually like RTA viable.
Is it possible in standard?
Yeah, I mean, it could be on crit, but like, I'm not gonna try it.
I thought on crit, just you don't do enough damage, and you do more damage on crit than you do on prep and standard.
Well, like I said, if there are setups that exist in other categories, I have not found them. I'm certainly not trying them on crit, where you die way easier. All right, so here we have a little mini game where we have to light these lanterns. There are only 3 of them. It's just a little cute distraction from everything that has been going on. But once we're done with this, we're going to pop into Valor Form for more movement, and we're going to tackle Beast. He's really mad at us because he's been sort of like brainwashed by another Organization 13 member. So he's sort of like encroached in darkness. We're going to basically smack him out of it, but not before we pick up this AP boost chest. So what we're going to do at the start of the fight is we're going to use Cogsworth's reaction command, and then we're going to do a full air combo, and that should wipe out Beast's HP, and then we just need to finish the fight with Cogsworth's second reaction command. Let's see. Easy. And there's a finisher. And now we're done.
Absolutely.
And it is good to mash that that reaction command as fast as possible, because then the light orbs spawn faster. So pull out your inner Wind Waker speedrunner, and yeah. Also, we're good on money.
We're gonna
Let's go.
Ideally, we want to see that we have 640 money so that we can buy 2 tourmaline rings. Tourmaline rings are accessories that will boost our AP, but perhaps even more critical than that, our strength.
I'd say they're equally critical at this point.
I mean,
yeah.
Didn't the old route do sardonic strings instead? But that's why we do tourmaline rings, because it gives you an extra AP as well as
Extra
the
2 AP per, so it's 4.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Yeah, they're really good. All right, so we're going to walk back at the start of the Shadow Stalker fight, and that will force its AI to try and do this chandelier attack. You only want to hit it 3 times before hitting a finisher. So you saw Paji do 2 attack presses, and then he did attack press into a finisher. He's going to do another one, and that skips the window attack.
There's windowless.
Now we're coming up on Darkthorn, and Dewey, do you want to explain?
This fight is so fun.
Yeah, this fight's really fun when you understand it. First, we have to whiff the first hit of this air combo. We'll do an instant finisher, and then we'll try to revert and just do a solo trinity. So we can see that right here. Do the instant revert, go to solo trinity. We're gonna do one hit between the two breaks, and from here we just do 2 combos and finish it off.
It's super consistent, and the only thing that could possibly the only thing that can screw it up is what happened to Podgy, but luckily it didn't happen at a time where like it was
fine.
super bad.
Yeah.
So orbs of darkness from the Dark Thorn can interrupt you mid combo, and if it happens at a really rough time, then you can potentially lose a lot of time. But 90% of the time, it won't like be a death sentence to the strat. You won't lose like 15.
Yeah, right.
It can also catch you during the extra that you do between the trinities, and you can parry off of it. Obviously, you won't get hit because you're being invulnerable. But I just want to touch on something that you're seeing a lot of Valor for movement here, but in the original game, it was actually so much worse, just because the amount of experience you needed to level up each of your drive forms, and of course, each drive form levels up from its own thing. Valor from getting extra hits. We're going to getting Wisdom form. Actually, the end of this world, we'll be getting Wisdom form, which will become our main one for movement, and will give us a way to get good enough movement as base Sora. But in the final mix update to the game, they significantly cut down on the amount of experience needed to level up enough to actually get quick run as like normal Sora. So you would just run around as Valor form a lot more in like Kingdom Hearts 2 English.
Sigma Shadow.
We'll touch
Shadows.
Not again.
We'll touch more on
we're good.
growth abilities when we actually get into the world where we start grinding them, which is Agrabah. Right now, we're pushing Minnie all the way to the door. You could call her with the reaction command, but it's much faster if we just push her along the left edge.
Yeah, I want to say that saves 6 seconds to do the push.
Something like that. But
Like 6 to 7.
I lost all that time because of the shadows, but I mean, I could have lost more by giving up.
I was gonna say you would have lost the same amount of time if you had done the call over instead. It wouldn't have changed anything. Now, right here, what is really nice about beginner compared to other categories is we don't need any experience from these bolt towers here. The only thing it's bonus experience and bonus money if we need it, but we have exactly enough experience we need and exactly how much money we need. So at this point, we just want to get this as fast as possible, which you can actually, if you have really good positioning of these bolt towers, you can just repeatedly do call overs without having to do these faith RCs between them. But even then, there is a little bit of a delay between RCs you have to do, and this is always the safest way to go through it, especially when there's so many around you. But here, Podgy would have been able to just do another call over.
When we get into the Timeless River world, which I guess technically is now partially public domain.
Public domain world.
Changing my split name.
When we're done with the first 2 windows that we handle, which are what we call Window 2 and Window 3, which are at the Lilliput and Scene of the Fire rooms. We are trying to get level 15 by the end of them. The reason being we get a reaction boost as an ability on level 15, and we know we're going to hit that experience threshold because we managed to hit level 14 in Olympus Coliseum. So we are all set on experience. We equipped the tourmaline rings that we just bought from the Moogle here, and we're going to go right into Valor form. And same deal as Beast, we're basically just going to wail on past Pete with the Valor air combos.
We also equipped an ability called Combo Boost, which will boost the amount of damage done by any ground finishers. Very similar and a nice duality between that and the ability Air Combo Boost, which are the Keyblade Heroes crest that we're using has, which does the same thing, but of course only for the air combos.
All right, so this is actually going to be the first instance where we use a summon. It's going to be Chicken Little. Chicken Little has a very cool property where he can whistle enemies that are far away from Sora, and they'll be like somewhat unable to perform actions for as long as they're whistled towards you. You'll see Podgy that will try to get away from enemies so that it will force Chicken to whistle enemies closer to him. Chicken actually has a couple of different attacks that he can do. The whistle action is one. One of them is a baseball, which he fires at a single target to pop an enemy closer to Sora. He can also throw out some firecrackers, which deal pretty decent damage.
Which we will hopefully see here.
Oh, unlucky.
Oh, Dewey, please talk about the hot rods.
So hot rods are such probably a lot of people's like top 10 worst enemies to deal with, because we are effectively just not interacting with. Now we're about to interact with a bit with how they work. You see them; they'll do this DM move when they hit a certain HP gate. Yep, this is a Heartless that has HP gates, and then they'll just do this attack where they'll just drive around, and we don't have guard equipped anymore, so we don't really have many things we can do with it. We're just trusting Chicken Little to help us out during it. If Chicken Little does anything to interrupt them, being a baseball, a firecracker, or landing the whistle, we can keep that fight incredibly safe and just not interact with the entire mechanic that is the enemies. Which, that is kind of the thing with this speedrun, is the fastest way to deal with them is to not have to deal with them.
Oh, I didn't get one up. That's okay. Oh,
We hit the 8. Oh no, they're
that's the
whistled
worst thing that could
lower.
happen.
that's okay. We're good.
Okay, we still have enough time to get the air slash off.
Yep.
Okay, excellent. Good.
So,
The reason that we wanted to have the reaction boost equipped before we went into this window was so that the air slash reaction command could wipe out those hammer frame heartless that showed up at the beginning and the end of the window.
Yeah, I messed up getting a kill on the first set of hammer frames, so it messed up my spawn patterns a bit, and then Chicken said, hey, I can help, and didn't help.
Yeah, that is the thing. Well, Chicken Little...
one little slip.
Yeah, the sky's falling is what we're learning. While Chicken Little can be very, very valuable, being able to just take care of the entire mob fight without having to really interact with it, there are just so many times that you have to manipulate him in such a way that you have to kind of just rely on him to help you as opposed to go against you, which is really how it works with any party members in this game.
Oh, now that we're on Boat Pete, this is another instance where the reaction boost is very helpful.
No, yes, actually, never mind, sorry. I'm thinking of
Yeah, right
strength.
there it works.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So the fact that we have a good amount of strength from leveling up and accessories with reaction boost makes it so that at the end of the 3 presses of the reaction commands of the overhand juggle parry, Boat Pete is knocked
that's
over.
rude.
He's being really rude with the
I got
RCs,
the
dude.
worst. That was the worst possible.
So it's completely RNG on when that hook decides that it wants
That's
to
okay.
give you the RC again. And unfortunately, it gave it as Podgy was doing a finisher that locks in an animation that you cannot get the RC and gets torn off.
It's fine.
And what we did see also is Podgy used an item called the drive recovery, which in this game will bring all of your brings 3 drive back. So in this case, all of it. So we're going to be able to see us just using Valor as an additional time right here on future Pete's.
Hold on.
Bonus
You have to
points if you
trust
call it
Nasty.
repeat or PvP.
Why have I never heard repeat? That's great. I
hate
just heard
both
Final
of you.
Pete and Future Pete. I love repeat.
Thank you.
Or Pete. Pete's also good.
Yeah, I've heard Pete too.
Yeah.
But it's like
Oh.
both of them are...
So
yes!
Donald didn't thunder. That's why.
Okay, so
I've never
Pete's...
noticed he needed to.
Yeah.
a bit of Pete's behavior is that if you bring him to his if you force his revenge value in the air, then he will bring up that barrier that sort of like heals him
Okay,
a
that's
little
fine.
bit. It's really bad. You don't want to see it. Loses you a bit of time.
Okay.
All right, 2 presses of the reaction command should end the fight.
There we go.
We're out of here.
Yeah. So a relatively good timeless river here.
Yep.
We're gonna be moving on to the other kind of half of the world map. We'll be first going into Port Royal here, which is definitely a world that sticks out, both in the speedrun and in the base game. Both in the base game because it just kind of is like a live action movie that ended up being a world in here, and it feels really out of place at times. And you'll be hearing probably one of the best songs to ever be in 2.5, and the best part about running the HD version.
That's right.
Shout out to my boy Hans Zimmer.
Hell yeah.
Hans Zimmer
And
is
we'll
your
be
boy?
Yeah, why not? Is he not yours? John Powell is my boy.
Oh my
personally.
god.
We're gonna see a little optimization I actually found, which is just doing a slide edge blizzard there to save a couple frames and just immediately get through another one of those fights that you need to get through with hits. And what is very convenient about fighting all the pirates here is they are all very vulnerable to magic. And when I say vulnerable, I don't just mean you do more damage. It also will give them status effects, which makes them very easy to deal with. Thunder will make them walk around but no longer attack you. Blizzard will make them stay still and not attack you.
Don't shoot fire.
Don't do fire, it's not worth it. That'll make them run around randomly, but do a decent amount of damage. We'll usually often use Blizzard and not really often really use Thunder unless it's going to kill. We got Firecrackers.
He waited, though.
The other trick about fighting the pirates is that while they are in the shade, they are completely invulnerable to anything.
It's Curse of the Black Pearl, folks. That's all it is.
Yeah.
Yeah. If you want to get some lore, honestly, one of my favorite Disney movies, not gonna lie.
It's pretty
It's
good.
a pretty solid action adventure movie.
It is, like, controversially, I would call it a perfect movie.
Damn. That's high praise.
Absolutely. So we'll be actually going into another...
Free ether.
You got the freether? We take a freether.
The Marathon Freether?
So each of the different pirates actually have an item drop that they can do, but that is the bomb pirates, the only one that can drop ethers. The axe pirates can do high potions. And then I believe the sniper pirates can do potions.
Yeah.
That's the only time that you can really get that ether, because a curious little property of most mob fights in this game is that you won't actually get synth item drops from forced fights, but that fight isn't technically forced because you could just enter into the lower deck instead of having to fight those guys. It's always faster to fight them rather than not. But technically you don't have to do it. So that is one fight where synth items can drop. And also ethers, which Podgy just gets for free.
Yeah, very nice to see, though. We will actually be skipping the next ambush after this minute fight here. It's the only ambush that we actually opt to skip because our experience is good enough that we can just skip dealing with that, and it'll make it so we don't automatically have Chicken Little starting the boat fight coming up, and that can make us have a little bit more control over the situation. So here, the XP isn't necessarily too tight here at this point. We've covered most of that part of it.
I didn't get as
The
much as I
EXP
normally
for
want, but
Rude.
it's fine.
The EXP for Sora isn't, but ideally you do want to see the summon level go up by one
which I
by
got.
this point.
Yes.
And just like Drive Forms, if a summon levels up, then that means the next time you bust out a summon, you get to keep it around for longer. So now Chicken should have 4 in his
I've never
gauge
thought
instead
of
of 3.
jumping on the wheel.
Yeah, so
that's really funny.
So we do that when Donald's in that relative position because you might accidentally talk to Donald.
I've never thought about that.
Oh, he ran into the dark.
Why is he staying in the shade,
That's
bro?
rude.
Okay, so we're dealing with some RNG of the
That's
AI
fine, we got it.
pirates. Yeah, we still got the setup. We want to get a kill here where we kill all these at the same time, which will spawn different pirates than if we didn't get that. So this would be really convenient here. I'm just thinking, shot up there.
Oop.
We want to do that. Whistle these 2 in, and then we're going to want to actually use this cannon RC, which will make it so these circle explosions aren't going to happen. And it's really bad if we get hit by any of those. Chicken Little will begin to start attacking the inanimate boat instead of actually trying to help us. So at that point we're on our own.
Okay, we're good.
So luckily we got to avoid that, and this
Easy.
is a very good road fight. Barring the opening, Podgy handled this incredibly.
Yep. It's really finicky because it's very dependent on where Chicken spawns, but
It's also dependent on what the pirates can
Yeah.
do. They were nice there in that
Like
they
what
were
happened to
mostly
you.
just slowly approaching. But if you get one that's just, straight up running at you, it can be a little bit dicey.
Yeah. Our crit, we want the runner. I don't know if we want him on the beginner.
Yeah. But the
sword you
is,
don't.
The difference is that
Oh, excuse me, skip.
on crit for shield route, you start out that boat fight with Chicken
With Chicken
already
Little.
summoned in.
Because you fight through the ambush beginning.
But on beginner and sword, you don't.
Yeah. When we say sword, we're talking about crit, but
Small
playing the sword
movement
route
tech
instead of the
here.
shield route.
Little stutter step to
it
the
works.
right. Oh, I messed up anyways. It doesn't matter.
We're seeing Podgy attempt a new optimization of getting this AP boost
Old
instead of
new.
one later in Agrabah.
It's
old
old new.
optimization that is re-brought back
Coming
in, basically.
given new
Yeah.
life.
Yeah.
If you do that movement perfectly, you won't have to have that RC the back shuffle like Podgy did, and you won't get hit at all by pirate.
Technically, I got it. I just mistimed my input. Get out of there.
Oh,
Okay.
you got the bad spawn.
Honestly, I like that spawn more.
Yeah.
Because I really don't like the back spawn. With the way
No,
that
but I don't like
Barbosa
getting shot.
works.
He got lucky that he didn't get shot.
Well, if you don't do a finish or anything, you shouldn't get shot, depending on how you're setting it up.
No, dude, I usually always get shot.
All right, that worked.
But yeah,
All
that was
that's
a very quick
PR.
Barbosa. Barbosa had a little heartless called the Illuminator. When you defeat it, Moonlighter's restored to the area, and then you can, damage Barbosa. Barbosa is subject to the same magic as the rest of the pirates, so we always lock in with blizzards and do a bunch of air combos. We're coming up on Agrabah, and this is actually the first time that we are going to be deliberately death abusing. So
That is true.
Yep.
We'll see another one next world.
Yep, so Podgy is going to slide dash into this Luna Bandit, and you got the good combo, which is a very long one. It's not the long wind-up one, which happens if he
Hey, look,
starts
this
doing
one.
a handstand. Yep, that's the handstand one. This one takes long, it sucks.
It's fine. I got
loses
hit by the
seconds.
other guy actually, so it didn't
Yeah.
lose me that much time.
I was
All right,
gonna say
we're gonna-
normally I know on crit it loses 2 seconds.
Yeah.
And we're actually going into the synth menu. You saw actually Podgy open a chest during the Boat Pete fight right next to the hook, which had a mithril stone in it. And if you find one synth item, the Moogle will actually reward you with an elixir. So we just do that one because it loses no time. You can also opt to do the 1 in a minute fight. But through that, we should get to use an elixir, which refills all of your MP and HP. So it's a very, very valuable item to have. And now we got some wisdom form. And Dan, do you want to explain a bit about what we're doing here?
Oh, you better believe I do. Okay, so at the end of Public Domain World, we got 2 really good things. One of them was the Reflect spell, which puts a shield up around Sora, and basically if any enemy attacks the shield retaliates by doing a couple of orb splashes that deal neutral damage to enemies. So we're going to be taking use of that. We're going to be provoking enemies to attack and then throwing up a Reflect to damage them. Reflect actually clears a couple of the Heartless that are unique to this world,
went
which
for
are
something
the Fiery Globes and Icy Cubes.
Yes.
Reflect clears those guys in one shot as long as they're hit by everything, or at least the finisher of Reflect, because it sort of does a little bit of damage and then does a big orb burst. So if they get hit by the big orb burst, they usually die. And the reason that is going to be useful to us is because with Wisdom Form levels up when you defeat a Heartless. Every Heartless defeated counts for 1 experience point. When you level up a Drive Form enough, where you get it to, usually it'll be level 3, you will then get access to its growth ability, which is its particular movement thing. Valor has high jump, but we don't really have any use for it in the run, so we don't really go out of our way to get it.
Unlucky.
But Wisdom Form has quick run, which is a dash that you can press with square, and it's way faster than if you were just base Sora running all over the place. So we are going to deliberately try and get Quick Run before the end of what we call the Treasure Room, so that we have it as our main traversal method for the entire rest of the run. All right, so we're going to be baiting the Fat Bandit to attack us, reflecting through it, and now we just air combo him from behind. And this is going to be a really cool end to the Chasm of Challenges. So what we're going to do here is we're going to take out one of these Fortune Tellers with an air combo, and then we're going to reflect into Trinity. Solo Trinity is going to proc because we have Aladdin in the party instead of Goofy. And the reason that the Reflect carries all the way up with us to defeat the Fortune Teller really quickly is because Solo Trinity will sort of warp you to whatever enemy you're trying to target and just put you right up in its face. So the Reflect, because the way that it works is that it surrounds Sora, the Reflect carries to you because you're carried by the Trinity. And so right now we're going to be taking out these Silver Rocks with an aerial Reflect, cleaning up with a couple of these shift shot reaction commands. And now we're going to refill our drive with some Reflect Fire. We're going to use fire here because this won't damage the Fiery Globes. At minimum, it will damage the Icy Cubes, but we don't really care. Now we're going to be proccing more Reflects by shooting the Fiery Globes.
Yeah, they're being
It's actually
rude.
also like it's a relatively new optimization over the past like year or two.
Oh,
Opting to what we call fast wisdom, of using all the wisdom grinding that we need to get the level 3 to get quick run on base Sora.
did I not switch? I didn't switch in Goofy.
Here.
My bad. I messed that up.
Oops.
This will be a little scary, but
Nah, we're good.
Didn't
Watch.
be too bad here. I know you weren't
Nice.
gonna die,
Oh,
but,
I
like,
swapped Donald for Goofy. That's fine.
no wisdom form today.
All right, Dewey. I spoke a lot about wisdom form. What are we doing in this menu?
So we're putting on quick run. That's the most important thing on the planet. That is literally what makes the speedrun. So now we have that dash that we just got to see from wisdom form. We have that on base Sora, which means we don't have to rely on our drive forms for movement anymore. Which, thank goodness, by the way, because there's actually a little mechanic that most people probably don't know about called anti-points, which is not going to come up for like a while, but it's going to come up in the background, where every single time you use drives, you're building up this invisible counter that when it goes up, you'll get anti-form, which for most strats is not what you want to see, and it just makes it so it's very difficult to deal with. But this is the fight that we're doing called Twin Lords, and this is just going to be a very easy fight where we keep breaking these bosses apart into the smaller variants of the same enemies we've been fighting the entire world, and then we just switch back and forth between each of them, but we just deal so much damage that it's light work.
All right.
But by the way, sorry if I'm talking really fast, there's absolutely so much to go through in this game, and that's just the things that are readily apparent, let alone the things that aren't apparent from just watching.
That's right.
Yeah, to go fast in Kingdom Hearts 2 Final Mix, you need so much background knowledge.
But don't be scared about trying to do this. We are very open community and trying to do our best to always help out new runners.
Yeah. Like, if you ask any one of us, we're all active beginner runners, and we would be more than happy to help inform, like, what is going on. For example, right now, what we're going to be doing is we're going to be taking Jack's Ethers, and we're going to be summoning Genie, which is a reward that we got for defeating the Twin Lords in Agrabah. The reason that we're summoning Genie is because we're going to Death Abuse again here, and the reason that we want to summon Genie and not Chicken Little is because Chicken Little will try to whistle all of these White Knight enemies towards you and immobilize them, and that doesn't exactly help for the Death Abuse.
Genie doesn't do
Genie, on the
anything.
other hand, doesn't do
we
anything
summoned
unless
him not to do anything.
we summoned him specifically so that he wouldn't do anything. There is not a single action that Genie performs if we don't tell him to do it.
Lore accurate Genie.
We're not wishing for anything.
There you go. There you go.
So we're getting into the Cane Lane mob fight here, which is it's a very like that satisfying strat to really pull off right here. Just doing these really quick reflect inputs and just getting this reflect finisher set up.
It's fine.
It's still still very
wasn't.
easy
Yeah, if you get
to
popped
grab
in-
all these in.
The air finisher is so strong.
And we're actually seeing our first introduction to Jack's limit, which is Dance Call. Probably one of the best limits in the game, except
Yeah,
for a certain Donald limit
for
we'll see
sure.
a little bit later. But it just is so useful, and unfortunately, we don't really get to see it in the speedrun anymore because it kind of got phased out for a certain other limit that I just alluded to.
Yeah, I mean, you do see more of Dance Call on higher difficulties, but on beginner, it's pretty much that one time here in Candy Cane Lane, and you will not really see it anywhere else.
Yeah.
All right, so now we're coming up on... Yeah, we're going to come up on Prison Keeper. I will only mention the main mechanic of Prison Keeper, and I'll let Dewey handle the rest. Basically, Prison Keeper has different moves that it can do depending on which child he sort of like uses for power. So Lock, Shock, and Barrel are in there, and we hope to never see Shock, but you know, Marathon Luck, we'll see how we handle. Lock lobs fireballs, Shock spins, and Barrel bites.
This is fine.
Yep. And the way that we deal with those, we deal with Lock and Barrel in very similar ways. They're really just getting some reflect attacks on them.
Okay, that's good.
Of course, we can't use that. I don't know if we brought this up, but Valor Form, while being very strong physically, does not have any access to use magic. But back in normal Sora, we get to see how we handle Barrel here.
Huge. Wait, that didn't count?
Yo!
What?
No way, you got it!
Why
Wait,
did
I
we
got it?
retaliate?
You got it in the marathon!
No shot!
No way!
Let's go. Okay, so to bring it up, so this is I tried labbing it. We're pretty sure this is frame perfect. So what Podgy did is we're pretty sure that he hit we got Prison Keeper to retaliate on the same frame that he would have gone to the last phase where he has all 3 kids to work with as once. And it is so unbelievably hard. Like, we've been trying to lab it to make it consistent, and getting in the marathon is actually absurd.
It's faster because for as
Enjoy
long
the goal,
as
Podgy.
I didn't have time to put in Donald.
for as long
Whatever. I still
as
messed up. Oh my god.
Let's go,
No worries,
Valor.
no worries. So the reason that is faster is because when the prison keeper is doing the animation to absorb the power of the kids, he's totally invulnerable. But I guess we just get this for the marathon where we can just keep damaging him. Sure.
I've tried making it work. It's so hard to set up.
I've never hit it.
can't believe
No, I've never hit that.
I know since Zero's gotten in a run, and Matt's gotten in a run, and now you've gotten in a run, so enjoy.
All right.
That is actually insane to see that.
Wow.
So, remember the comment I made earlier that the fastest way to deal with the fight is to not deal with it? To just not interact with the fight itself? We can't do that here, unfortunately.
Yeah, unfortunately, Oogie is about as on rails of a boss fight as we could possibly have.
Absolutely.
Basically, in order to drop Oogie down from his upper
Okay, that's
platform, we need to knock 12 packages up on there. And the reason that it was very good that Podgy was at the appropriate distance where Jack was using fire is that there's a particular phenomenon in this game where if you use a multi-hit move at the same time as another party member is using a multi-hit move, for moves like aerial dive and aerial spiral, where the biggest damage is coming out of the first hit that lands, if you're performing moves like aerial dive or aerial spiral or any other multi-hit moves where the biggest hit comes out of the first point of contact, the game sort of just like gives you, for all points of contact, the same damage as the first point. So, like, the strongest multiplier for the first hit of aerial dive is applied to all aerial dive, and the same for aerial spiral as well. So because Jack's fire cast counts as a multi-hit move, we're able to just let all of these hits of aerial spiral connect, and we're able to finish off a round. So another thing about Oogie is that the same 12 count of packages that you have to knock up to get him out of his control console, that will stay constant regardless of what phase he's in. The thing that changes is how those get split up. So on the first phase, you knock all 12 off of one conveyor belt. On the second phase, you do 8 on one and 4 on another. And on the final phase, it'll be 4, 4, and 4. Ideally, on the last round of 4, Oogie will not move. Like, he'll only move once over back to the center, and then he won't move again. But it's possible that he might move again. So we just have to see. Yeah, we have to see what he does.
Yeah, we also saw Podgy do a trick that is called Present Skip, which is from... Oogie has this thing that he calls Oogie Gifts, regional presents, where he'll bring like a gift bag out and it'll spawn Heartless that was to deal with, which you saw a couple times in the second phase. And for Present Skip, what we want to do is if you keep any enemies out, then Oogie will never give you more, which actually let us skip a little phase that at the beginning of the third phase, where it normally would have spawned Oogie Gifts, and we could have actually tried skipping it with a 1-frame trick, but we didn't have to do anything like that because he didn't try to spawn any.
Guys, I think that was the best segment.
Oh, it was definitely the best segment.
Yeah.
Actually, I don't know, because you Valored instead of Wisdom, so I don't know.
It was a 47, and I think my normal's a 49.
I will say, when you get
I'll look at it later.
thing on Prison Keeper.
Would now be a good time for a break?
Yes, actually, here, we can do
that'd
it.
be perfect,
Here,
actually.
3, 2, 1, pause.
Awesome, thank you.
Yeah, I
so during
completely
these
forgot.
longer-
We were just going.
No, y'all were doing great, and there's so much to explain. It was like, yeah, I totally understand. So during these longer runs, we like to take a break about every hour or so everyone can get up, stretch, get some water, anything they need to do. So we're going to take a quick break here, and then we'll be back with the rest of the run. Hello, everybody. Welcome back to the Games Done Quick Hotfix. We are celebrating the 14th anniversary of Kingdom Hearts Birth by Sleep. We are in the middle of a Kingdom Hearts 2 run. I'll hand it back over whenever you're ready.
All right. So actually, I have to do a menu now, so I'll just count us back down and I'll do the menu. So 3, 2, 1, let's go.
Alright, in this menu, we're quickly put on the new spell we just got called Magnet, which you saw a Chicken Little being most of our crowd control, but now we can get a lot of that done on our own, and we'll get to see Genie actually do some things now.
Yeah, we use them.
Yes. There's a unique way that Genie works. Like we mentioned earlier, he doesn't really do anything unless we tell him to, and the actions that Genie can perform are basically his own sort of pocket limits. The limits are sort of dependent on what form you put him in, and those forms are determined in their availability by what drive forms you have. So because we only have Valor and Wisdom, we can only have Valor and Wisdom Genie. But we're going to be dismissing him once all three of these Berserkers show up, and then we're going to be using Magnet and Trinity, and this is so cool. Magnet, the way that Magnet and Trinity interact is that ordinarily what you're trying to do in Group Trinity is you're trying to build up as many hits as you can so that the finisher deals a lot of damage. The individual actions under Group Trinity don't do any damage by themselves. However, in conjunction with Magnet, if you use an action that knocks something in and out of the magnet, every time something is knocked out of the magnet, Magnet will deal damage trying to suck enemies back in. So as things like Major Drive, or in the case of the Berserkers, Ultima, which is what we were using, whenever that is used in conjunction with Trinity, you're bouncing enemies in and out of the magnet, which doesn't just damage because of the magnet, it makes the finisher a lot stronger, and that usually ensures that we defeat the Berserkers, even if they don't die from the Magnet Ultima interaction on its own. So that's I'll tell you, that's one of the hardest things that I had to learn when I started speedrunning this game.
We got on
you have to. It's so important. Yeah.
You have to hit the magnet really quick right before the Trinity.
Yeah, and the Berserker that I locked onto did not jump, which is completely RNG. So I had to back up how I set up the magnet, so it actually did not go as smoothly as I'd want it to, but it's fine. I mean, it finished the fight.
Yeah. And what we're doing now is we're just making our way over with some movement. We get to actually use some skateboard, which is really nice. We haven't really seen that since we were back in Twilight Town for Roxas. But we're actually picking up some extra AP boosts. In this world, we actually pick up the last of the AP boosts that we will end the world within this world, which we'll get into in a moment. We'll pick up the last of the AP boosts that we really pick up.
Well, our last one's before 1K.
Well, yeah, I meant like HP as well as SP.
Oh, gotcha.
Yeah, so picking one up right here, and we're actually going to be dipping into what's called Space Paranoids, which in the original Tron, it's based on that, which is a series of mini games to start it off, and then we'll be getting another mob fight, which is very interesting. What some people would opt to be grinding, but Poggy will be not doing that, so we'll have to handle it very differently in a very interesting way. But
yeah, the first mini game that's coming up is we just have to collect enough clusters to use the freeze command on the door. This is sort of a preview for what we'll have to do in later mini games. Basically, you fill up a cluster meter, you get the freeze reaction command, and then like enemies on screen just stop. But the next mini game that we're coming up on is going to be the way that we deal with this is actually kind of interesting. So a finisher is usually what it takes to end the minigame, and you have to do it specifically on that block that's glowing red. But you can just circumvent that by doing the dry form explosion.
Yep. And also just want to cut in really quickly to give some shout-outs. Shout-outs to Ragnoth for making a recolor mod that made Sora in the SP pink, like that. The original one that Podge was using in the other worlds, I actually made, as well as a couple of the dry forms that he has. But that one's made by Ragnar, so I want to give quick shout-outs. But we're going to be dipping into the next mini-game, which is known as Light Cycle, which people might have a little bit of a panic hearing about that if you've done this on other difficulties, because there are a lot of things that you have to be very diligent on. But if everything goes right, it's just an auto-scroller.
Thora's motorbike model is actually different than his normal one as well. That's why we're not pink. Oh, that worked out.
No pre-turn kill.
There wasn't anything I could do about
That's
it.
what, yeah,
Yeah, it's totally
that opening,
RNG.
That opening's entirely RNG, but coming up here, we actually, technically there's no more RNG, so if Podgy does everything exactly perfectly, then this will be the same amount of time as it always is.
That's right.
But there is a really, really cool optimization that made me really actually enjoy this a lot. That we'll be seeing some interesting boosting across some distances. So you'll see one coming out at the end of this turn, because each of these different colored enemies react differently. Some will do normal attacks, some will charge, and will do the guards,
that
the
sucks.
same ones you have.
That's fine.
Unfortunately, Podgy did miss that one.
So the spacing of it got really weird because the yellow Heartless on the first wave did not die when he normally does.
Yeah.
So it changed the timing of basically everything, and it just didn't work out. It's fine.
Yeah, what Podgy was trying to do, and we'll have another chance in a moment, is if you attack the one that's doing the shield, then you'll actually get launched away. And if you do that at the same time as you turn, you get that. It's really, really impressive to see and really fun. But
Quick
outside
thing.
of that,
Someone in chat said we're gonna stitch the world up. We actually don't grab stitch in beginner. Just a quick thing. Yeah.
Yeah, the only 2 summons we get throughout the entire run are the ones that are forcefully given to us. We do not ever pick up the Stitch chest that's right before the computer room, and we don't pick up Peter Pan in Port Royal 2.
yes.
We have
kept
banned
Genie and
the
Chick
pan.
the entire time. Pan has been banned.
Big menu here.
All right. So here's a big menu. We're going to be burning every AP boost that we have. We're going to be swapping the main Keyblade that we have on. We're going to switch from the Hero's Crest to the Follow the Wind, and the native ability on that Keyblade is Draw, which sucks up HP, MP, and other types of orbs closer to Sora from farther away. And we also...
The Kron's Ether.
We take Tron's Ether because he's got the one, and whenever we have free Ethers to steal, we take them. All right, so here we're going to use Magnet and Master Genie in a similar interaction with like Magnet and Trinity. Basically, the Master Genie limit Arcana, which we got because Mickey just gave us Master Form before we went back into Space Paranoids. It bounces things in and out of the Magnet, and so damages things really fast. We're going to do Magnet and Solo Trinity here to regain enough drive.
Beautiful.
Cool.
Perfect. We're level 21 there.
132.
Nice.
There we go.
That's good.
Now that we're out, we're going to slap Hero's Crest back on. We basically only use it for this room to draw in more of the monitor orbs. We're going to put Hero's Crest back on. And critically, we are actually going to put on Finishing Leap, which is a new combo finisher that we have. And we put Oathkeeper onto Master Form. Oathkeeper's ability is called Form Boost, which increases the amount of time you stay in a drive form. And the reason that we want that is because we decided to end the monitors fight at level 21 and not level 22, which means that we're going to need Master Form for just a little bit longer than you would if you were on level 22.
Yeah, 22 is a strength up, and we're electing to not do that because it's much faster to just get more experience later, and we just have to be good at hostile program.
Now, this is a very complicated fight, and you'll quickly explain this one.
Yeah, so we're going to launch into Comet immediately, and we are going to fire off Comet Rain after 2 air combos. It should drop enough orbs where when we go into Master Form's native draw allows us to scoop them all up really quick. Podgy is going to deal a couple of combos in Master Form, and ideally, when the hostile program is unfrozen, we're going to hit it with a Blizzard.
We have
Okay,
Great.
And now we should be able to pick up enough orbs to do a second freeze. We're going to do another Comet, which we have access to because whenever you go into a drive form, your HP and MP are totally refilled. So even though we burned all of the MP from using the first Comet, going into Master Form and not depleting all our MP gave us access to the second Comet. And that's hostile program, folks.
Yeah, very good fight. And we'll be entering Hollow Bastion 3 coming up here, which is mostly a series of mob fights with a boss fight in the middle of it. But it is very optimized with how fast it has gotten. I think that's one.
That said,
Podgy's hardest goals to get.
You can get royally, screwed over by some RNG that happens depending. I mean, this fight in particular has been lapped out.
It's fine. Actually, this is completely fine. Never mind.
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay. So we do a magnet major drive there to refill as much drive as we can, where we can bust out a Chicken Little summon. We're going to basically try and manipulate our Armored Knight Heartless, which give us a Rising Sun reaction command. And
Perfect.
we manipulate them and our position relative to Chicken Little such that basically the Rising Sun reaction gets procced before they have a chance to get sucked into Chicken's Whistle. But then Chicken will whistle enough enemies together where your Rising Sun just carves through a bunch of enemies in a line.
And Chicken Little will keep bringing them back in just to get Rising Sun again. So this is probably the lost in Chicken Little right here. And this is just really mostly just doing cleanup with air combos. But we'll be seeing a similar combo we did at the beginning of the last fight at the end right here, just to make sure we have enough drive to get into the Demix fight here.
All right, so as soon as this creeper dies... Okay. As soon as this creeper dies, we dismiss Chicken after they get all whistle. What?
Ooh, that's such bad RNG. Yeah, you get to do ultimate in that situation.
Security system. That's fine.
Yeah, the security system attacked, shot the dancer that Paji was targeting all the way up into the air so that it wasn't surrounding the others. So the magnet went sky high instead of near the others. So the magnet Trinity was really, borked right there.
So I used the Ultima because of that, and I actually shredded what was in the magnet.
Yeah. For a while, we mainly just used Major Drive, but Ultima can be a lot more effective sometimes. So we're going to be getting some hits here.
Nice.
It's one of the only times we really use Group Trinity on a boss, just because we can, one, get through these clones really quickly with it.
Oh my
but also
god.
get so much damage.
That's such a high hit
I've never
count.
seen that many.
I have.
Bruh.
You can get a quick kill
We're
here.
Ragnarocking.
We're Ragnarocking, and then we can do an ours right afterwards, get a quick kill here.
Let's go, dude.
So that's absurd.
What is happening in this HP3, dog?
Yeah. Hey, Bod, you get in loser.
What?
Get in loser. We're golden HB3.
No, we're not. Actually, this is pretty good, to be honest.
Okay, so there's one thing we're doing in this menu, which is we're throwing on Vicinity Break. It's a combo modifier. If you're surrounded by enemies, then Sora will do a 360 whip like that, and he'll hit everything around him. Right now, we're teaming up with the Final Fantasy crew. We're going to be doing specific setups. We're going to Rising Sun through all these guys, and later, nerds.
Dang.
Okay.
Strat than I do. It's really good.
That's a pretty standard strat at this point. We're going to be Magnet Solo Trinitying on this group of enemies. All right, cool. They all get wiped. All right, and then we are going to attack enough things to force this Morningstar Heartless to spawn in, and it's time to start Sonic Raving.
Sonic Blade.
Sonic Blade. Imagine calling it the wrong thing.
It's literally what is on the screen, fellas.
Heck your
you said
localization.
Ragnarok like a minute ago instead of Infinity, so I don't know what you're talking about.
Oh, all right, you got me there.
That's right.
Okay, so what happened there is the reason that we did Sonic Rave is because it cuts through a bunch of stuff on screen, but also we are trying to pick up limit experience. So Valor levels up from hitting things, Wisdom levels up from defeating Heartless, and Limit Form levels up when you carry limits in limit form to their completion.
Okay, I
So
need to
you have to
kill
get
one
the
more.
final. You have to get the final press of triangle. Tifa,
Okay,
please.
there we go.
Please. Okay, Solo Trinity on that one's probably going to carry through.
Queen.
That should be okay.
Yeah.
There we
that's
go. Much
textbook
better.
right there.
That's why Tifa's the best, folks.
Yeah, I got a little unlucky, but I also...
That's pretty nice.
Yeah. Those Rising Suns weren't great.
Okay, limit form. Here we go. All right, we're gonna. So now there's a Heartless that we're interacting with called the Surveillance Robot, and they have access to a really powerful move called Sparkle Ray. Basically, it's a two-parter. You do snag into Sparkle Ray, and the way that
I
we
didn't
can
mean to
force
either.
it, the way that we can force it to proc
That's
is
fine.
by casting a Thunder on the Surveillance Robots. We can either wait to see if they'll do it,
That's fine.
or we can force them with the Thunder. Jeez, that
He hit me as I killed him.
That's so funny.
Wow.
All right, and now we're coming up on the battle of 1,000 Heartless.
For safety, I'm putting on Jackpot.
Dewey,
Fair.
I'm gonna need you to help me carry this one, buddy. This one is a doozy to explain.
All right.
I'll try my best to use nice words to talk about this fight here. Basically, if everything goes right, we'll be seeing the same Sparkle Ray attack we've been seeing the entire time. And if we get lucky, we'll instantly get the Snag RC that we're seeing immediately, which we can just get and set up the RC. But unfortunately, you're seeing that little wind up that the surveillance spots are also doing, which you can interrupt if you do a Thunder. But if you can't get that out, then one, it's a slower attack to go for to really get the RC, and you have to rely on the Armor Knights to even let you get that Thunder
I wanted
off.
to show it right there.
And with luck, we'll just keep seeing Podgy continue to use this RC over and over. He's also using some really interesting tech where one, timing the second RC once you hit the ground will allow you to know exactly where you're throwing the surveillance spot to make sure you're getting the maximum amount of kills. Also turning his camera to make sure that the laser is going straight into the camera to make sure that you're getting the most amount of kills. And just there's a lot of oversights just because this game is going to be on the PS2 that there's not actually 1,000 Heartless loaded right now. Most of the stuff you're seeing in the background are just JPEGs that are just there to make it feel like it's more. It's really realistically only like 30 usually loaded at once, if even that. But doing the way everything that Podgy is doing right here should be able to still get through it very, very quickly, which is a very good fight so far.
Yeah, one critical reason that he's turning the camera and waiting to use the Sparkle Ray until Sora hits the ground is because by aiming the Sparkle Ray out from the screen allows us to take advantage of the fact that enemies will spawn behind Sora. So by aiming the Sparkle Ray out towards the camera, you're basically spawn killing Heartless as they appear.
Yes.
That was a really strong 1K.
Sometimes help.
We got an ability called Guard Break, which is our next ground finisher, probably one of the better ones. Best one that we're going to get in this run, which basically just does, just like it sounds, does a piercing attack that can get through what would normally sometimes parry, and it just generally is a very strong ground finisher as well. So we're going to be going right here back to Beast Castle, but we're not going to finish the whole world yet. We just want to get a really crucial Keyblade that is there called Rumbling Rose, which one has 1 extra strength compared to Hero's Crest, has 5 instead of 4, but it also has an ability called Finishing Plus, which this game unlocks when you have access to that ability because it lets you use a second finisher, which that doesn't sound as that crazy. Like, yeah, you use a second air finisher, a second ground finisher, but that also means that the magnet that we're seeing, that's actually considered a finisher. So we'll be able to use magnet.
I got unlucky, so I'm going to do the full Trinity.
And through that, we'll be able to see mob fights become so much faster and so much more controlled. And just generally the amount of damage you're able to increase, the game feels so much better with this ability. So we want it as fast as we can get it.
Let's go.
Yeah, Finishing Leap is one of those abilities that is given to you automatically on critical mode. Yeah, Finishing Plus. It's one of those abilities that you get right at the start, but on beginner, we have to wait until we have it tied to the Rumbling Rose Keyblade to use it at all. It's
Little manipulation here.
It's possible that Dewey might be underselling how useful it is. So Podgy mentioned that he was doing a little manipulation. By going in and out of that hallway, he is forcing a Heartless to spawn later on in his world progression. The Heartless that we're manipulating is called a Bulky Bender. It's an otherwise innocuous Heartless. It only has reaction commands that deal different amounts of experience points, but we are forcing it to spawn in a certain location because we didn't hit level 22 during the monitors grind in Space Paranoids, so we're going to have to make up the EXP that we deliberately missed out on elsewhere. And that's going to eventually happen in Halloween Town. But before that, we're going to go into Port Royal and we're going to finish the second visit for this world. We're going to spam a bunch of blizzards. That ends the fight. And Podgy, right as the last blizzard comes out, swaps out Jack for Donald. The reason is we want to have access to Donald's comet limit for the first enemy that we face, the Grim Reaper. Grim Reaper is much like the pirates in the sense that it's susceptible to the same status conditions under magic, and we're going to be taking advantage of that definitely with Blizzard as we start off the fight here. Dewey, maybe you want to help cover the combo sequences that we're doing here.
Of course. So this is Grim Reaper 1, which has the same resistances we were seeing on the pirates. So we're trying to set up just a combo doing blizzards into guard breaks and finishers. And then after this, we're going to do a bunch of blizzards right here. And after this, we're going to go into the Comet, but we actually don't want the Comet to hit the Grim Reaper first. We want to just set up these finishers to kind of set up a similar kind of meat grinder of damage over here. But the thing is, we've been doing so much damage that normally we would have actually teleported away if we didn't do it exactly the way we did. But yeah, Blizzard just destroys this boss in a way that I don't think the developers intended.
Not bad.
Yeah.
We also got a very, very valuable ability called Horizontal Slash just now, which is one of the most powerful combo modifiers in the air. Not only, we won't really get to see how powerful it is as much in this category, but we will be seeing
You'll see it in Grim Reaper too.
I'll say we'll see
yeah.
a really interesting application of it still.
Part of the other reason why that fight goes by so fast is because all of Master Form's attacks are considered aerial, which is why we put the hero's crest onto Master Form. Because with finishing plus and hero's crest and all of Master Form's attacks being aerial, that basically allows us to chuck out 2 really strong finishers in Master Form.
Absolutely. And we're skipping these ambushes because there's really no point in continuing anymore. We have all the experience we can need, and
Oh, Genie.
realistically, those fights are pretty slow.
Genie dressed for the fight.
And this is we're doing a similar thing we got to see on that Twilight Town fight with Berserkers. We're getting to see Valor Genie hitting within the magnet, which is just taking damage of magnet's inherent property. That it's supposed to just do damage as something is brought in, so it's not really supposed to be that effective, but just we're abusing that mechanic in such a way that they just get destroyed and melted.
All right, so this should be the last nobody that has a medallion that we need to fight. And then Paji is going to throw an ether after this one's defeated because our MP carries on into the next fight. So we want to have full MP going into the next one. And so now we're going up against Grim Reaper 2, and I'm going to try not to gush super hard because this is one of my favorite boss fights across all of the game.
It is my favorite tech in the game.
So what we're going to do here is we're going to freeze the Grim Reaper right off the bat. We're going to cast a couple of thunders into a reflect. We're going to pick up all the medallions, return them to the chest. That's going to make him vulnerable. Eek. That's going to make him vulnerable, and then we're going to do a really cool thing with Genie. We call this a horizontal slash Genie lock. Basically, if you change Genie's form in the middle of your use of a horizontal slash, you can basically infinitely combo something.
Bad RNG. He did the bad thing.
Yeah, that's really rough. It's just because he gains revenge value as hitting a HP gate, so sometimes that'll make him also just do his normal teleport as well as the when he's supposed to at the gate. So we're also just immediately hitting the ground and using 2 thunders. That's enough to knock all the gold out of Grim Reaper here. And then we're going to do a similar lock, stun lock of this one. We're just not letting Grim Reaper do anything the moment we haven't any chance to stop it. And we're using Comet just to, at the end of each of our combos, using Comet just to give us enough time to start another combo.
And the real thing that we wanted to see there is for our drive gauge to go back up to 4. You need 4 drive gauge to be able to use Master Form, and the reason we want to do that is for this. So drive forms can change the properties of your magic spells in Master Form. Using Thunder means that it basically hits 4 times. So you're dropping a lot of medallions from the Grim Reaper 2 because Thunder is the most effective spell at releasing medallions from it. So we're going to put all of the medallions back, launch into our final Comet, and we should take care of Grim Reaper by stun locking it to death.
And not only was that very effective, also well done, but not only was it very effective because we were just using all those thunders, we mentioned earlier that Master also has a draw to it too. So you're also not only picking up all the drive orbs, every time you hit the Cursed Grim Reaper, you are actually dropping MP orbs. So you're picking up those even from using the magic on it.
Yeah, the fact that the Hero's Crest is such a long Keyblade means that during your Thunder casts, the Hero's Crest is actually going up and physically smacking the Grim Reaper, which is what's causing the MP orb drop.
Yeah, and kind of similar to how you saw us go into Peace Castle just for a little bit, we're going to kind of do most of the world right here in Agrabah, but we're not even going to finish it in its entirety just because we want to get some experience in Halloween Town before we need to. But do you want to explain something we're going to do on the carpet here?
Yeah. So most of Agrippa's second visit is going to be done with Sora alone on this carpet. The carpet mechanics are slightly different. You actually get a couple of unique combo modifiers in this. And because we're going to be facing a lot of mobs... Wow, this Rapid Thruster's being mean, dude.
Yeah, that guy survived. It's fine.
So what's very rough is because in the carpet you are flying and you're moving up and down vertically. Sometimes the Rapid Thrusters, and because the way that the enemy's AI work on the carpet, they will move very erratically, and sometimes they just will not move to your magnet, especially just because of that extra vertical dimension that we have now.
I also mistimed my reflect a little too early for the bath, so that's why I got hit. If I didn't get hit, he probably would have died.
We're trying to make the most of reflect into magnet. Basically, reflect does radial damage all around Sora, and magnet sucks any nearby enemies up as crowd control. So if you group reflect and magnet together, you'll usually deal a pretty decent chunk of damage against nearby enemies, even if only one enemy is attacking.
Absolutely. Both of those magics, they're already the best in the game, and then they complement each other just as well. It's just a insane combination. You can see why they never were brought back. So those Heartless fell out of the magnet, tried to attack Sora. Podgy knew that they were going to do that, which is why he queued up the reflect into the magnet, into the finishing leap. Clean fight.
Very clean.
Very well done. And we're going to have a little bit of a kind of a gimmick that we're dealing with here, that there's 3 different elemental switches that we have to deal with. I had to look at the word up in the top left. Each of them corresponding to a certain one. This is going to be Thunder here, and then we're going to race over to the Blizzard one, and then we finish off with the Fire. So we do have to be a little careful about dealing with the enemies here, having to make sure we're not locking onto any of these, because sometimes
just go
that Blizzard switch, it can get out of hand.
It's also really tricky to cast fire on this switch before you get knocked out of your animation if the Crimson Jazz spawns in.
Yeah, I took a different path that doesn't spawn the Crimson Jazz because I was not dealing with that today.
Okay, teach me that path. I need that path.
Yeah, you just go higher. You go above the Crimson Jazz spawn and instead spawn the Rapid Thrusters, and then you never have to worry about them ever again.
Why don't we always do that?
I don't know, man. I don't know if it's actually slower or not, but I figured I don't want to sit here for 20 seconds running away from fireballs.
Yeah, basically we're talking about something that wasn't even happening, but the Crimson Jazz, which is like that
you'll see it get slammed into a wall real soon.
Yeah. Basically, when you get to that fire switch, one of the actions that it can pick is just kind of bopping you with its head, and that'll hit you out of your fire, and it's just you're panicking trying to get it.
He was really tiny, but he showed up there.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, we saw him for a bit in Hollow Bastion 3 as well, but my Rising Sun was good that you barely even noticed he was there.
So right now in the Forest Carpet auto-scroller, what we're going to be doing is we're going to be saving a few Heartless until we can see the Fat Bandit turn around the corner. That way we can get a little bit more experience from the Fat Bandit kills. Ideally, what we're trying to see here is that Sora hits level 30 by the end of this, although you'll usually, like with the level 21 route, it'll usually take a little bit. You won't hit it until you get the bulky vendor.
I will still be at 29 after this.
Yeah.
So right now we're going to get a couple of waves.
Yeah, it doesn't matter.
Yeah, we're going to hit a couple of waves here. But yeah, level 30, the reason that we go into Agrabah and don't complete it until we come back from beating Halloween Town is because you basically only want to do Agrabah and complete it all the way once you've hit level 30, because level 30 is the last major strength increase that we need.
We also want Decisive Pumpkin, which is the Keyblade we get from completing Halloween Town, which makes Jafar even easier.
Yeah, Decisive Pumpkin, if you've ever seen crit runs, you'll know that it's really good because it has a native combo boost on it. We already have a combo boost from leveling up, so our combo finishers are doubly boosted for as long as we have the Decisive Pumpkin on.
Yeah, on critical mode and in level 1 critical as well. Once you get this Ice Pumpkin at the end of this world, that's just the Keyblade that you use for the most part. Though, just like we were talking about of how vital the finishing plus Keyblade is, outside of the Genie Jafar fight, it'll be so much more valuable for us to keep this Rumbling Rose Keyblade on, even though we're taking a 1-stat dip.
Lock Shock Barrel rematch.
Later
No!
birds. No, the shock walk.
no.
He ran away. So Shock running away there means I have to be slow.
Ranning.
Speaking is hard, but he's not the commentator. He just
That's
knows
true.
how to
That's
press
true.
buttons.
That's true.
He's doing great.
It's fine.
I like how you said rematch as if like you didn't destroy them the first time.
Well, I was
getting
more-
the frame perfect.
You know, I kind of forgot about Prison Keeper. I was more thinking about how Violin did one of them before this.
Oh, true. I hate that fight in that game.
Exactly.
In KH1.
It's pretty bad.
Well, Shock made it bad here too, so it's fine.
Yeah.
Oh,
So
hey,
we're
here's
seeing-
the bulky vendor.
Yeah. It's so funny that like I don't think that there is even a reason that they gave so much experience to it. I think it was kind of just like a why not.
It's based on the battle level of the world.
Yes, but just the base experience itself.
Oh, that's what you mean, yeah.
Compared to the fact when the whole point of those Heartless are not even for the experience, it drops rare synth items, but we just like the experience
Or
for
those
it.
dogs.
It's thousands.
All right.
Yeah, this is a very
so
cool strat.
yeah, this is present collection. There's a couple different ways you can do this. Podgy is using Magnet Master Genie to basically suck up all the enemies, and because he also has draw, he is way better at sucking up those presents than the Heartless that surrounded him, which is good because if any of those Heartless would have collected the presents, we would have had to kill them in order to free the presents up again for collection. Speaking of presents, we're going to be tossing 100 presents into this mini game so that we can have enough presents to lure out the final boss of Halloween Town 2, the Experiment. We are hoping for decent enough RNG. Okay, 2 greens, not bad, but I mean, we'll see. Usually, you know that you have a decent enough round of presents if you can finish this mini game before Barrel shows up. The kids will always show up in sequence, Lock, Shock, and then Barrel. So there's Shock right now. We're gonna hit her with a couple of presents so that she doesn't, spin into things and take the presents away. All right, that's decent.
That's pretty good. A number of green boxes and yellow boxes. There is also a brown box that you can get that gives 20.
It's a marathon. We're not going to
correct?
see brown box. Are you kidding me?
That's true.
Or we might have seen 5 of them. So you never know what you're getting.
Oh, by the way, Duck Flare.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, so Duck Flare, I don't think we need. I think we can just let Duck Flare speak for itself in this fight. Just seeing the amount of damage that this does. But we are also going to see that elixir that we put on a little while ago get used in this fight, which will bring back all of our MP. So we're going to break Experiment apart, and it's a little tricky here without guard of getting this RC to set up.
I messed it up a little bit. Yep. That's fine. This is good. This is fine. This is fine. Fine.
That works. That's
Basically,
the perfect
whenever
spacing.
Sora does the RC, he will toss the Experiment piece behind him. So you have to sort of work on an inverse axis. But basically, while that Mega Duck Flare is going off, we toss an elixir, do a Reflect Thunder, Reflect Guard break, and then we pop off another Duck Flare, and this just takes out the Experiment like it was nothing. We got Duck Flare as a reward for beating Port Royal 2. That's kind of the first boss that we'll see Duck Flare eradicate. We're going to go back to Agrabah, though, now, so we won't see it again because we are going to be going...
every boss, and then we do this fight where we can't use it.
Yeah, because we're locked onto the carpet minigame, which, by the way, one critical aspect to the carpet's mechanics are that we have access to a unique slide dash that is inherent to the carpet. If you're far enough away from something, Sora will perform a spinning gap closer. It's really strong, so you'll see Podgy kind of deliberately move away from his target just so that he can get that stronger move. For example, we're going to only attack from a certain distance away from the abs so that when all 3 hits connect, we take them out like crazy.
The aerial sweep, let's go.
Yeah, the aerial sweep is so cool. We also did not ever equip aerial sweep, but the carpet has its own inherent aerial sweep type ability,
And it's so much better
Podgy,
than the normal aerial sweep.
which Podgy uses right there. All right, so now that we took out the abs a second time, As soon as we are done with the sequence up here, we're going to use the reaction command to spin Jafar around, and then he's still stunned, so we should be able to take him out with a couple of combos.
Yeah, very well done. Aerial sweep there, while we're kind of popping off just because it's like such a rarely seen strat, but it's so cool. It's so effective because of the fact that it's a ground to air, but the thing is you're still on the ground because you're on the carpet. So it's just a gap closer for our purposes here, so it can get us there a little bit faster.
Quite nice.
You may have noticed that Podgy shot a blizzard midway through his combos, and that's because when bosses have particular HP gates, they can only progress past that HP gate if you hit them with a finisher. Luckily, magic counts as finishers, so that's why he tosses it mid-combo, because otherwise Podgy's finisher might not have been able to deal as much damage as it did.
Precisely, yeah.
All right.
I want my guard
Now
rates
we're
to
coming-
hit fully.
Didn't even go for
now
the
we're-
warp in the world map.
I don't go for that warp.
Faster.
Is it?
I thought you were the fast one here.
Listen.
All right, so now we're coming up here to finally complete Beast's Castle 2. We have a couple of these nobodies called Dragoons. We're going to take them out with as much magnets as we can. And then once we beat this dust, we're going to move off to the side here. We're going to use Magnet Trinity Ultima. That should take care of them all.
There we go.
Beautiful.
Nice.
I was a little
Alright.
worried about that camera, but it worked out.
Yeah. In case you missed Valor Form all this time, we're going to see it one last time. Well, not one last time, like the classic.
Again.
We're going to see a little more at the end over here. For the most part, we're choosing it for the extra strength, because we did put Decisive Pumpkin onto Valor Form as well, so that's an extra 6 strength from being in this form compared to not.
Aw.
And we're going to
Okay, it's fine.
It's fine. Doesn't really matter. So we're going to use all nine jumps here, and then we're going to go for a quick finisher into a revert, and then Duck Flare should take care of us here.
All right, here we go. Combo, revert, Duck Flare, Mega Duck
Forward
Flare,
slash, yep.
Easy.
and we're done. We basically just have, yeah. You may notice that during Mega Duck Flares, we may not necessarily carry combos to completion. That's because of the damage amplification phenomenon that we spoke about during the Oogie Boogie fight. Aerial dives and aerial spirals hit, multi-hit moves. So doing aerial dives and aerial spirals repeatedly is potentially more DPS, depending on the enemy and depending on the fight, than if you just did a straightforward combo all the way to its finisher.
And that fight against Alden is for all of those who play this game casually and struggle against Alden.
Oh, absolutely. We all saw the mouse so many times in that fight.
Yeah, it's for casual me as well as a child. It's vindication.
Yeah. Now we have a maybe a familiar face under this hood, but who knows?
Yeah, he's mysterious. The only thing I can tell about him is his incredibly unique sword.
I was gonna say, I feel like we saw that last run, but I don't remember where.
All right, that was pretty clean.
Yeah.
But hopefully you guys liked that Duck Flare limit that we showed off, because you're gonna be seeing a lot more of it.
I like it.
It's pretty cool.
pretty
It's pretty
good.
fast.
Pretty nice.
You can see some really cool fire tech up here as well. It's one of my favorites, actually. Just getting right up there and canceling onto the ledge there. And if you thought that Magnet Trinity, maybe we were like overstating how powerful it is. Like, we were seeing how powerful it can be, but we're
Watch
gonna
it
see
fail.
just how much right now. I was gonna say, now I'm hyping it up, so now if it fails, it's all on me, and I actually sabotaged.
We'll know if it fails once we see the hit count.
That
All
looked
right.
pretty good.
That's good.
Yeah, I mean,
You don't-
usually
you
if
don't
you
hold
Yeah,
back,
we're good.
which-
We're good.
Okay, yeah, we're solid. As long as you get over 240 on beginner, this should kill.
Magnet
So,
Trinity.
there goes the fight.
All right, now we're gonna come up on a new form of nobodies called snipers. We're gonna, do more magic. We're gonna do more Mega Duck Flare. It's gonna be fun. Hang out.
Yeah.
I might not need the Mega Duck Flare.
Yeah.
Let's see.
I was gonna say Magnet Finishing Leap and Reflect should be just enough.
Vicinity break there to trigger these enemies to attack us. Double reflect into the magnet.
Oh, that sucks. Fine. So they were just on on planet Neptune of the orbit of my magnet. So they just didn't get hit by all my attacks, so it messed up everything.
Yeah. I just want to point out, Dan was for some reason calling that ability Vicinity Break. I know that's what it says, but I know the game's
Do you
trying
call
to
it
gaslight
round
us.
break?
It's called Round Break. I don't know.
Only in
There's-
Japanese.
And
Okay,
in OG.
This game was made in Japan. What do you want from me?
We're on the English copy, bro.
Also, OG
that's
Storm
what I've
Rider
heard.
for those who forgot.
I love it. It's my favorite color from the OG.
Oh yeah.
Yo, Dewey, give us the lowdown on Storm Rider, because I'll be the first to tell you that this fight's hard.
I've been messing it up in my PB, so let's hope I remember. We're using a lot of really good Valor form finishers here, which with that combo boost that we have from the Decisive Pumpkin on it and just the boosted strength that we have on there, we'll get you
that's okay.
massive damage here. And at this point, we're going to do some magnets for some extra chip damage, and we'll be set up for an RC here. And we want to get a reflect into that RC. And from there, there's this familiar limit we've been seeing a lot of, and we'll be seeing a lot more of, using called Duck Flare. So if you like seeing this fight, yeah, I'm sorry, it's gone now.
Later.
Yeah, later.
And with that, we're done with all of the revisits to the Disney World. So now we're going to be heading back to Twilight Town, and we're basically going to be starting the end game for Kingdom Hearts 2 Final Mix.
Yeah.
But
And we
first,
thought,
a gummy mission. I'm just
Yeah.
kidding.
the only gummy mission we couldn't find a way to skip. No.
I cannot skip this gummy mission because this gummy mission is an unskippable mission.
Not again. Hey, Podgy, I saw that world over there. I think I was like, over to the left there. Why aren't we going there?
No.
Why not? I thought we'd have fun here.
What do we go? Oh, you want me to go?
Why can't we
Let's
have
go
the fitting
Yeah, I want you to
fun?
go.
the entirety of Atlantica right now?
Let's do all of it. Well, we can't do all of it because we don't have Pandaga. So we have
Chat,
to go
if you
Pride
give
Lands
like
1 and
1,000
2.
subs right now, we'll do
Alright,
Atlantica.
Okay, fine. This is an all worlds run now, guys.
Yeah. Even though we've been skipping all the door pages.
I know where they all
It's
are.
fine.
I think.
Most worlds is a great category. It's fine. Underrated. So right here, we're gonna be revisiting the mansion, and we're gonna be using a similar mechanic that we saw on the screens fight that we had to do in Space Paranoids, where Master Form version of Genie is very effective on bringing in enemies, and especially with the magnet, and really nice. But now we have Magnera, and you can just see how powerful it is here.
When we're going to draw in the dusks and the creepers, we're deliberately going to aim the magnet so that it is not targeting them. But when we see the samurai nobodies show up on the final waves, we're going to drop the magnet right on top of them. For whatever reason, there's like invisible weight classes to some of these enemies. So, you know, the samurai are just denser, I guess.
Yeah.
Listen,
We're also
they try
hoping that
hard in
Mickey
school,
doesn't-
okay? Oh, I didn't mean to bash there. It's fine.
I'm saying they're dense, not dunce.
Yeah, that
That's
was my
also
fault.
could mean
Mickey!
the
No, that
same.
was my fault. I bashed like a dummy. It's fine.
I think
Yeah,
you're
Mickey
pretty
can
smart.
sometimes be a hindrance
It's
in this
okay.
fight,
It's fine.
especially if he does like a finisher that like sends enemies away from you. It
Come on,
usually
Podgy,
doesn't
Worldly, go
matter
pull it
whether
out.
I'm not
it usually
doing
doesn't
really good.
matter. It usually doesn't matter whether or not you end the fight with Genie still out, but it is slower if you are unable to complete the fight with Magnet Master Genie.
Yeah.
Like if you have to do physical combos to clean stuff up, something has gone wrong.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
There's so for some people who do follow this game, there are some new strats that involve Goofy's Limit, Whirly Goof. I am still in the process of putting that into my run. It's not ready yet for me, so we're not going to see that. But still, it's going to be fast, hopefully.
Yeah.
All right, so do y'all remember the snipers and the dusks that were in the Land of Dragons 2? Same deal. We vicinity break, we reflect into magnet, and fire into Mega Duck Flare, and that should clean them all up. Okay, Axel. Oh boy.
He's not dead.
He's not dead, and
For now.
and perhaps more important, he is here as our ally. Although whether or not he actually helps
say
us
ally.
remains to be desired. We want to see, basically, like we want to try and control the actions of the assassin nobodies as often as we can. So we're basically only going to be doing as many magnet reflects and finishing leaps as we can while
solid.
they're
That was a
above
great
ground.
fight.
Wow, that was fast.
So what's really interesting is a lot of those enemies are actually just targeting Axel, so we can just stay as close to him as we can. But we don't have time to talk about that fight because now this is the boss rush for the rest of the run. So,
TLDR,
Yeah,
Axel
welcome
was
to
a
the
good
world that
boss.
never was,
yeah, the world that wasn't.
the world that ain't.
So we're actually going to do a really interesting strategy on Roxas here, leveling called Fast and Furious, or FNF, where we are going to proc Roxas's revenge value on the ground and just reflect through it, get reflect finishers, and hopefully not take too much damage from it. Ooh.
It's fine. Hold on.
Take that. Yeah. Take this. Yeah.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah.
Hold on. We're fine.
This
It's
could
fine.
be fun.
We can
We're
set
good.
it up here.
Yeah.
This is all right.
All right, we'll start it from
Never
here.
mind.
Back off.
Oh, we're good. I've never done that before.
Defense.
Yeah, that's the backup there. If the reflect doesn't hit.
There we go.
The idea is that we're trying to reflect at specific points where we know we've pushed Roxas' retaliation. And Reflect is one of the spells that does pretty good damage compared to everything else we have in our kit.
Okay. Yeah. Defense.
Yeah. But outside of the little stuff at the beginning, you're seeing just how powerful Reflect is when we can just... We're in complete control of Roxas this entire fight. Reflect and one.
And that should be it.
Yeah.
That works.
There we go. Cool thing about that fight ending with not full drive is a little setup that we're going to pull coming up. As a reward for defeating Roxas, we get two important things. One of them is Combo Master, which is a support ability that basically allows us to continue combos even if we don't make contact with an enemy. Another thing that we get is the Keyblade to become one, which has the ability Light and Darkness, and that basically forces us to either go into only Final Form or Anti-Form. If we do not have full 5 drive, we will always get Anti-Form, and the reason that we want to go into Anti-Form here is because we want to reduce our anti-points. Every time that you go into Anti-Form, your anti-points are reduced, and we're going to proc it again here by launching Magnet, Trinity, Ultima. We're going to refill until we get 3 drive, and then while we're still in battle, we're going to launch it. You can only get Anti-Form in battle. So now, by using Anti-Form twice, we have reduced our anti-points enough where for the rest of this world, we should be able to pop into drive forms with no consequences.
Yeah, pick up the last features that we really need here, putting Rumbling Rose back on. And this is another fight that's very... You're going to be seeing probably every fight use Duck Flare that can. So, but this is one of the fights that's really used even before. So we haven't really touched on it, but basically... Once the PS4 version of this game came out in 60 FPS, Duck Flare was seemingly changed where it was the finisher of Duck Flare is doing significantly more, I don't think it's doing more damage, it just lasts significantly longer. And weirdly enough, only on the English version, so it's one of the few RPGs where English is faster. So just because of this weird tech with Duck Flare, and it really transformed the run to incorporate Duck Flare more.
Doesn't stop the JP runners from picking up the English copy and swamping us, though. Shout out to Awabi.
Yeah, Owabi is such a very talented runner of so many different games. Yeah. Project's just a sandbag a little bit because we're trying to make sure we don't hit the last HP gate to put him into third phase until we're already having logged in this Duck Flare to make sure that we can get this kill.
It's fine.
I guess
Unfortunately got bad
we're
luck.
seeing the DM here.
Did I double finisher? No. I must have missed a horizontal slash. It's fine.
So this is Zigbar's DM. Hopefully this is the only DM we see out of any organization member in the world that never was. It's basically this long, uninterruptible thing where he shoots bullets all over the place. You can't damage him during it. He's totally invulnerable and invincible.
That's fine.
That's okay. Still getting through, and I think our anti-point should still be fine.
We're fine because I don't have enough drive to use wisdom for movement.
Yeah.
That's true.
Also
Yeah.
nice. No one saw.
Nice
The
Yeah, that was odd. I'd have to go back and look at why that happened. I must have missed something.
Yeah, Podgy does something that's makes it a lot tighter there. There's a variation of that combo where you just do the flare during the Duck Flare at different times, and it just makes it a lot more... The way Podgy does it leaves him very little room for error, but it gets more damage in the process.
Exactly.
That
it's
said,
faster, of course.
we shouldn't be super worried about drive because coming up in the Luxord fight, we should be able to make up enough where we can use limit form.
The first to
Also,
run out of time is the loser.
Yu-Gi-Oh music because why not?
Yup.
Because Cardman.
It's the heart of the cards, or in this case, the guy who doesn't have a heart of the cards.
Yeah, of course it's time to duel.
All right, so what we're gonna do here is a very specific combo sequence to push Luxor to his.
That's fine. That's okay.
PC for it.
Easy.
Bro, he is spamming.
This is fine. So I messed up my slap shot timing.
We have to try and push Luxor to the point where he trips an HP gate. And once he trips an HP gate, all right, there we go. We should be seeing a lot of these mini games. So whenever Luxor throws purple around his hands and tries to do the begin game reaction command, we are going to reflect through the point where it would surround Sora. Oop.
I missed my jump. It's fine.
Whenever you push Luxor to his retaliation by punching his revenge value, he will do one of two things. He will either summon cards and jump away from you, or he will do this minigame. Ideally, we win the 50-50 and we see this minigame more often than not. The good news is, on beginner, we're dealing a lot of damage, so we don't have to use that many minigames, but we still do want to see them.
My finishers keep dropping. I'm just messing up right now. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
All right.
The PC board is
All right, that's fine.
Here we go. All right. We're going to reflect through this, and then we're going to pop into Trinity.
We should only need one instance, too. Yeah.
Yeah.
Awesome.
Not bad.
Now we're going to go into limit form, tap him in the air. We're going to do a ground combo into Zantetsuken, and then go into Ars Arcanum, and then we should do another one, another Ars.
There we go.
And this should DM skip. Let's go. And because
Luxor's
we
DM
ended
is
the
very long.
Because we ended the fight in limit form, it's going to knock us out of limit form, refill our drive. A curious little thing about this game is that whenever you use a drive form and then you get sent into a point of the story where your party members become like NPCs that you can talk to, you're knocked out of your drive gauge, and instead of being punished by keeping you at 0 drive, your drive is just automatically refilled to max.
Yep, and this is a very flashy fight to see.
Syax is so cool.
Very good damage of Duck Flare here, and you can see it's a Master Form again, and this is, like Roxas, one of those fights that we are just perfectly trying to manage Syax's RV, just to make sure we're always in control.
We're deliberately going to push Syax's RV so high that when we go into Master Form here, it doesn't knock him up into the air. And so now we should be able to do 2 rounds of Reflect, Slapshot, Reflect, Blizzard in Master Form. We're automatically knocked out because Reflect drains so much out of Master Form if it lands. And and now we just aerial spiral to death. The reason we don't do anything else is because we don't want to pop Syax too high up into the air, because then he'll be out of range and we won't be able to deal additional damage.
Yeah. What's also nice about that strategy in particular is it doesn't use any ethers. On critical mode, we have an access to having an item boost much earlier and having the AP to really equip it. Whereas in this route on beginner, we unfortunately don't have access to item boost, so we'd have to use free ethers instead of the 2 that's normally used.
Yeah, we don't have the AP, so that's fine.
Yeah, but it's okay because this strat's also faster, so it's a win-win.
I needed to get a little more drive, so did some damage.
Yeah. Depending on how well Syax goes, you may not necessarily refill all the way to 3 drive to use Wisdom Form for movement afterwards, but you usually should be able to pop off a quick Reflect on enemies when they spawn in after getting Riku back in the party, you should be able to get into Wisdom Form not long after. The reason that we go into Wisdom Form is because, similarly to before, we were in a drive form, now our party members are knocked out, they're not interactable anymore, and so our drive is rescinded, but we get all the way back up to full drive. We're going to make use of that because we're going to go into limit form for Xemnas as well. This sequence is totally unskippable. He has to do the nothingness attack that sort of surrounds Sora, and then we have to go up to the skyscraper. We have to do the reaction command. Finish does the most damage, which is why we wait for it. Paji is going to land onto the ground, and then he's going to attack Xemnas, double finishers. He's going to go up to him, and now he's going to do Reflect, Slapshot, Reflect loops. The reason that we're able to do this is actually because we have Combo Master. It's not like we couldn't do this combo in some other way, but Combo Master allows us to hit moves before the Reflect splash would happen, which is why we're able to pump out damage really quickly.
Yeah, if we didn't have access to that, we would either need to use another spell to get to the reflect finisher, like a reflect Blitzwood reflect, or maybe just opting only at one reflect worth of damage each time. But just like that, this fight is just over.
No!
We're fine. Hey,
Okay.
hey.
Commentators.
Okay.
Oh, he pays
Oh!
through.
Yeah, you needed to Ragnarok there.
No,
Aerial sweep
so
wasn't gonna work.
aerial sweep can work though. I just did it.
Yeah, but with that spacing on this.
Oh, that's what you mean.
It's so
no.
what's very difficult there, and what Podgy was trying to do is, of course, we got that where we get to certain HP gates, then this does this building RC again. We were trying to skip that.
I did it on purpose.
Podgy was trying to back it up with setting up where position-wise Zemnis would get caught in the air so that he can't go invulnerable as quickly. So he should be able to catch him out of the air, but it's a little tight. And with the position base.
I messed that up in warm-up today, so I thought I was fine, but oh well. It's okay.
Yeah, it's definitely really cool when you get it.
All right,
Yeah.
and once we cross through this door, these are going to be the final fights of the entire game.
Yeah, I messed up the beginning combos, so I actually over-damaged without realizing, and then I should have Trinity'd to drop down his RV. It's okay.
And we hate buildings here.
Yeah.
Let's go.
Cut right through them.
Rando player.
All right, so there's going to be a sequence of RCs. The only reason that we do them is one, because they look cool and they progress us to the next part of the arena. So we're going to cut through more buildings, and then there are going to be 2 engines that we have to knock enemies into in order to destroy. The easiest way to do that is just to cast a bunch of magnets. So you're going to see Podgy basically repeat magnet casting as long as he's here. We're also going to swap Riku out for Donald. The reason is, once we're done with these 2 engines, we want to have Group Trinity available. We won't do that immediately though, because at some point we're going to pop into Master Form. The reason is, Master Form Magnega, for whatever reason, I think it's because it's of the amount of finishers that you pop out on the central core.
Yeah.
If you can pump out a lot of finishers really quickly on the central core, you'll transition into the next phase of the fight really quickly. And since Master Form's Magnet lasts for very, very long, it deals a lot of finishers over time. So we're gonna drop down, cast the magnet, revert out, air combo these guys caught in the magnet, and then we're going to position ourselves where we can do a magnet, major drive,
Okay.
Yeah,
Ultima to pick up more guys, and
Yeah, we're good.
Trinity Finisher should wipe out all these guys.
Yep.
Then we're gonna summon Genie. We're gonna do the Genie lock again, but this time only up until we do 1 repetition. Swap to Master, Magnet Master Genie to clean up these waves. We wait until we see the assassins spawn in. We're gonna Magnet, drop out, and now Magnet, Ultima. Now the finisher should take care of this final creeper and will also deal a fair amount of damage onto the central core.
Very good.
We're gonna pop into Valor form as soon as we're through.
Back off.
Pop it into the air with the second finisher. Revert, air combo into a Duck Flare, Mega Duck Flare, and with this we should be able to refill to 3 drive. So now we can use Valor form at the start of Armored Zemnis 1.
Yeah, but in Armored 1 here, we're going to want to immediately use the Valor, 2 Valor finishers here. Once again, just taking advantage of that, the finishers here. And also just because of how high the strength is in Valor, we actually barely over the damage floor for final fights here. So we're being even more damage than you would think. Outside of that, I don't know if on beginner we're doing level 1 damage as far as like the damage floor.
We're still up at
I
damage
think
bar.
so, pretty much.
Yeah.
Alright, and that Mega Duck Flare should clean up.
Yeah, that's unfortunately the last time that we get to see Duck Flare, since we no longer have access to Donald and Goofy for the rest of these. Though we still have Riku, and it just has a useful limit at times.
Yeah, Riku also has access to this really cool move called Dark Aura. We're going to make use of it when we come back around to Armored Zemnis again. But right now we have Zemnis effectively going old school Yu-Gi-Oh! Boomer and bringing out Blue Eyes White Dragon.
Every time. Yeah,
we're
actually
to-
seeing that tech that Dan just mentioned in this fight as well, where if Podgy is a finisher and then uses either the laser or the drain option, it'll reset your combo let you do a finisher again. And you'll be able to do the same thing with Riku's Dark Aura, but it'll be much more difficult to set up.
We're only going to use Mega Laser during specific segments, so we always fire Mega Laser off on the tail, the second booster, and then the second wing. So we've charged up Mega Laser by absorbing enemy attacks. We're going to fire the Mega Laser off once the Snowflake lasers are finished firing off here. All right, now we're going to come down here, Mega Laser, and bye-bye. All right.
All these segments have a specific pattern as well. Not a lot of people take the time to learn them, but if you do, it can go very fast. Yeah, it is consistent. Well, as consistent as a KH2 fight can be.
The one thing that can be very inconsistent, and crit players know this, is that when you get to this section where you have a bunch of those missiles firing, the way that you try to avoid getting damage from those is you continue to finish your spam the way that Podgy is doing. However, sometimes you just get really cheeky missiles and they hit you anyway. On higher difficulties, you don't want to get hit by too many, but this is beginner. We can afford to tank a few hits, so it's not super pressing to go through this damage list.
And Podgy stores another Mega Laser just to use once again. And it should be able to just effectively end the fight just on this last phase after we get through these missiles one more time.
Yeah, and then once we do that,
let's go.
Once we're done with that, we only have 2 fights left in the entire game, and that's Armored Xemnas 2 and Final Xemnas. And then once that's over, time in the round.
Okay.
All right, well done.
Cool. So, Armored Xemnas 2 has 3 distinct phases. We start off on phase 1, and when we hit a certain HP barrier, which is around halfway through his health, we are going to get sent back, and we'll have to use a building reaction command by basically having Riku slice it up and smack it into Xemnas' shield to be able to progress to the next phase. So here we get knocked back. We're going to glide forward. By the way, in this fight, we have access to basically all of our growth abilities. We have dodge roll, even though we never leveled up limit form enough to where we would have that on base Sora. We have glide, even though not only did we not level up final form, we did not get final form.
Exactly. So you're just like, oh, this is a new growth ability I've never seen before.
We also technically have aerial dodge because we can just keep infinitely spamming the jump button.
Yes, it's a very powerful version of aerial dodge. Yeah, and remember, chat, the nothingness is in fact a turtle. We are told right here.
All right, now we've gone past phase 2, and now lasers are going to pop up. Podgy is going to spam the aerial dodge to avoid them by just sailing over them. We're going to glide towards where a building should spawn in, and all right, now we're coming into phase 3. This is going to be a little bit different. In phases 1 and 2, you could afford to pop out a couple more finishers, but in phase 3, the revenge value of Xemnas has lowered enough where we can only realistically do 2 finishers. So we're going to plan our combos around that.
And coming up on the final boss, it's going to start with a very interesting throw move that normally you're expected to just spam triangle just to dodge and survive during, but we don't have to worry about dying around here. So we're actually trying to get a lot of damage with reflects and some really cheeky combos throughout it with a strat created called Dancing with the Devil. We have very interesting strat names around here.
Yeah, you can reflect straight through the grab.
And the amount of damage that we're getting instead of just trying to survive here.
All right, 2 reflects here. And then...
Ooh, got clipped.
Yeah, so
not the block. Not the block.
My reflect was early. That's why.
Yeah, the reverse reflect on that throw.
No biggie. I just have to do a little more here.
All right. We're going to keep damaging until we get about the end of this HP bar. And then once we do that, we're going to go into limit form. And we're going to do Ars Arcanum into a full combo of with Zantetsuken as a finisher. Another Ars Arcanum. And... now we're going to pepper in some attacks, throw some ethers so that we refill our MP, and good, he did the throw move again. All right, by the end of this sequence, it should be coming up on Laser Dome, and that's it.
All right, that's it.
Not yet. Not
so
actually.
now Yeah, GG.
Still
A
got a
minute and a
dome.
half from now,
Yeah.
a minute and a half from now, we will be able to attack Xemnas again. We'll either, Thunder or Session. It depends on your
I
flavor as a
session. I
speedrunner.
let Riku get the kill.
Yeah, I think it's generally whether or not, if you don't Thunder customize, then you're just putting up for session.
Yeah. Once the laser dome and the, pre-set animation are finished, we damage Xemnas with something that's a finisher, and then we're done. Kingdom Hearts 2 Final Mix. We beat it, everybody. Good job.
Yeah, very well done. This is a very good run with my Podgy.
I didn't hit my estimate, but I was very what's the word? Optimistic.
I think you'll.
I mean, to be fair, you got some of the weirdest stuff that I have seldom seen.
Yeah.
Yeah. But you also got that in a good way on
Yeah.
Keeper, so.
Plus everyone else popped off, so like me running a little bit late is okay. But good job, guys. Thanks.
Yeah. Yeah, great job to all the runners that have done previously today. And of course, good job to Podgy here for
right.
slaying Cage too.
Time is coming up. In time.
GG.
GG.
Yeah, not only slaying this game, but also slaying while being Pink Sword.
But yeah, so that's KH2 beginner any percent. I hope more people, after seeing this, appreciate beginner, because everyone like the whole thing with difficulties is like, oh, crit and level 1 are obviously the best ones. Beginner, especially when you're a runner, teaches you the game in a way that's a lot more forgiving, and does have its own set of really cool things. And I want more people to appreciate that, not just the runners. I want the viewers to understand just how cool this run is.
I can't.
Yeah, and big shout outs to Podgy of generally having a very safe space in the stream, and all of us try to our best to do that. When it comes to giving new runners giving a lot of grace so that they can learn at how difficult this game is. There's the amount of information. You probably heard me and Dan talking almost nonstop, just trying to give you a piece of what you need to know about this game, because there's so many things that you don't understand when you're just playing it the first time and just experiencing it once, compared to how much we need to grind all of this and how much we need to understand about what can go wrong and how to make sure it doesn't.
Yep. Yeah, thank you, Dan. Thank you, Dewey, for commentating. Thank you, Church and Sarge, for inviting me on here, and thank you for all the GDQ staff for also helping, also inviting me on.
No.
This was a great time.
I
Appreciate you
always
guys.
thought you were better at everything.
Yeah, thank you all so much for being on, for showcasing the game. I had an absolute blast the entire day with you, the Kingdom Hearts community, coming out and showcasing the games. So thank you all so much for helping celebrate the 14th anniversary of Birth by Sleep.
Thank you.
Oh, Podgy, before we head off, I just wanted you to know, you thought that you wouldn't hit your estimate. You're actually 31 seconds under estimate.
It's true, you are.
Yeah, 226 definitely.
Technically got your estimate.
Thanks, guys.
So that means that one day you will not be banned from ever playing in GDQ. If you ever don't hit your estimate, it means you're not allowed to play again.
Oh.
So you're allowed to play again one day.
Thanks, GDQ. Appreciate
This
it.
has gotten anything.
Oh my god.
Riku!
Just for the record, I know we're memeing, but just so everybody in chat knows, that's not a thing. We're memeing. It's a joke. But you did come in underestimate. That's not a joke.
Definitely.
Anyway, I appreciate you all coming out. We do not have any more show for you today. We will have more shows for you tomorrow, starting at 1 p.m. Eastern. We have PB Precipice. Hope to see you all there. Again, big shout out to the three of you and all the other runners in commentary today. Absolutely wonderful showcase for an absolutely wonderful series.
The other side.
Have a great night, everybody.
Yeah.
The
Good
realm
night.
is
Thanks for having
safe
me.
now.
Night, everyone.
Kyrie, the
Night,
king,
everyone.
and the others are there.
Stay safe.
That's what I mean.